Welcome everybody, it's Unstoppable Stelezzi here with another Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition PK Player Killers Clan Tournament Casted Game stream tonight. So we continue with the leftover group stage preliminary matches. So these were all the best one games that we did not catch at the beginning of this tournament. So from last night, if you remember correctly, I think I did a countdown and I said, after last night, we have about 53 of these recordings to still do. So I think the stack when I first started was like 109 or something. So we've already sort of cut through half of them. And I don't know if we'll get through them all tonight. If there's very short, we might. But most likely we'll get them done between tonight and tomorrow, I would assume. Yeah. Yeah, again, unless we get a ton of like out syncs and like tiny games and stuff, which hopefully doesn't happen. Hopefully that doesn't occur. Hopefully these are all just wonderful 10 to 30 minute games we can enjoy together, so we can have fun doing them. Yeah, definitely. So I'm gonna share the stream with the Discord servers now, and yeah, that should be good. How you all doing tonight? I hope you all got well rested, ate something, because we're going to be casting a ton more games here now. So, yeah, you better be ready for it. Absolutely, I know I'm ready for it. I was yapping everybody's ear off till 1:48 in the morning last night. So, let's try to do that again today, people. Absolutely. So, yeah, should be pretty fun. I always love seeing all these wonderful games that everybody did. And even if most of these people didn't make it into the round of 64 in the later stages of the tournament, their contributions were definitely appreciated, because a lot of these people brought some very cool and flexible builds with them. So a lot of things for us to learn from, I would say. So yeah, definitely. Ooh, I don't know why I'm so out of breath, but I don't know. Probably because I know what I'm going to be climbing into tonight. Most definitely. Most definitely. Let me see here. How far along am I through the Discord sharing? Just hit the tip of the iceberg right now, so that'll probably take a second or two if you give me a few moments. Otherwise, we should be good to go once I'm all done with that, yeah? Absolutely. So, yeah. I don't know. I can't recall which people we're going to see now. I think I saw some mini molts in there, some Julian K's, Jeff Sadiste ones. Ton of games, ton of games, ton of variety of games there. So yeah, it's gonna be quite something, I would say. Absolutely. So yeah, and next week we got a lot of mod content to showcase to you as well, for both definitive edition as well as Age of Mythology Retold. Yeah, because we got some Divine Edition civs to look at, which should be pretty fun. Now they don't have any custom models or anything from what I recall, but there's custom text there, custom minor gods, custom bonuses. It's gonna be really fun. So definitely stay tuned for that. And yeah, I heard they are fixing up the Constantinople map for Age of Pirates, the Black Sea map, which is gonna have the city of Constantinople or Istanbul that you're gonna be able to capture is part of that, and it's going to be sort of like a King of the Hill type map where you're going to capture a fort down in the middle of the Black Sea. And I think there's going to be a variant that has it as a naval blockade where you have to like actually fight through Constantinople, capture it, and then reach it on the other side of the Bosporus. So that should be a pretty interesting experience if we get to do that. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not the best fan of naval warfare in AoE 3, but Age of Pirate maps make it bearable. Like, if it wasn't for Age of Pirate maps, I would probably never consider going water, like, ever. But I'm willing to do it just because those maps have a lot of good natives on them. Lots of cool features, things to look at and capture. So, if it's an Age of Pirates map, I don't mind the water aspect. But if it's like a regular water map like Caribbean or Ceylon or something, I'm like, yeah, I don't want to do that. Definitely not. Not that they're bad, it's just, I don't know. I think it's a little bit taxing having to manage the land and the water aspect usually. Yeah, so most definitely. Trying to figure out where we are on this whole thingy majiggy here. About halfway through, and then we can start the stream. Well, we already started the stream, but we can begin casting the matches. I think I have it on the right match. It's going to be Ling versus some Chinese named player there. If you don't recall from the previous streams, there was some issue with the PK forum where when I was downloading the record files, all the ones that had a player in there that used like some sort of non-Latin alphabet characters, like Chinese, Japanese, or whatever they are, just didn't come down with the download, and instead it all got deleted and thus like an empty space there. So you'll see Ling there, but you won't see the other player there, unfortunately. Yeah, it's kind of strange, but shouldn't cause too much of an issue, I would assume. Yeah, whatevers. Let me see here. How far along are we? We're making progress. Cutting through this. I won't call it slime because these are wonderful games, but we're climbing through all these servers here, and we should be done soon. Muy pronto. For the bonitos here, and the gringos as well. Yeah? Let me see where we are here. If only there was an AI that could let me do all this stuff. Oh yeah, I'd love an AI that would just sit there and like copy and paste all these links for me so I wouldn't even have to do it. But I feel like the bot would do it so efficiently that it would probably get flagged as spam, probably. Yeah, that would be the only concern. They're like, oh, you're pasting the links too quickly now. That is considered spam. Like, no, it's not, because I authorized it to share the stream with servers that like this stuff. Yeah, unless nobody likes Definitive Edition 3 tournaments, which I doubt. Everybody and their grandma loves that. It's like getting freshly baked cookies in your oven. Like, would you say no to freshly baked cookies in your oven from grandma, or brownies, or even a birthday cake? Of course you want. Well, maybe you do if you have like a issue with your pancreas or something. But other than that, you know, that cake is looking pretty delicious, right? Oh yeah, most definitely. Let's see here. I think we are just about good now, right? Oh yeah, I think so. One more server and we're all set to start, yeah. Let's do it. Okay, that's the last one, so we're all set to go now. Beautiful. Do we have any joiners? Yeah, we got one person here. Welcome, neighbor. How you doing? Let's begin this journey on Group M. Chinese person versus Ling. Ling sounds like a pretty Chinese name, honestly. So, China versus China? Who knows? Alright, so it looks like the Chinese name person is running Japanese, and Ling is running Ottomans. So we got an Ottoman versus Japan. That's kind of a fun one, you know? I don't think I've seen that matchup a whole lot, so it's going to be a little bit unpredictable for me. Because here's the thing. If the Ottoman decides to go early game, double barracks gen, they're going to be dealing with Ashigarus. But if they go fast fortress route, that could be an interesting challenge for Japan. So I'm kind of interested in seeing how both sides sort of deal with this dilemma, right? So it looks like the Ottoman is doing everything they have to, getting a trading post down, getting a boss down, also picking up a nice 25 wood treasure there. Very good. The Japan got a coyote there, so that's pretty good. A coyote. Ottoman's picking up a nice 30 food treasure too there, so that's good. Basically, the reason why you got a trading post in the mosque as Ottomans is because both of them generate a ton of XP, and the biggest way that the Ottomans win matchups like this is by sending tons of reliable unit cards. The big Janissary cards, the Abbess one, the Falconet one, the Mamluk, the Safai one. So Ottomans are very good when you give them a ton of cards to rush their enemies with in a huge motion. That's where they do their best at. Whereas, oh, interesting. So we got a Japan going the Portuguese route. Yeah, that's very fascinating because we don't often see this. So instead of going for like a normal age-up build, sometimes what you can do is Japan. You can actually get a consulate down and ally it to the Portuguese, right? And the reason you do that is because going Portuguese alliance cheapens all of your buildings as Japan. And that includes wonders, actually. So your wonder in Age 1 will go from a cost of 800 food to a cost of 680 food. So you save about 120 food on it. Pretty nice, right? Not only that, it'll also cheapen your shrines as Japan. So it makes your shrine boom very easy. So you can go build shrine, build shrine, build shrine, like that. Not only that, I see that Japan has also picked up the Heavenly Kami. So the Heavenly Kami does two things. It cheapens the cost of your shrines by a big amount, and it also improves the trickle that shrines do. So it's basically mega greedy economy card that leads to some very good resource acquisitions from the shrines. And of course with shrines, as you know, you can configure what resource they get. You can put it on food, wood, or gold, which is pretty nice, you know what I mean? So if you don't want a food, you got excess food, put it on coin, so you can do Ashigarus. If you want to do Yumis, put it on wood. It's quite nice. Also picking up the 30 food treasure there. Should be able to afford the wonder now. I'm wondering if he's going to go for a Teshugu shrine. Let me see. He's got the vills prepared. Ooh, wow, look at this. Teshugu shrine. That's a very rare sight to see in Definitive Edition, but it's a very common sight in Legacy. So the Teshugu shrine is basically like a big giant shrine, right? So it acts exactly like a shrine would. It attracts animals, and it improves the trickle rate that this big giant building will do, right? And its main power is all the nearby shrines close to the Teshugu will actually get a boost to their gather rate, so they'll do an even more improved trickle rate themselves, which is nice. And also, just like a regular shrine, this big wonder here also supports population. It actually supports about 20 population to be exact. So it basically makes it so you don't get housed that easily, which is super cool. Going typically Portuguese consulate into Teshugu shrine is considered a very old school build with Japan that really grows your economy very quick. And that what you'll typically do is you'll do one of two things. You'll either stay with the Portuguese alliance and use your export to make bistieros, so crossbowmen to support your Ashigarus, or you can optionally hop off and go to either Dutch to pick up some of their buildings, or go right to Japanese isolationism and get some of their good troops. You can sort of have a multiple set of options there. So the Japan is also going to go for a monastery and setting up a wall between the consulate and the monastery. What an interesting build this is by the Japan. Yeah. I wonder if Japan's setting up something really special. What has he got for a deck? He's got Atonement? So is he going to make Yoimbos? Huh. Interesting. He might be going for Yoimbos, honestly. That's a little strange. And then also going for Renegados. You might need Atonement to do that, because Atonement actually allows your outlaws to cost less pop space. It makes them much more feasible. Yeah, unfortunately, the Ottoman did go double barracks Janissary right in the middle of them. Oh, there you go. Double barracks, he went single barracks Janissary. Yeah, so he's going for just a regular Janissary rush, it looks like. Thankfully, though, Japan is doing Renegados, so those outlaws should help out quite a bit. Skewed in about, looks like 3 of them. Very nice. Alright, so these Renegados are taking out the Janissaries for right now, yeah. Taking them out one by one, very good. Basically, Renegados do about 40 damage to any sort of musketeer unit like the Jans per shot, so quite a bit of damage there, as you can see. And they have a bit of a better rate of fire too than like a normal gunpowder unit. They have a rate of fire of about 2, so they shoot a little bit faster, which is definitely helpful. Look at what he's brought. He's brought coin, he's brought wood. Now he's going to be shipping in Yumi archers. Yep. I don't know who's winning right now. It seems like hypothetical. Oh, watch out for the Villies. Watch the Villies, man. You don't want to lose them. Alright, yeah, I feel like if these Renegados can stay alive here, he might be able to just win with these. Yeah, Oh, wow, interesting. So the Japan canceled out the Yumis and going with the Ashigaras. I think that's a pretty responsible move, because here's the thing. Ottomans are most definitely going to have like a deli shipment if they're going for early aggression like this, right? Yep, he did actually send it out, so kind of good that he's going against Mount Cavalry there, yeah. Unfortunately, though, because he didn't get that one first, he lost all that time, and he's still going to be sitting here waiting for that shipment to arrive, yeah. I don't think that Japan can do much right now, though. He's kind of sitting in his base with nothing at this stage. Except for the Ashigaras, which should be arriving now. There they are. This is a weird battle, because this seems very unorthodox for both civs. Right, because typically when you set up Ottomans, you're going to go for like a double barracks rush, not a single barracks rush. It's a little bit underwhelming to go single barracks. Yeah, these two might be very low-level players. Who knows? Yeah, same thing with the Japan. Going for a Portuguese consulate and Toshugu Shrine setup is definitely very powerful and sort of like an old-school way to play Japan, but the way he's going about is very odd. Instead of going for the barracks, which you would traditionally do, he went for outlaws. Very weird idea, you know? I can't say for certain that it's good. I think it's honestly a pretty risky move to typically go with, because here's the thing. If you run into that situation where they have like a cavalry shipment, you can lose those outlaws very easily, and then you're reeling for a while there. But he's going to keep trying, though. He's going to get about 3-4 Renegados, and then he's going to have a couple of Yumi archers in, too, to help fight the Janissaries. Quite good. So let's see what the Renegados are doing there. Nice. Backs up. Takes out another Janissary. Very good. Beautiful. Those Yumi archers get to work. Yeah, very nice. Alright, here comes the 7 Bestiaros now. That's going to be even more skirmishers there. If I was the Ottomans, I would add, whoa! Whoa, wait a second now. Wait a second. How many villas is he on? So he didn't get Galata Tower District and he didn't prepare. That's kind of a blunder, honestly, because here's the thing. Here's the thing, man. You gotta pay attention to your population build limit. You have to pay attention to your build limit on the Uruks. Because once you're closing in on like 25, right? Once you're like 23 or 24 Uruks, you got to pick up Galata Tower District from your mosque to get the build limit up to 45. That's a big blunder on the Ottoman's part, so he should have been on top of that. He should have done a lot of things right there. So he did have a stable, but unfortunately, because he wasn't watching his economy, it sort of stunted, and he wasn't able to afford cavalry, because doing a couple of delis here to charge these outlaws and the Bestiaros would have been good GG. But because he didn't do that, he wasn't able to maintain the pressure that Ottomans normally should be able to do pretty easily. Yeah, no. I feel like that was a bit of a blunder there on his part. Just saying. Alright, so now we'll go on to the next match and see what we got. Yep, very good. Where are we at? Alright, this let's see here. Obi-Wan Kenobi versus a Chinese fella. Obi-Wan Kenobi versus a Chinese fella. Yeah, that's a good matchup. Alright, so we're going to see that Japan play again against Obi-Wan Kenobi here now. It's another Ottoman versus Japan. So if you didn't like the first match, you get to watch it again with a different player as Ottomans now. I think honestly here, I have seen Obi-Wan Kenobi compete in previous games in this tournament. I think Obi-Wan Kenobi is going to be able to handle this Japan pretty well. He seems to have a basic grip on the gameplay of the Ottomans. So I think in this situation, the Japan better prepare here. And I don't think going the traditional... Well, he's not going the traditional route. He's actually going a bit unorthodox because Going Portuguese consulate into cheaper Teshuger shrine build order is very old school of the legacy game, and it's something we rarely ever see in Definitive Edition. It's not a bad thing, it's still viable, but it has been proven typically that the Teshuger shrine is the most easiest setup. No, not the Teshuger, the Torii Gate is the most easiest setup because, well, you don't have to go through the trouble of fitting in a consulate, you don't have to go through the trouble of a lot of things, you get the free military rickshaw to put the barracks down. It's just more flexible for a competitive setting. Going Teshuger Shrine, though, while it is more complex, it can be rewarding because it's going to give you more resources in the long haul, provided you can move very quickly. Because here's the thing, there was a time when I wanted to do Japanese in rank ladders on Definitive Edition, back when I used to do that, and I followed the old school route of going Portuguese consulate into Teshugu. I noticed I was really far behind and very slow. I don't know if you ran into those issues when you tried it, but I used to be very delayed when trying to set it up. It was not that good. I would honestly try to basically get the consulate first, get the Teshugu, try to set everything up. But I noticed all the time, players always had big armies in front of my base by the time I had everything situated with my military and I was pumping out the Ashigarus. So that's sort of why I went the route of the Torii Gate, because at least with the Torii Gate setup, everything was a lot easier to build up. I already had my barracks there, I could already do stuff, so I felt a little bit more organic, right? I didn't, it wasn't like a win-win, like I wasn't like taking huge victories or anything, victory laps, but at least the setup seemed to be more intuitive, yeah. Now in Wars of Liberty and Asian Dynasties, it's quite the opposite. Going to Teshuger Shrine with Portuguese consulate there seems to be very good, because essentially gives you a ton of resources, and then you can usually just produce tons of army with very little struggle, as long as you're setting up everything right. Yeah, but looks like Teshuger Shrine again with the Portuguese consulate. Very nice. Ottomans. It went 3 Yuruks, followed by capitalism there. So this is going to be probably a double barracks Janissaries, just set up by the deck name as well as the card layout. So we'll see that most likely. And they're going up with the Core Master Right for 400 wood. 400 wood is enough to afford 2 barracks, so that should be quite easy to set up. And yep, most definitely. Now we'll see if this Ottoman does go for a professional double barracks Janissary. How will this Japan player do? Will they be able to hold the line? Or will they sort of crumble like a cookie crumbled up or something? Yeah, that's basically what we're going to see here. Because the problem the last game was the Ottoman set the build order up good initially, but he didn't follow through. He wasn't like paying attention to his build limit on his Yuruks and making sure he got the appropriate Moss tech to increase it, which was an issue. He's kind of fallen prey to those Renegados way too easily there, when he sort of backed up, got his deli shipping in, and then gradually got in a stable to try to handle the skirmish units. That would have won the Ottoman in that game, but now that we have a bit of a stronger Ottoman here, I think things are going to be a lot more challenging for Japan running that particular strategy. If he is running that particular strategy, because who knows? He might be playing more legit. Oh no, he's going monastery, so I'm going to run into this situation again where he's going to try to spam Renegados on this map. We'll see if that ends up working. Yeah, I mean, I do like the fact that he sets these little walls up though, because honestly what he's doing is very, very slow. Setting up outlaws, because you don't have a lot of that coin at the start there, so it's not like you can get a steady stream of like 5 Renegados at a time from the get-go. You know what I'm saying? So basically, what he does there to give himself enough time is just set up a ton of walls around that periphery. Yeah. And this is actually something I used to deal with a lot when I was in the ranked ladders of the Definitive Edition. I used to see a ton of Japans do this, where they would just wall up like crazy on the maps. They would wall, and set up like castles. So this sort of like very defensive walled Japan is actually something I'm kind of used to. But I think personally it's not the best for like tournament settings. Mainly because if you can figure out how to get through that wall and like press the Japan, it kind of collapses very quickly. You know what I mean? Because you're spending a ton of wood on those walls that could be going into shrines, which basically refreshes your economy and adds more stuff in. So if you're just sitting there building all these walls up and turtling, even with your constant build production, you're just not getting that economic perk of the shrines in bigger numbers that you would get to spend the wood, basically. So yeah, that's kind of an issue, right? Oh yeah, absolutely it is. So yeah, we're gonna have to see if that ends up becoming an issue or not. So he did get a shipment of Ashigarus. He's got about 6 Renegades right now. How about this Armin? So Armin, yep, double barracks Janissary. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's kind of playing a little bit more consistently here, I'll say that. You know, he kind of knows how Armins are supposed to be played. Not single barracks Janissary, double. Should be trying to queue up at least 8 to 10 of them per rep there, which is very essential. Because the thing you're supposed to do with Janissary Rush, get as many of them as you can. Get as many of them as you can, because they're a high hit point Jan, so they can last on the field quite a bit. So if you can keep bringing them in and in more and more, enemies really struggle with them, even when they're using some of their quote-unquote skirmish units, because the Jans are just so durable. They can be a good residue there to keep the Armins in the match. But we'll see, though. Looks like right now Konobi is on about 18 of them, so he's got a pretty okay stack there. Let's see if he can grow it a bit, though. Make it go a bit more in his favor there, pretty much, yeah. He is sending the Ashigarus down, but he's going to have to back those up, right? Doesn't want to lose those too easily. That'd be pretty bad, yeah. Okay, Renegados, go in position. So we got some of these Janissaries, which would be great. Yeah, very nice. Alright, so Japan is going to turtle. How many shrines is he on, by the way? Is he doing a good job with the shrine production? Yes, he is. He's actually aiming to get a ton of those. Keep in mind, he does have Portuguese and Heavenly Kami active, which means that his shrines right now cost only... Let's see how much it only costs. It only costs 75 wood to make shrines right now, because of both of those combined conditions there, which I think is quite good. Another batch of Bistieros is out now, so he's got about 7 crossbowmen on the field. Should do quite a bit of damage, I would say, yeah. Quite good. So here comes the Renegados to take some shots onto his jams there. Very nice. It looks like the Armin did take out about 2 shrines, though, from Japan there, so that's going to hit his economy a little bit. Definitely got to pay attention to that sort of thing, for sure. So, what's going on over here? Ashigaru's going into sort of like a close defensive formation so they can try to lob some snipes onto the Vils. I think that's a good idea. Japan going for their second wonder, which will be Golden Pavilions, so they can get some range attack increase on their Ashigarus and probably their Renegados as well. Yeah. Looks like Japan for right now is going all range units. They're even going for Comancheros. Even the Comancheros. I wonder if we're going to see Atonement here. I think it would be about the time you want to get Atonement, so all those outlaws you're doing a reduced pop. And you can maybe get the Yoimbos later, the Yojimbos, the big samurai with the splash katana melee attack. And then the bow for like attacking from range, yeah. Is this the... Yep, that's the 210 XP treasure there, which is quite valuable. That's going to bring a pretty good XP value there to the Ottoman. And as you know, with the Ottomans, every XP treasure the Ottomans get, it gives them a huge leg up in the battle, because the Ottomans are really needing of really good shipments to plow forward, pretty much. So yeah, that's going to be quite good. What orders he could go? So he's going to go 5 Safahis followed by Falconets. I think that's a very responsible setup. The Safahis will guarantee proper melee aggression against all these range troops that Japan is spamming. And then the cannon should be able to help blast this wall down. as well as being some good anti-infantry itself. Yeah. I just don't understand what those Comancheros are going to be doing, though. So I feel like this Japan is a little bit untrained. Because normally Comancheros are usually going to be a bad choice in any matchup. You really should never make Comancheros. Because here's the thing. Their stats are not that great. You know, Comancheros are not that good. Definitely want to think about maybe going for anti-cavalry. Either going spam of the Ashigarus or making a few Yabuzumes. But definitely don't do Comancheros. Because the Comancheros won't counter a whole lot without proper numbers, and that obviously is going to drain your pop space. So, you gotta be a little bit strategic there, honestly, for the best results. Looks like those Falconets are rolling in right now, alongside that army there. Quite good. Right, so Wyman's going to be shipping in 1,000 wood. I think that's great. Bringing in about 4 more Janissaries. Very good. Japan, how much are they on? So Japan, is he going to go flaming arrows? Because he's going to need a flaming arrow shipment to deal with these Falconets, you know. Might even want to get both of them there. Because here's the thing. The only way he's going to be able to outrange that stuff is with the flaming arrows, pretty much. Why is he engaging before he gets flaming arrows, though? This is so bad. Does he think that the Comancheros are going to be able to handle the supplies there? Like, really? Of course they're not. They're not that good. Like, 27 range attack. Not what you need right now, honestly. You know? But it looks like they're doing some good work here against the supplies, though. Which I'm kind of impressed with. Maybe I'll be a little bit nicer to the Comancheros, perhaps. Just a little bit. Still, there's a lot of better fish in the sea there for Japan to be making than Comancheros, but I'll let this one slide. Well, right now, yeah, he's going to get flaming arrows, but unfortunately, he's lost his whole army, so they're going to be directly targeted by that Safai in his base. As well as the other troops, because Arbids just broke the wall down, so they're going to be rolling in quite quickly there. Yeah. Japan's going Jaegers now. Okay, flaming arrows. It's not microing him right. He's letting the Jans get around top. Oh, he gets a Falconet. Great. His Villa's punching the Janissary for some reason instead of garrisoning. Does he have any Jaegers yet? Yeah, now he's got Jaegers right there. Oh, he's got the Falconet on his tail. Look at that. Took out one of the Jaegers and sort of chased him over here. It's quite good. That monster is coming down right now, and I think things are going to go really south here for the Japan. Yeah, he's going to try to come back with Yabuzumes. Now, the Yabuzumes should be able to wipe out this Falconet with their really good anti-artillery multipliers, which is, if you look at the unit's base stats, it's about 7x against artillery, bringing it up to a whopping, you know, like almost 100 damage against cannons almost, not including the pierce armor of the cannon. Yeah, it definitely shreds them. Just like that, yeah. Ooh, he's got a couple ashes there, but not enough to fend off the Cav. Look at this blunder here of his Vills. Why were his Vills up here? You know how dangerous this is? They were up near this gold mine. What was Japan thinking? Like, he knew his base was under siege, and he decides, hey, I'm gonna stick my Bills towards my enemy's base. That's bad movement there. Because here's the thing, you always gotta be operating around the idea of map control when you're playing a 1v1 like this. If you know that you control that area, you can happily send your Vills to a resource. But if you don't control that area, I wouldn't be sending my troops there, because you're going to be sitting duck if you get surrounded, because you have no access to that area. You know what I mean? You don't have any walls, you have no towers, you have no defenses. You're really setting yourself up for failure there. Yeah. Now, he's trying to do Jaeger Yabazume, which is a weird, wacko combination for Japan, but, maybe there's something there we don't know about. Maybe. I really doubt it, but, yeah, see, this is the problem. He's losing a lot of stuff here that he shouldn't be. Worst thing is, he's got the Janissaries on his tail, so it's not like he can even properly do any sort of kiting tactic with these Jaegers, which he probably wants to, yeah. Comes the Jaegers. He's branching them off from Yabazume, takes out the cavalry, and sort of go after the infantry now, which is good. Very nice. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear when you look at like the resource difference, the scoring. Actually, yeah, no, the Armaments have a bigger score. Just checking it. Now he's going to be bringing in 1,000 gold. This should allow the Ottoman, if he wants to like go to age 4, maybe. Since he's already got enough presence here, he could go to age 4, get Guard Janissary, and bring out some Bombards, big Abyss shipment, something like that nature. Yeah, no, it's up to him. Really has a lot of different tactics here if he needs them. Delhi's right on top of the Jaegers, that's good, but the Yabazume is right near behind, so you can't go after that just yet. Good thing to do whenever you're playing a 1v1 and you're ahead, like Super Red. Get a second town center like this Ottoman did. They're booming really well with 2 town centers, which is going to make sure that the Ottoman has constant resources for combat. Even if the Japan were to somehow make a turnaround and like fend off your army and then start raiding and stuff. Basically giving yourself a second town center is like a great insurance policy because it keeps your Vil count higher. And of course, if an enemy does come to attack you, that's another spot that you can garrison and like deny any Vils being lost in that area, which is great. Ottoman's gonna continue by training Falconet, it looks like, but Japan does add in Nagis, these Naginata riders. It's actually attacking some of the Ottoman forward Yaruks there. So yeah, he's getting some Russia there, yeah. Wow, look at that. Oh, watch out for the Falcons, though. I think this is what Japan wasn't expecting. He's got 3 Falconets on him, and he's got Jans on him. That's not good. I think 3 artillery brings the Ottomans back in this skirmish. How many Yabazumes does Japan still got? Just wondering. He's got a few. He's got about 5. Yabazume should get in position and try to pick off these cannons, because if he can pick them off, things are looking a lot nicer there for the Japan, yeah. Japan is trying to catch up with some of the villager shipments, it looks like, 7 Vils, so that's good. Should put them in a better position there for a long-term battle. Alright, so what's going on this side? We got the, how are we going after the Yaruks again? With the Falconets and Jans pursue with the few Abbas. Yeah, no, that's a problem. You need a substantial force there to try to take down these Janissaries. It's quite a big mass there, pretty much. Let's see what the Jans. Ooh, look at that. That's not good. Oh man, crazy. That's not good. How many bills are you on, Japan? Let me see. 19. So he's basically down to like almost age 2 level bills. That's not good. That's not good at all. Whereas the Armin's still town center, 2 town center booming right now. Oh, Japan got a town center too. That's great. It's a good move. I like it. I like it. Yeah, though. You gotta do something about these falconets, though. That's your biggest kryptonite right now is these falconets. You gotta, like, obviously keep the infantry at bay when you're doing it, but, yeah, you gotta get these falconets out here to be able to deal with the infantry next. Otherwise, it's gonna be really tough there. Yeah. Running Cav against Jan Abbas. Weird. Weird how he doesn't have those Naggies up there fighting the Abbas guys. He's got them on the Jans. That's kind of like a backwards tactic right there. Yeah, no. It's a bit strange. Do say so myself. 10 more Jans. I think the Jans are just going to overwhelm the Comancheros because, well, here's the thing. Jans actually have more hit points than the Comancheros do, so that should put things into perspective for you right away. Yeah. Picking up the top Kular there for the Armins to beef up their Abbas gunners mainly in this situation. Yeah, no, the last town center is going down. Yeah, not good, Japan. Not good at all. And kind of overwhelmed there, I would say. Absolutely. Big time. Alright, that shrine is down. Very good.
Evet. Hazır.
Yep, get those shrines down. Very nice. Good game though, Japan. I mean, honestly, Japan could obviously really improve his game here, but at least he was good enough to beat that other Armin though, so he's got something under his sleeve, something under his belt. That's good. That's good. It's good when you can at least win one game in the tournament, because, hey, I'd even win any games in this tournament myself, so more the power to you, man. Big time. Yeah, let's find the next game and go right into it. Scroll, scroll, scroll. There we go. Okay, so we got Diaroga versus, Did we already see this one? I think we might have seen this one already. Huh. You know, that looks kind of awfully familiar there. Looks awfully familiar there. Group P. Let me check that one. Let me confirm with that one. Yep, yep. Yep, this is the one we just saw, man. This is the one we just saw yesterday. You remember Diaroga countered with Abbot's gun? Nope, we already saw that one, man. So, as of now, man, we're only on... Let's go up here. I think we're on 50 games now. Let's go up here now. Find the next one then. Gonna be Soldier versus Robot game. Alright, that should be fun. 1 second, I'm gonna grab something to give me a bit of energy when I do it, because it looks like I'm slowing down a bit. Alright, this should help. Which one are we on now? Soldier R versus Robot game. Let's start this one. Okay, so Soldier's running France, and Robot game is running Mexico. So we got Mexico versus France here. Always a fun one to watch. You know, the French are very flexible Civ. They don't have a bunch of crazy Civ bonuses, but they get a lot of flexibility. Their universe pretty open. The CBD is just an overall better villager. Lots of things to look forward to, I think, in that regard. So, yeah. They'll be going up against Mexico here. Mexico is, you know, very, very crazy Civ, you know. On top of playing like normally, they can go into a number of different revolutions throughout the game. So it's always a chaotic match, to be sure, because you gotta be really ready for anything the Mexico pulls on you. So, yeah. Now, let's see what this Explorer's doing right now with Mexico. Because typically, if the Mexico builds a train post, that's a pretty good flag that we're going to see a revolt of some kind. If they don't build a train post, it means they're probably not going to revolt, but they could still do it. You know what I mean? It's a bit tough to gauge it with Mexico, because I have seen some cases where the Mexico really doesn't set up for a revolt right away, but they do it later. It's a little bit fruity. So, you gotta kind of be ready for anything with Mexico, I would say. Yeah. Because, remember that Revnak game where the opposing Mexico basically just, you know, played normally for most of the match, and then they decide halfway through, okay, I'm gonna go for a bar revolt as well. Yeah, that was a pretty iconic one, I think, compared to the rest of them. So, yeah, here we are on this one. Let's see what France is running. So, France is running Nat Musk. Ooh, cool. So we're going to get a native deck here. That's awesome. I love native decks. So what usually happens in this situation, the France will go 3 CBD first, because that's the standard build order for, again, your initial commie set up for France, right? So you're not behind. And then for card 2, you're going to go for Ancien Regime. And with Ancien Regime, you'll be able to train the Royal Musketeers in Age 2 from a native embassy that it provides you. Royal Musketeers, beautiful unit. Basically, they're Musketeers, but they get a charge attack where they pull out their sidearm and do like 44 damage. It's quite insane against enemy units and gives you a huge advantage. So, this should be a very powerful setup for Soldier here. If the Mexico really doesn't know what he's doing, I think Royal Muskets are actually better than his Soldados, honestly. Because here's the thing. If you can get a well-placed mass of Royal Muskets against Soldados, the Royal Muskets can actually gang up on the Soldados with their charge attack and take out like 1 or 2 of them and make it a much more cleaner fight. So, you better watch out if you're Mexico here. Yeah. He's going up with Core Master for 400 wood. I think that's great. Mexico is going to be going... So he's got the multiple saloons card here. Okay, so this is starting to look like a revolt deck. Yeah, he's got a few markers. He's got the advanced saloon set up there. He's got rancheros, and he only has wood and age too. Yeah. Now, question is he going to send any of these support cards here? Is he going to go for multiple saloons here? Or is he going to go for rancheros? Rancheros is something we actually have not seen at all in this tournament. What rancheros does, it actually allows you to produce cuatreros from your haciendas as an alternate build thing. So normally with the hacienda, you can only make like economic stuff, like either food, gold, villagers, or cows, right? With that card, rancheros, you can actually make the Cuatrero Outlaws, which is sort of like your version of the Comanchero with the charge attack. And with that, you can basically get quite a bit of extra outlaws as Mexico, you know? It's quite useful. So it looks like he's not going to get rancheros at all. He's just going to go for the wood, which I think is totally fine. Should work pretty good in his favor there, but we'll see. He still has a shipment available, so let's see if he gets rancheros then. Probably not. Probably not at this stage. I think definitely rancheros is a lot more preferred, at least from what I heard, when you're in a team game. When you have a little bit more time to set up. That way you can try to get those extra cuatreros out and try to maintain some sort of presence on the field. Then yeah, that at least gives you a little bit more of an advantage, I would say. Definitely. So what happens now is going up with the... Well, he built the saloon, which means Baja California Revolt. Right there. Very nice. How many filibusters is he on? He's going to have about 11 of them. That's pretty average. So he's got about 11 muskets effectively with those. Now, what the France is doing is... He is starting with Cheyennes. Right? He has not gone his Ancien regime yet. He's actually going right for the... He went for 700 wood, and now he's going for 4 CBDs. So he thinks that he can start this off right away with the Cheyenne Riders. That's a very interesting choice, because typically what these Baja California, Mexico revolts rely on is Banditos, which is a skirmisher, and then the Cuatrero, which is a mounted unit. So one possible gamble you can take here on Great Plains, if you want to go natives, you can say, you know what, I'm going to go Cheyenne Riders, because Cheyenne Riders were essentially hussars that have a multiplier against cavalry as well. So, yeah, kind of an interesting choice, honestly. Now, what's happening here is, which is great, is Baja California is actually pushing on France's position and actually takes out one of their train posts and replaces it with one of his own using the frontier wagon that he had there. So that's quite good. That's definitely going to help out the Baja California quite a bit. Right, but unfortunately for him, France is going to reinforce with the 8 crossbowmen shipment. Those will be quite dangerous to your filibusters, so you ought to be careful there. The filibusters decide to construct another saloon here, it seems like, so you can get some additional coin from that, and another queue of outlaws potentially, so that's good. Has his filibusters targeting the trading post there. One thing you'll notice about these filibusters, they have a really good range for their siege. So instead of having to go right up against a building like these units do, the filibusters can like stand all the way here and throw their dynamite at the buildings. That's sort of what makes them a bit more special compared to other troopers, is a very long range siege there, basically. Okay, so his filibuster numbers are dwindling, and now he's dealing with Comanche horse archers as well as crossbowmen, as well as some supporting Cheyennes that are coming in now. So this here will be pretty tough, I would say. Yeah. Okay, here comes about 9 banditos with about 4 cuatreros there, so building up his outlaw numbers. This is where the Cheyennes become useful, because they're a hand cab. They can really pressure these banditos quite well. And if the cuatreros try to intervene, they are unfortunately cavalry, so the Cheyennes have multipliers against them too. The Cheyennes counter really all the outlaws that Mexico is making here, except for the desperados and these few filibusters. That's about it. Like, literally, these Cheyennes can cut his army in half and like remove all of his mounted outlaws as well as his skirmisher based ones, leaving him really bone dry there. Yeah. Looks like this Cheyenne can beat the Explorer, looks like. Yep, Nicolas Bustamante. Gets the filibuster there. Targets the Explorer now, very good. Alright, Cuatreros are going to target these Cheyennes, it looks like. Yep, very nice. Now he's going to be moving up to attack the Cheyennes now. Very nice. Beautiful. Oh, we got Soldier of Fortune. That's great. That's something we don't always see these bios go for. It's a beautiful card because it essentially allows it so when you kill enemy units, you get coin now. So you get an XP bounty and you get a coin bounty. The coin bounty is very useful for Bio Revolt because majority of the troops you're making during the Bio Revolt are going to be the Outlaws. So the more coin you get, the more units you can have on the field, which is very essential. So let's see how much coin he makes off of one of the Cheyennes. He makes about 19 coin. That's not bad. But the problem is he's going to have to make sure he micros properly here, and he doesn't take any bad losses fighting his units. Yeah, gets 45 coin off of the Explorer. Let's try to kite these Cheyennes because you don't want the Cheyennes to get close because they have that multiplier on them. So they're really doing about like 54 something damage against you. So you gotta be really careful about throwing these Cuatreros into these fights. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Looks like he's backing up right now. He really doesn't want to engage with the Comanches until he's got his charge lasso attack back, which does splash damage. So he's just running around. He got it back, but he didn't aim it very good. He should have like threw it either here, here, or here. Hit one of these points where he could get like 2 or 3 units damage at the same time. So I think he had a missed opportunity there. He has his factory right here from his robber barons to get through the revolt. He is going to go for the Walker gang now to get about 7 United States type outlaws. Should be quite helpful. So you got more banditos here to fight the Comanches with. Can't afford to stay and fight now because he's got the banditos tearing down the horse archers. What we got here with these Cuatreros? Cuatreros taking out a Cheyenne there. Let's see if we can take out another one. That should be quite good, yeah. Yeah, it looks like Soldier R is winning the fight out, though, with his mass of Comanche horse archers. Because here's the thing. Since they're an archer unit, they have a rate of fire of about 1.5, so they shoot very quickly. So they're really doing like 28 damage. Whereas the Cuatreros, I believe, are doing on par with that or slightly less, basically, yeah. So it's a bit of a... Oh, yes, Carlitos. Oh, wow, Sagawai's here. That's awesome. Thank you for coming. Got a ton of good matches to do tonight, so good to join the train early. Yeah. France bringing in their CBDs now, it looks like, to reinforce. Yep. It's one thing you can do with France that you can't do with a lot of other civs. You can actually attack the enemy with your villagers because CBDs have a lot of HP. They got like 40% pierce armor and some pretty decent range attack too. So feel free to take them from time to time and throw them in there to finish off the enemy army. It can be really useful to you. Right. What did the Walker gang provide Robot there? He got some owl hoots, he got a couple of gunslingers, and he got some cowboys there. So we got some cowboys, some gunslingers, and some owl hoots. Okay. He's also going to be picking up coach guns, which will give him about 3 banditos and 3 Cuatreros. Ooh, wow, look at this forward tower here by France. Trying to secure this native site. The native site will be going down, though. And yeah, no, I don't think this native site's going to last. Now, will that power stay up, though? That's a question. He finish this off. Perfect, alright. Gets that done at least. That's one less native site to deal with. Now you only have to worry about the Comanches now, which is a huge advantage because it's really the Cheyennes which is the biggest threat to this outlaw army. The Comanche archers, they can be dealt with, but the Cheyennes now, they're a serious threat that you have to take very seriously. Yeah, very, very good. The Cuatrillos are joining the Banditos, fighting the CBDs first, but as you can see there, it's not so easy because those CBDs they almost take half the range damage from Pierce that they take. And then the hit points are also quite large too, kind of on par with Janissaries. So, yeah, no, it's not an easy fight at all. But it looks like in the end they do end up doing it, but at a huge cost because they have to sit there and fight for quite a while, and then it's obviously a bit of a conundrum. Yeah. So now they're going to rush that tower, it looks like. At this stage, Soldier has picked up Ancien Regime, and he is doing Royal Muskets. The Royal Muskets are definitely going to be a pain for those outlaws because they have a wonderful charged pistol attack that now does about 50 damage because it looks like he got some upgrades from the home city on those muskets. So, yeah. 50 damage with the charge attack. That's quite good. That's like getting a single shot from an Imperial Musketeer almost. So, yeah, say it as is. That's pretty tough. Yep, looks like the Comanches and the Royal Muskets are able to drive off these Baja units, mainly because he still has the support of the CBDs there, who are basically tanking all the range damage and land the outlaws. Not the outlaws, but the native Royal Musketeers in the back. Enough time to be able to deal with them, yeah. Quite good. Oh, and he's also going to get the 320 XP treasure too to boot, this one right here. This is like the best treasure you can get on the map. Once France gets that, what can he get? Well, he's actually burned through all of his cards, right? He doesn't even have his crates anymore. All he can get is like Silversmith. Which, you know, it could be alright. I mean, you might need that Silversmith to age up now. So, I'm not going to complain about Silversmith. I think in terms of, like, 1v1, Silversmith can be quite good for you. Because it helps your mining rate pretty good. Helps mines last a little bit longer, I believe, if I recall, right? Yep, makes mines last longer. So that's quite good, you know. Just give you a good coin economy, I would say. Train post coming up. Very good. The Exiled Prince. I think things now are definitely moving against Spa, because once he goes to age 3, then he can call the plethora of French age 3 cards. You can get the Falconets, the Dragoons, the Skirms, the Cuirassiers. That's when things get really dicey against France. In age 2, you can eventually beat down their card numbers, but once they put in the age 3, now you're in trouble, because now they get the artillery, they get the splash cav, they get the range light cav. Well, he had that with the Comanches, but now he's got to be even more, and then he, of course, has rail skirmishers. Things really get dangerous for you. Yeah. Because that's the problem with the Baja Revolt. They start out super strong, but if you don't go anywhere with it, it gets really old and stagnant, like stagnant water in a pan. It just decays over time in value. You know, if you're still going Baja Revolt at this stage and haven't won yet, with either a trade monopoly or being your opponent outright, it goes sour really fast. Yeah. Yeah, Robot Game already knows that he's toast, and he's like, oh man, I messed this up. Yeah, that's alright. That's typically what I run into with Baja Revolts. They either go really, really good, you're able to put the squeeze on them very nice, and if you don't do anything within a certain amount of time, it's always over. Oh man, yeah, no, he's not too happy about that at all. Big time. Speaking in Juanito tongue, I'm assuming. No habla. That's a good gringo. No habla español. What are you talking about, Juanito Taco? Yeah. And you get, oh wow, look at that. You got more Cheyennes too. Yep. Good demonstration of French natives there by Soldier, man. French natives, one of their strongest setups. And it's only something we've seen a handful of times in this tournament, so it's good to see Soldier doing it correctly there. Very beautiful. And I think in that situation, it basically came down to Baja California not being able to clinch a win quick enough. They could have... Well, here's the thing. They either had to go for the trade monopoly route with annexation, or they had to, like, somehow beat out the French military there, which they weren't doing, you know what I mean? You have to be really on top of them and, like, being crazy and stuff, constantly wiping things out, but that's just not what we were seeing there, so things fell apart the way they did, yeah. Alright, got Papa Al versus Paladi here. Let's see who wins on this one. And then we got Palladino versus Papa Al, or Papa AI, as I call him, Papa AI, because it looks like an AI. So Papa Al's running the Chinese, and Palladino is running España. So we got an España versus the China. Now, in this matchup, I would typically give it to the Spain, if the Spain is executed properly. Yeah, because Spain has a very nasty habit of going to a place called Fortress Age. And once Spain gets to Fortress Age, I think China struggles out a bit with their stuff. So yeah, I think if the Spain is playing pretty good, the China better be worried. Yeah. I mean, it's not that they don't have a chance, it's just that the Spain will, you know, use their stronger shipments like the Lancers, the Falconets, and really drive some leverage using that. It's not going to be good, basically. Yeah, no. We'll see if that ends up happening or not, I would say. Yeah.
See?
Fast Fortress Agresivo. Oh. So, at least from the language this deck is saying, I would presume that means he's going to open Musket and then he's going to go for a quick age up to age 3. Yeah, that sounds like it, pretty much, yeah. So, as long as you build a trading post in age 1 as Spain, because of your extra XP you get with the Spanish Civ, you were actually able to fit in not only 3 settlers in age 1, but actually the capitalism card as well. Kind of like the same thing you can get away with the Ottomans too. You can get both a coin trickle and 3 villagers. And thus that gives you a really good setup where you can either apply it right to musketeers, or you can apply it towards a fast fortress, because by the time you reach age 2, you already have really enough gold to combine with 700 coin to make that age up happen. So generally 3 settlers followed by capitalism, going with the double age 1 card. Spain is always going to be their best play, because it gives them options, you know, it gives them options to open Musket, or it gives them options to go for that age 3 and go for the big cards. So yeah, just thought I'd tell you that. It's actually going for a 30 XP treasure right now, which is going to help out a lot as well. Yep. So let's see what so the China went with the French consulate, so we see the French flag there. He's picking up the 400 food technology now, about 4 crates of 100 food, so about 400 food total. And he's going to go for Summer Palace with it. Okay. We've seen quite a few of those here, so it's not totally out of the picture, because typically what we see is, we'll see consulate French into Porcelain Tower and then some sort of fast fortress. But looks like he's using it to just do some age 2 combat with the Summer Palace, yeah. Looks like it, I would say, yeah, most definitely. So what's the deck saying? Spain. So this is a counter of Spain deck. So he's preparing. At least he thinks he's preparing. Right? He's got all the primary H2 cards, I would say, for the Chinese, except for maybe the Peking Army or the Flamethrower Castle one. And instead went for some eco cards. He's got cigar roller and sustainable agriculture. Could use it, but that's going to be super late down the line, so I doubt it's going to be useful right away. If he does go the H3 route, he's got army of Quangs, an army of Chukanus, an army of Arquebusiers, Changdaos, Meteor Hammers, Hand Mortars, the combo one that gives you Flamethrowers and Changdaos, and then he's got the Manchu there, as well as Intervention too, so tons and tons of unit cards there to reinforce. Okay, so Spain's going to be putting their governor outpost right there in the middle of the map. China is going to try to shed off some HP from it, which I think is pretty good. Yep, very nice. And if I didn't tell you enough already, not only do you get the coin trickle to help push you towards an H3 potentially with Spain, you also get 200 coin from the governor politician as well, which is the typical choice of the smash. So you're getting that coin as well, so you can focus more on the Huns and getting the food you need for the age up. So it looks like he does have all the food, and he's going to get all the coin he needs too. Between those two batches there, yep. Going up with the scout, or the adventurer. Yeah, he's going up with the adventurer. That can be another option you can go for. I think personally, usually going for the scout is pretty good, because it gives you some powerful tanky hussars you can run in there and try to tank up some of the attacks. But going that route too is alright. Picking up the 700 wood now. Probably is going to establish barracks. Likely stable as well. You're going to need barracks for skirmisher. And you're going to need stable for either hussar, dragoon, or lancer, depending on what the recipe calls for. So you'll have to be ready for that. If you're dealing with infantry, lancer's obviously going to be your best friend from the stable. You know, it's going to do everything a hussar can and better with those multipliers, pretty much, yeah. So we'll see what ends up happening there, yeah.
¿Cuál es su comando?
¿Quién me ordena?
Alright, steel traps coming in from the market, very good. Going to be queuing up one barracks musket. That's pretty typical of Spain to do at this stage. And then once you hit H3, go right into doing skirms, right? Yep. Oh, so this is the China that likes to keep his summer palace on the Ming army. Yeah, that's pretty good. He is going for Confucian Academy now too, so he is going to have a Ming army here. He's also going to have about 8 Arquebusiers. The Arquebusiers should be able to chase off these muskets, so at least that gives him a bit of an initial defense against the Spanish aggression. But as you know, once Spain hits that age 3, which it looks like they already did, they're going to be sending 2 falconets. Yeah, absolutely. And since he went with the adventure, he got some free crossbowmen too, so he already has some skirmishers to go in here and really put the vice on these spearmen and light cav, yeah. And then the falconets, as you know, are going to blast right through there, so a lot of things to watch out for here in the battle. So you got the Arquebusiers there trying to fend off the infantry, it looks like, yep, it's definitely... Got the Explorer there on the dog. Yeah, no, those war dogs are a real ferocious bunch. Sometimes they can change battles, you know, when you're fighting the Spanish. Ooh, RNGesus, he got a free disciple from the kill. That's great. Let's see if he gets an arrow. Oh, no, he's fighting a musket now, unfortunately. Yeah. You should try to fight the crossbowmen, which have less HP and no hand armor. That way he could have tried the RNG for another disciple there and stalled a bit more time. Yeah. Here comes the 2 falconets rolling in now. Yep. As well as you got all those muskets and crossbowmen there trying to siege the Summer Palace, yeah. There you go. Oh, he's going for a hand attack with Kizix? What are you doing, man? You don't do that. Okay, so here comes the Meteor Hammers. Meteor Hammers will cancel out those falconets. As long as he micros properly. Yep, he does. And now those Meteor Hammers can probably finish off some of those troops too. Yep, very good. Because here's the thing, Meteor Hammers have a range of about 4 with their melee attack, because it's a metal ball at the end of a string. So yeah, they can sort of act like hand units and range units at the same time. Fortunately, 3 Lancers still alive. You could probably use the town center to pick them apart if you can target properly. Clean them up. Yeah, no. You have to be on top of that, I would say, most definitely. Chengdao's? Bad idea. You don't want Chengdao's here. No. Because you're dealing with a whole plethora of infantry. The Chengdao's are not going to help you out, son. Just saying. What else has he got here? He's got I would say go for the Arquebusiers of the Chukanu. Or does he have a consulate on Brits? Go for intervention. Yeah, no. You should have went for intervention first and then go with Arquebusier. There's no point in going again, adding in hand infantry if he's going with all infantry there. Because the Chengdao's are kind of poop compared to Halberdiers, so there's no justification for him. Yeah. Alright, he's got Bills out. He probably should do something about that. Rods are chasing down the Chikijiks, unfortunately. I would consider putting that Summer Palace on Forbidden Army now, because you really want it working on your more powerful units. You really don't need Kijiks and Quangs against infantry, because look, he only has like 1 Lancer left from the shipment, so you're oh, never mind. There's the Lancers. I spoke too soon. So there's the Lancers. Yep, those red coats are gonna fend off kind of okay here. Let's see if they last very long. Try to focus them down on like one of those Lancers at a time if you can. Not that there are many of them. Yeah. It's like some pretty good damage there so far. Yeah. GG. Good try there, Papa Al. Did your best, man. Did your best. Do your best, do it every day. So, yep. Basically in that situation it really came down to better unit choices by the China, I think. And it also came down to the fact that Paladino ended up doing a pretty decent Spain there. And was able to start out with the Falcons and follow it up properly with the Lancers and the Rods and everything. Yeah, no, that was a pretty good Spain there as well. So, definitely when you see muskets, rods, crossbowmen, do not send Chengdao. That's a big mistake. That's a big no-no. Should have been going on to the Redcoats first and then the Arquebusiers, right? Or if you had some food, you could have gone with the Chengdao's with the flamethrowers. That could have been good. But, yeah, no. Just make sure you're picking the right units for the right situations. Otherwise, you're going to have a real fun old time trying to do stuff. Yeah, absolutely. So, definitely pay attention to that stuff when you're fighting. Yeah. So now we're on Anubis versus Average Tuna Enjoyer. I definitely don't want to smell him at night. Okay, so Anubis is running British again, and Average Tuna Enjoyer is playing as the United States. So, USA versus Brits. This is a matchup we've seen time and time again here. It really comes down to what the USA is exactly running and how well they're running it, right? Because Brits are a really tough civ to come over. And Anubis, he's a very strong British player, you know? He really knows what he's doing there. He has been up quite a few players in this tournament with his effective management of his mana boom as well as his timing for things like his age up and stuff. So I think in general you gotta watch out for Anubis. He's one of the stronger British players. So kind of dangerous, you know what I mean? So you gotta be really on top of that. So what we're going to see, though, in terms of strategies from both these players, we'll see. So first thing right away I notice, USA does not grab a trading post. He does not grab a trading post. So it's looking a little bit less likely that we're going to see a Scottish immigrant setup. We're likely going to see some sort of other setup of some kind. 1v1. Okay, so he's running French immigrants, Dutch immigrants, and Spanish immigrants in Age 1. He's going to start with French. Okay, I know who this guy is. I think we've seen him yesterday, right? He starts out with French immigrants to get about 3 CBDs, which on itself is a pretty good card since CBDs have a better gather rate than standard villagers do. and also beefs up the stats of his regular settlers there to sort of look like CBDs, right?
Hello.
They'll have like pierce armor instead of hack armor, they'll have more HP, they'll have more speed and stuff. Yeah. That sort of thing. I think that could be great here because, as you know, Brits are not a simple civ. Yes, they are very greedy with their mana boom, but they pretty much secure the ability to go for early musket aggression while they're setting that up. So you need to be ready for both the defense and the offense when you're dealing with the Brits. That's just a fact, you know. And it's definitely having your Vils have pierce armor and more HP is going to make the potential of pressure be a little bit less pressuring on you, if you know what I mean. Yeah. So yeah, this will be quite interesting. Yeah. What treasures again? He's trying to get that 25 wood treasure. Yeah, pick that up. You definitely don't want Brits getting that, you know? Because here's the thing. Every time Brits get enough wood for a manor house and they build one, you're talking like another free villager here, right? So, yeah. Right now, Anubis is still on 2 manor houses because he's just aging up now. But very quickly, you're going to see the Brits move on to wood. And once they're chopping wood, they're going to be chopping for as many of these manor houses as possible. They cost about 140 wood, which is more than the average house. But that's because they give you a free villager when you can successfully construct them. So, talking like a ton of extra vills in a process we call the manor boom, where one manor house is being built after another until you reach 20 extra vills on the field, which is quite good, since, as you know, all the housing buildings have a build limit of 20 on average. So if you can build all 20 of them, 20 extra vills. It's very nice. Very good, actually. And then you pick up the governor here. It's usually the best choice because it gives you an outpost, which gives you a ton of flexibility, either defensively or offensively, where you send up your forward base. Also, that coin goes right into putting in musketeers, which is the British signature unit. I think for most situations you're going to see muskets of some kind from Brits. If you don't, it's a very weird setup of probably like pikemen, longbowmen or something, which is kind of rare, honestly, yeah. Especially considering the longbow costs are a little bit higher than that of the crossbowmen, so it's, you know, a little bit taxing to do, I would say. So we go second card with the Spanish immigrants. Gives you access to an outpost that you can put somewhere. And it unlocks the pikeman levy. So instead of levying Minutemen when you're in need, you can now like levy a group of pikemen. So better anti-cap by far, and also a unit that's pretty reasonable for sieging too, should they survive later on when you're trying to skirmish with them, yeah. We'll see how that ends up going, yeah, most definitely. Starts out the game with the pikeman levy right then and there. I'm assuming he's going to try to find his barracks and try to press that, or at least have it. Oh, he's going to use it against the treasure here. So this is the 210 XP treasure you can get on the Great Plains map. Not as good as the 320 one, obviously, but it's the second best one, I would say, comparatively. Also ships in state militia to his outpost. That's great. And he's training some in too, so he's got a nice batch of state militia here to fight the muskets. State militia, they have a range of about 13, so just a little bit higher than that of a musketeer, right? 14 damage, and they have multipliers against heavy infantry, so pretty good, you know, basically like a crossbowman unit, honestly, so that's quite nice. I think he aged up with Virginia there, so that's pretty good. Very nice. Okay, so state militia should be aimed at the muskets there. If not, that's kind of an issue. Right, back up before you get snared there. It's kind of a prom, pretty much. Yep. Okay, explorers down. Very good.
Preparado.
I'm ready. Yes? What is your command?
700 coin coming in for USA. That's probably a sign of an age up, I would say. Whereas Brits, they're also going with an age up. They're going to be shipping in about 6 longbowmen right now while they wait. Yeah, from one thing we remember about Anubis, he really is very keen on knowing when he has to age up. So he's not going to sit here in age 2 forever and let the USA exploit him with Gatling guns. Because what you're going to need to fight the USA Gatling guns is actually the 2 Falconet shipment. Because comparatively, Falconets dish out such good damage that they can like blast the Gatling guns pretty easily, you know. It's one of the faults of the Gatling gun. Against their intended target, the Gatling guns are beautiful, but they're not really good in the anti-artillery department. For that, you're going to need culverins, I would say. So, yeah, 2 Falconets definitely feels like a much stronger shipment when it comes to like fighting an enemy who's also running artillery, particularly Gatling guns, because then you can blast off those Gatling guns and then have a field day with the infantry, basically. Yeah. So here comes the, yep, one woman now. Still queuing up some muskets as well. Yep. What's USA go? So USA is going Kentucky, and he's picking up the Virginia plan. So the Virginia plan is kind of a cool card. I don't think we've actually seen Virginia at all in this tournament. What Virginia plan does, you send the card right, it gives you back the shipment that you just spent, and then it gives you another shipment. So you go in with 1 shipment and you come back with 2. So you can effectively send 2 cards instead of 1, which is really awesome, you know. So that's going to be a really nice value here for USA, because they'll probably be able to go Russian American company and then follow up with the Kentucky Hunters, I would assume, most likely. That should be quite good. Okay, so here's the Kentucky Hunters. Oh, he's going to go rolling artillery first, and then he's going to go Russian American company, I'm assuming. That would be the pretty average thing to do, I would say. He is going to pick up the Variant upgrade on the regulars.
Yes.
Is that right? Alright, so he is adding regulars in. I was just making sure he wasn't typoing there. He's going to be training in some carbine cavalry as well. Here comes the Gatlings. So, yep, here's those wonderful Falconets that Brit's got. He's got vets on his muskets too, right? So these are up. Then he's probably going to follow it up with, well, 5 Hussar there, so he has a bit of hand cav. I think that's a pretty fair move. Typically, when you're planning your unit cards in a 1v1, you should try to send the unit cards that you don't have on the map already, right? And what do I mean by that? Basically, if you don't have a stable yet and it's going to be a bit taxing to get a stable, just send the Hussars out, because that's a unit that you can't get right now. And that's just going to make your army a little bit better, because now you got a very important unit that you actually need right there. And that's going to give you a bit more reinforcement there, I would say. So that's good. Pretty good. Yeah. Where are these gonna go? Let's find out. Russian American company coming in now. I'm gonna pay attention. Oh, he's training Gatling. Oh, he sent rolling artillery in twice, so we got 5 Gatling guns here. Probably because he knows these falconets can be very detrimental to him. So he wanted to include some extra ones. Alright, so let's see if these Gatling guns do their job. Yep, he's going to try to fight the Falcons first. See, this is part of the problem. The falconets do their damage in one shot, so they get more out. And if they like back up like this, the Gatling guns don't get to unleash their whole Gatling. You know, they only get to do part of their volley, which unfortunately weakens them a bit. But yeah, it looks like he is able to beat the Falcons. He's got the pikemen on top of the hussars, which is great. He's got one Gatling gun left, but Anubis is quick to wipe it out quickly and push back his opponent. He's trying to get him back before these blockhouses come out so he can down these things. But USA is going to hold his ground, try to get some shots in him. And now the blockhouses are up, and they're going to provide some range cover support here for his army and force the British back. Yep. Picking up 1,000 wood right now, which is great for infrastructure. Should help out the USA quite a bit. Gonna be doing some sharpshooters, it looks like. Sharpshooters, great skirmisher because they have some extra range of about 22. So they can outrange really all of the British stuff except for the longbowmen, I would say. Alright, a town center is coming up over here. Very nice. Okay, so Anubis is starting to train artillery from a foundry now because he does have 2 more. So that's quite interesting. Probably wants to keep these Falcons around as a defense against Gatlings as well as infantry. As well as something he can push the buildings with too, which is great.
Yes.
USA at this point has sharpshooters and the remainder of their army they had last time. They do have some carbine cav though, so they do have a solution to artillery potentially. But they're going to have to make some ground against these muskets though, so the light cav can actually connect to the artillery there. Otherwise the Brits going to be pretty defensive in making sure that these cannons do not get picked off. The Brits also pick up another falconet. They could pick up another one too, when they get another manor house, that is. Yeah, so they might want to be thinking about that.
What is your command?
What is your command?
Ooh, carbine cav on top of the Vills. That's something. That's
What is
definitely
your
something
command?
there, yeah. USA has gone Culverins, so a counteraction to the Falconets. Let's see if he can use these Culverins. Up, gets the first one. Great, good job. It's going to force him to retreat those Falconets now. Actually, that was a big move right there. That's going to send Anubis packing a bit. Anubis branched off some of his muskets there, and he's going to have to send those back too. Very good. I think you're at least doing good for now. Score's actually pretty close as well. I mean, Anubis is only 600 or so points ahead at this point. So, I mean, he's kind of cooking right now. He's kind of cooking the meal, I would say, for sure. So that's great. You cooking, boy. You cooking good. So where are we at now? Now we got, looks to be... I'm trying to watch these culverins and... Oh, Brits get their own culverins. Watch out, buddy. Watch out. Okay. So it's gonna be... They're gonna cancel each other out. Look at that. I think no. He's gonna beat his culverin first. Okay. Alrighty. Now we can back it up and fight this falconet here. Back up. Back up. Ooh, good. You get one. Beautiful. Okay, so he at least got one of the falconets. That's important. That's great. So here comes the sharpshooters trying to keep down these muskets. It looks like, yep. Villagers should try to retreat. Absolutely. Now get these carbine cav here and finish off that last falconet, please. You really need to do that. It's absolutely essential you do that, actually. So get that gear done. Brits going up to industrial age with the Tycoon. That should be pretty big, because now what's going to happen is the Brits are going to pick up the 3 rockets, and then they're going to go after the USA. So USA better have a game plan here, you know? Yeah, alright, so
Yes.
USA does get a covered wagon out of his state capital, it looks like. Basically allows you, after you research a tech, to get it for a bit cheaper, which is good. So you end up saving a bit of wood on your town center. And that's always great. What can USA send here still? It's got 5 carbine cab, it's got Pulowski, it's got the 3 outposts there. I don't know. It's really challenging. Yeah, I think if he waits too long, though, Brits are just going to go industrial age, which they are doing, and be able to get, like, red coat upgrade, and then those muskets are really going to start shining big time. So he's got to be careful here. Yeah.
Can you thank that ye ransom?
Okay, a culverin and 3 rockets. Congreve rockets are, like, absolutely dangerous. Because how the Congreve rockets work, they just do a ton of splash and they have, like, all-around high damage. So they'll, like, obliterate all these infantry. The only thing they get is the malice against cavalry a bit. But other than that, they just do very intense crush damage. They, like, spray over a large area there. So that should be quite good. Alright, so he's got about 3 rockets now. He's going to be getting veteran on his longbowmen. So he's focusing on getting veteran on the archers now, which I think is okay at this point. What next? Is he going to go for gentleman of the pike? Is he going to go 2 rockets? He's got some options here, honestly. I think, though, things get a lot dicier now that the rockets there. It really forces USA to use these culverins wisely and try to take out as many of the rockets as you can. You can get this one here, but since the rocket is so sturdy, it actually takes about 3 culverin shots to take it out. So he's still going to get it. Let's see if he can get another rocket there. It's a falconet then, which is great. Very great. Very good.
Yes?
Yes. What is your command?
Very interesting, yeah.
I'm sorry, grieved. I may not steer her.
Oh, robber barons. Okay, so he is going to start adding in factories. I think that's pretty fair compromise, because if he doesn't need the rockets, he can put them on resources and get some pretty fair stuff there. So I think factories is a pretty okay idea at this point to set up some eco. Because you do need to keep up eco here, especially to keep up with this army. Because how much does USA have at this point? He's got
I'm ready.
17 of these carbine cab. He's got a big army of sharpshooters. He's got some owl hoots now. He did send Kentucky hunters. That's why he has so many skirms right there right now, by the way. So yeah, that's pretty much why. He is going to pick up Continental Rangers to get the stats up on his skirmisher type units, so his owl hoots and his sharpshooters, but also his state militias. So that should be quite good. Now we're going to see these rockets slowly creep up and try to go for these structures. This town center here. 12 Guard Ulans coming in for USA. Pulowski Legion. Now let's see if these well, the problem is Anubis is setting up so good here with this infantry surround the town center that it gives the culverins very little quarter to go after the artillery. So he's actually doing his artillery service there by having his infantry forward like that. Right. And USA does not have any sort of like Gatling gun or horse artillery right now. So really Anubis's infantry can afford to go a little bit forward and like chum block to protect the artillery. Right. However, USA did just get 12 Guard Ulans here. He can potentially cause some havoc going after the longbowmen or the artillery or both. So yeah, that's one potential threat to worry about if you're British here. Yeah. USA is going to go industrial age too. They just picked up statehood there. That'll make their age up faster. So it'll make it a more secure age up. And what will they pick up if they do it? Then just heavy cannons. Yeah, just heavy cannons. Just one card. Oh. That's not good. Not good at all. Yeah. No. So it looks like Culverins take out a rocket there. Sharpshooter's doing pretty good against the muskets. Yep, gets a rocket there, gets a Culverin. Okay, the artillery is cleared out. It's that Culverin right there. Alright, all the artillery is cleared out, and he's retained his skirmisher mass. Very good. Once again. Okay, so he just picked up redcoats now, so his longbowmen are guard, his musketeers are guard right now. He's really upgrade all of his troops. He's shipping in 2 rockets. Yep, this is an infinite card, so you can use it again and again and again and again. So that's a very powerful card for the Brits because it just gives you the ability to supply constant rockets, even if you don't want to configure your factories to rockets and you actually want to keep getting resources. Gives you a bit of flexibility there as the Brits to get the best of both rockets and economy, which is good. Alright, so outpost wagons. Made those from the state capital there. He's going to turn them into more blockhouses again, since blockhouses count as one of the buildings that frontier wagons can actually construct. It's kind of a neat trick, because normally they can only build outposts, but if you do send Russian-American company, it enables the blockhouse, and thus if you lose them, you can rebuild them with it, which is a really convenient strategy. Yeah. Okay, so Culverins take out another rocket there, forces the R1 to retreat. See if he can pull back with these Culverins, yeah. Fall back, fall back. Fall back right now. Yeah, fall back. Right there. Longbowmen right on top of the villages. Very nice.
What is your command?
I am ordered. To battle! To battle!
Huh. Okay, so right now it's even Steven, but let's see what happens. Still has a barracks here. Blockhouse is on this side. I still think USA is holding pretty strong though. Yeah.
Orders?
Picking up his first estate technology now, so his coin rate should improve a bit. Does he have any eco-techs? Not really. I mean, he does have the coal mines here. He can also get the bank as well. That actually hasn't been sent yet. What's going on with this?
Fetch a medic.
So Hussars are going to connect with the Longwoman. Very nice. Pretty good there. He did use the Georgia Hussars there to get the Baron upgrade for free. That's always a nifty trick. Holding the line against the infantry. Culverins are you gotta get that rocket there. Yeah, now I can pull back. Watch out though, because those rockets can actually counter culverins if they're not careful. Longbowmen are picking off that culverin though and wiping it out, so I think it's GG. He needed the culverin there to beat the rockets though. Yeah, no, he needed the culverin there. I don't know what he can do now. Ah, Hussars coming from the side, getting the. If he needed to get the rockets though, he didn't need a culverin there. But he had very little wiggle room, so. Not much blame in there, I would say. No. Sharpshooters doing good against those archers, I think. Yep. GG. Very nice. Good job. Good job, man. Good. Yeah, Anubis is a tough cookie. You gotta be careful of him with his British. It was looking like Tuna had a few opportunities to beat out his army there outright and push him, but just wasn't able to clinch it, unfortunately. Yeah, definitely not. Now let's scroll up here and see which one we're on. So now we're on Just Sauce versus Robot Game. That should be pretty good. I'm just trying to make sure that's not a duplicate at all. Yeah, sure. I don't think it is. I don't think it is not, but I don't think it is not. Okay, let's go down here. Alright, here we go. Just Sauce versus Robot Game. Okay, so Robot Game is running the oh, it's now a sync. I wanted to see that because of, Japan versus Russia is always a fun matchup. I think we got denied that one. That's sad. Alright, let's go for the next one then. Let's see what we got here. Well, we're looking at Ling versus Alyug. Ling versus Alyug. Should be fun. We got the Haudenosaunee main fighting an Ottoman. Oh, man. What's going on tonight, people? This isn't good. It's not good at all. Let's see. Let's go to the next one then. 2 out of 6 in a row. Eek. Eek. Ah, that's not good. Let's see which one we're on now. Now we're looking at Grogu versus Lilbo. Alright. Grogu versus Lilbo. Grogu running Japan and Lilbo running the Spaniards. We got España versus Japan. Okay. That's always a fun one. Definitely. Yep, as you know, Japanese, pretty tough civ to deal with, but Spain is also a tough cookie, so should be very interesting. Right out of the gate, Spain is going to build a trading post. That's really key to be able to get their 3 settlers and their capitalism card in Age 1, thanks to their extra XP bonus. That's quite good. Whereas the Japanese are going to be building their shrines right away. They're going to put a shrine right here to lure in these bison. And they're going to put a shrine right here to lure these bison in, so that's good. And you're also going to put all of your villagers onto a cherry orchard to get some food. Because, yeah, Japanese only eat sushi, and there's no fish here, so they have to eat fruit. Lots of sugary fruit. Yep. Spanish house going over there. Very good. Let's see what Japanese picks up over here. So Japan is gonna take this 50 wood treasure. That should be good. Can he build another shrine with that? Let me find out. Yes he can actually. If he gets that treasure, he can get another shrine here. He can put one like right in that spot. No, that's great. That's beautiful actually. That's wonderful. So if he's playing kind of the standard way we've seen lately with most of the players, he's probably going to go 2 villagers, but he does have the option of going Kami. Which is he going to go for? I'm curious. 300? Oh, he's going Bills. Alright, he was thinking of going 300 food, and then he said, nah, I'm going Bills. Okay. So yeah, see, this is the awesome thing. If you get wood treasures on these maps, that can equate to 1 to 2 more shrines, which gives you a huge leg up in the battle, because now we're talking extra resources being trickled in, which is kind of what you want to see there, basically, you know? Yeah, so at this stage, we got 2 villages coming in. It's probably going to be like a 16 village rage up, I would suspect, which definitely is good for Japan there, I would say. On the other side of the aisle, Spain is getting their capitalism card at this point, so their 3 villas have come in, and now they're getting their capitalism, which is perfect. It's generally good to get both 3 villages and capitalism in Spain, because it sets you up good for either musketeer opening or the fast fortress, which are the 2 primary ways you're going to play Spain, you know. You're going to either try to go out of the gate with the muskets, have that be your backbone, and then try to rush the enemy, or you're going to go Fortress Age and then try to go Skirmisher and then ship in Lancer Falconet to support that. So yeah, either way it helps you out pretty good. Going up with the Governor, that combined with capitalism makes Fast Fortress super easy, because then you basically have all the coin you need and then some to make it work. Then they just have to worry about the food. However, we do see the Spain going for wood right now. Does that mean we're going to see a barracks? Good chance. He's also got the 85 wood treasure there, so yeah, he's going to take advantage of that and get a market. Right, he's going to pick up his hunting dogs, his placer mines, maybe even his steel traps there, so infantry production should be pretty basic for him, whether he decides start muskets or go skirms later. Japan, going Torii Gate. That seems to be the normal way to play Japan. There's 2 great things for you. Number 1, it gives you a military rickshaw that you can put to make a barracks, so you can start with your Ashigaru musketeer production right away. Number 2, it improves your XP build bounty and kill bounty. So when you're raising buildings and killing units, you make more XP, and then when you're training your own units and building your own stuff like shrines, you're making more XP. So it means more back-to-back cards that you can send. And for Japan, that's very good, because as you can see here, all these cards that Japan gets that have like the red borders on, you can send twice. So the deck is much bigger than you actually think it is, because it might look like a normal deck to you, but really it's almost like 30, 40 card sends potentially, which is quite good. So what Japan opens up with in Age 2, typically what you're doing here, shrine wagons. Now, you might be asking, why don't you just send 700 or 600 wood in the case of Japan? Reason is pretty simple, actually. The shrine wagons can spread out onto the map by themselves and make the shrines on their own, without a explorer and without a villager doing it. So your villagers can retain all of their villager seconds and not have to give those up to your economy. Explorers can actually be focusing on other shrines or potentially scouting or getting treasures, so it's much more optimization for the Japan player, basically. Right. Also picking up the Yazakura lanterns, which is the second cherry orchard gather rate technology to improve with the gather rate of food, which is quite good. Very nice. Here comes the Ashigaru Musketeers here, which is really good. Very nice. CCC. Comes the build there. Very good. How many shrines you got there? You got 2 of them. Very good. And then you're going to put another shrine there. That's really nice, yeah. Three Ashigarus. Very good. 300 export there. Gonna be going for Japanese isolationism, most likely with Torii Gates, to make the Shinobi no Mono archers. Yep. So Spain opens double barracks musket. That's a very typical start for the Spanish. It's kind of similar to the double barracks Janissary of the Ottomans, who also, you know, build a train post at the start of the game. Basically, it's a lot of maximum pressure, and the way you support Spain is you ship in the roderos to help snare the enemy units so that the muskets can get an easier shot on them. Because when you look at it face value, you're like, wait a minute, why are we using roderos to fight the muskets? That's probably a bad idea, right? The reason you're making them is because when they attack these range units, they're snaring them so they can't retreat as fast, and then the muskets have an easier time shooting them down when they're trying to retreat, so they can't kite properly. Because that's what makes the Ashigaru a better musket over the Spanish ones, is the Ashigarus have a movement speed of about 4.5, so they can outrun the Spanish muskets and get better shots on them micro-wise. Because maybe the Spanish muskets might be able to shoot them once or twice, but if the Ashigarus micro properly, they can have it so they only take like 1 or 2 shots, and then they can deliver like 5 or 6 shots to them and just win out better. Yeah. But it does look like Japan does ship in a few Yumi archers at this point to try to even the odds. So now they got a couple of actual skirmishers on the field to help fight the muskets. I don't like the size of his mass right now. It does mean that Spain can definitely pressure him pretty deep right now. He is training in some more Yumi archers, it looks like here. Oh, he didn't even have any Yumi archers in his deck, so he's been training these himself. Yeah, he is going to get his Daimyo as well. Probably to just beef up the stats on these troops just a little bit more. I think that would look pretty good there. Yeah, most definitely. See if we can retreat. Yep, definitely. Oh wow, takes out a rod. Very good. Perfecto, see? Yumi archers there, very nice. Oh, he went with the dodge, so he picked up the bank for some extra coin, and then he's going to get the church to help trickle some XP, so that's always a good move. And then he can cancel that out and go for the Japanese isolationism to get some more attack on these troops, and then be able to make some of his more cheaper options like the Shinobis and the Yamabushis going forward. Yep, he's going to cancel that right now and go to Japanese isolationism. Yep. Oh, good macro there. Like having the Umis retreat while the Ashigarus shoot the rods. That's a nifty strategy because that gives you a little bit more control there. Yeah. Okay, so it's good. Beat the hand units, right? Once you beat the hand units, then it's just raw musket versus range unit there. Town center's being garrisoned now. So now we'll see if Japan has enough troops to like Oh no, we send the war dogs in, man. This is bad because then the war dogs do insane hand damage to the archers and it like messes them up so much. Yeah. You gotta watch out for those war dogs. They're like little mini pieces of cavalry, you know? They're like little cavalry, you know? To these archers. It really just devastates them really bad. Yeah, no. You only have a little bit of HP, but if they go up right against skirmishers like that, it ruins them. It just ruins them so much. Yeah, so it looks like here, enemy archers are thankfully leading them away from the base. That's what you want to do, because you want to give Japanese villagers a little bit more of a chance to gather, which is really good. If you can retreat a bit there, should help out nicely, yeah. Okay, GG. Good job there, Spain. At this point, you can see the score gap there, and you can see very little stockpile from Japan, so they kind of had to drop out at that point. Absolutely. Not much more they could do there, unfortunately. Yep, so now we're going to go on the next one. See what the next one is. Scroll, scroll, scroll. So now we're on Kinesi versus Luktan. Okay, that's a good series. See what that one's all about. So Luktan is the Ottomans and Kinesi is the Aztecs. So yeah, we've seen Kinesi go this route before against an Ottoman. And basically what it comes down to is Kinesi has to basically win out against his Ottoman opponent by using superior Jagnite supremacy there. Yeah, because really the key to beating an Ottoman opponent with the Aztecs is to get a ton of Jagnites out and just like shred them with the anti-heavy multipliers there, basically. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, so looks like the villagers there are gathering the food. Very good. Very nice. Hunting dogs coming in at the market there. Very nice. Very good. See? What else do we got? Let me check. Alright. Let me see what the Ottomans are doing. So the Ottomans have built their mosque and their train post, right? Yep, so they're maxing out their XP so they can get some good timing with their unit shipments. That's beautiful. After 30 years old, we still just get that old, right? 33 here. Yeah, that's living the life, man. Being 30 plus and still playing Age of Empires 3. That's a golden life, I would say, you know? Me too, yeah. I'm about 27 myself, so in about 3 years I'll be sort of in that situation myself. Just saying, yeah. Most definitely. Let's see what's going on here. It looks like Ottoman's bringing in capitalism only, so that means they're going semi-fast industrial. Okay, so that's a very powerful setup there for the Ottomans. Basically, they're gonna probably be going for Age 3 minimum, and if they have to, they can, yeah. Now, this is interesting. It's called semi-fast industrial, but he doesn't have mosque construction. That's what I was noticing here. Because one of the key things you go for when you're going for a fast industrial with the Ottomans is potentially going mosque construction followed by royal decree, so you can get out the big Nizam batch and all that stuff. You don't see that here, though, so I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how this is going to go down, but it could be interesting. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So, where are we going to go with this one? Who knows? Yep, so Aztecs got their hunting dogs from the market. They got their warrior priests on the community plaza, generating about 1 XP per second there. That's great. Very good. The messenger coming in there for the age up, so it's super fast. And right out of the gate, this Aztec will go for his big bun to send a nice batch of Jag Knights out there to press the enemy with. Yeah, very nice. Very good.
Odd.
Let's see what happens now. Yep, here comes the 4 Jag Knights, also shipping in the 3 Warrior Priests, and is going to throw them right onto the community plaza so he can produce as many of the Warrior Priests as he can, you know. They have a build limit of about 10. And then at that point, your community plaza is looking really good, and it's going to be a really good support throughout the match for you. Yeah, so here comes the 4 Jag Knights. Let's see what he does with these guys. He is moving on to the Ottoman opponent right now. Yep, looks like he is. Quetzalcoatl. Gonna be going for the settler right here. Yep, looks like it. See? Oh man, look at that. Uses the swashbuckler attack there. That's very good. Gets a nice free villager. That's beautiful, actually. Plus he got the extra XP from the kill aura, which is good. Alright. So, Ottoman's going to be going Naked Fast Fortress. Yep. I think they know they can get away with that because typically Aztecs are not going to go hard aggro in a matchup like this. They're going to try to vie for H3 themselves. So basically how it works is, if you know your opponent's going to be going Fast Fortress, you may as well do it yourself at least, you know? So that way you can prepare your own stuff. Because the worst situation you can find yourself in is Ottomans is going double Barracks Jan against an Aztec and they make it to Fortress Age and then cream you with Jag Knights. That's like really bad, because if you can make it to age 3 at least, then you have the possibility of using Falconets, your Safai shipment and stuff, and trying to even the score a bit. So it's not that much of a beatdown. But yeah, we'll see what comes of this one. You know, it's gonna be a really fascinating one to say the least. Absolutely. So he's going for the marksman right now. That's gonna give him 4 Abyss Gunners. That's really good cleanup there for the Jag Knights. It should do quite a good job there. What you're looking for, basically, right? Yep. How many villas are you on there for Aztecs, though? You're on about 27. Good. How many warrior priests, too? So we keep track. 7. Alright. He's currently going for XP right now, so he can keep up with his Fortress Age timing, because he knows, looking at this Ottoman deck, it's literally called semi-fast industrial, so he knows, alright, I gotta do something about that, you know what I mean? I can't fall behind, because if the Aztec falls behind the Ottoman's age up rate, Ottomans are just gonna cream him with like bombards or something crazy like that, and it's gonna be game over, so, yeah. Well, I wouldn't say bombards, because here's the thing. You cannot over-rely on artillery when you're fighting the Aztecs, because the Aztecs get a very dangerous tool called the Aeronite. There's like a super cheap culverin, you know. Culverins, as you know, you have to shell out a ton of gold to make one. Aztecs can make Aeronites that work just as good, if not better, in mass. And they're pretty affordable compared to a culverin, you know what I mean? You pay a little bit of food and a bit of gold, and they are like super long range of sniping archers from 30 range, like taking out cannons, taking out buildings. Awfully dangerous unit, plus they have a rate of fire of 1.5 since they're an archer unit. Oh man, yeah, no, you gotta be careful with those, basically. Yeah, it looks like Ottomans at this stage is getting veteran Jans, and they got about 4 Abyss on the field, right? Alright, Kinesi is going to go for 700 wood, it looks like. Alright. No Kalmakek, so he's not worried about age up time there. Looks like, yeah. For right now, at least, it looks like Luktan will stick to Fortress Age with veteran Jans and Abyss. And try to push in that way. Yeah. Let's see how that works, though. He's going to try to target his vills right about here. Ebet. Oh, he spotted him and he's going to garrison. That's very smart, very wise. Deter him a bit. Ottoman is going to go for his market, though. Probably to get a bit of XP off of that. That could be a great move. Ottoman is getting about 2 Falconets now, so he's going in pretty hard and deep here. he knows he needs to act quickly against his Aztec before he consolidates Jag Knights. That's basically what he has to do there. Yeah. We'll see, though. Definitely.
Hazır. Evet. Emrin. Hazır. Hücum. Evet.
Right, here comes two falconets. Very good. Very nice.
Evet. Hazır. Haydi bakalım.
Emrin. Hazır. İleri marş. Hücum. İleri marş. Evet. İleri marş.
Okay, going after the Noble Hut. Very good. Ooh, takes out a Noble Hut. Beautiful. He's going to get the R1. Yeah, great. Okay, so Ottoman's doing a great job here. Denying him 2 Noble Huts. That's going to make training Jag Knights so much harder now. So this is forces Aztec to get his big bun of Jag Knights out to try to fight the Jans, and then ship in the Temple of Quetzalcoatl support, which gets him about 6 Arrow Knights and gives him more attack and gives him crush armor. But it does look like the Jag Knights handle it on their own, though. Look at that. Beautiful. And you know what he did, too? He added in the Warrior Priests, which themselves are viable combat units, and he was able to cream his army there. That was good implementation of the Warrior Priests, because the Warrior Priests at this stage have about 30 hand attack, and then they have 360 HP. So, talking like the same hand attack of a Hussar. So they were able to slice through the Abbas and the artillery, while the Jag Knights focused down the Jans. That was some good coordination there for Knisi. And now Knisi is going to be able to drive in against his opponent with Jag Knights and Arrow Knights. Right, so he's going to be able to push on his position now. Ottomans, they're going to have to ship in 8 Jans, and they're going to be training about 4 or 5 more. Yep, pretty much, yep, very good. Very nice. Okay, let's see what we got here. Yeah, just not enough troops right now, so Ottomans are again enjoying an army advance. But then Knisi sends his big bun of Jag Knights in again from the town center, like the big boy one, and now he's going to try to fight these Jans. The Jans are going to do their best to kite, though, and try to like back up, deny as much slashes from these obsidian blades as possible there. Try to maintain his ball in the court. Yep. So far, so good for Tom, I think. He's doing okay. I mean, he's doing reasonably alright. Also, it does look like Knisi has a few Antonins there, too, supporting him. So, yeah. He's just going to back up out here. Now that the Jag Knights are gone, he's no longer being snared. He can try to retreat. Yep. Aztec's going for a forward Noble Hut there to maintain that position. Should be quite nice, tactically. Basically, yep. It's definitely... So now what we're going to see. Alright, so Noble Hut is coming up now. Should be quite useful there, right?
Commencez.
Elite Anton Slingers. Yeah, basically at this point, he may as well just do Anton Slingers as well as a good support, because those will back up the Jag Knights quite well. 9 Jag Prowl Knights coming in from the city there, so he is going to have Jag Knights mixed in with these skirms, right? Another thing you can do too with Aztecs with Arrow Knights, you can actually force the enemy to confront you by using the Arrow Knights, because the Arrow Knights have a range of 30, and they can snipe buildings gradually, so it kind of forces the enemy to actually engage with you and fight, right? And the good thing is now he's got the 10% crush armor on these Arrow Knights, so he can actually tank some of the damage on these Abbess. Not a whole lot of it, but a little bit of it. Okay, yep, look, ambush. He's gonna ambush the Abbess there. Beautiful ambush there on the Abbess. Takes out a good number of them. No, he only lost like 2 or 3 of them. Okay. Almonds are not gonna make it easy here, not at all. So, Aztecs have to be very careful there. What he did there with the stealth attack was very good, but no dice, yeah. For good clarification, when you're dealing with Native American civs, any unit that has Prowl in their unit name means that they can go into stealth mode. So, Jaguar, Prowl Knights, stealth. Forest Prowlers, stealth. Tajunki Prowlers, stealth. So if a native unit has Prowl in the name, it means it can go into stealth mode. So just figured I'd point that out too for reference. So if you're ever wondering what the unit's capable of, if there's Prowl in the name, and know that you can put it into stealth and use it for like ambush stuff. Like Kinesi just did there. Alright, so we got Montanans trying to compete with the Abbess. But the Abbess, though, they're going to be the the more heavier hitting unit there, so they're going to shred Antonans whenever they fire, so he's got to be careful there. There are more Arrow Knights coming in now. He's got about 13 of them here. Yeah, he's going to train in more Antonans too. So he's going Antonin Arrow Knight. It's a bit of a different breed. The Antonans are going to be mostly used against the Jans, and then the Arrow Knights are just going to try to leverage their long range to maybe snipe these Abbess gunners one by one. It's not easy, it's really painful, but he really has no choice than to do that at this point, right? So still only 7 warrior priests on the Community Plaza. If you do get a chance at some point, try to get the other 3 so you can get even better performance on it, right? He has used the War Chief dance to get the War Chief delivered back to the base. Very good trick. Now he's going to go back to collecting XP. So what cards does Kinesi have left? He's got his combat related cards, and then he's got coin. Or he could do something with the coyotes too. Whereas almonds we're looking at Mamluks, Tuptacola, and wood. So he's kind of, okay, he's got the Safais here. Look at these Safais. The Safais connect with the Antonans. This is worst case scenario. And they're connecting with the Arrow Knights too. Okay, he made some Eagle Arrow Knights though, Kinesi, but unfortunately they're just not where they need to be there. That's some bad timing right there, because if he got those Urks in the position, he probably could have fought a bit easier. Oh, he's got some Urks over there too. Alright, he's got some Urks on that side, because he has a Noble Hut in his base. Okay, so he's trying to use the Urks to clean up these Safais, which he does properly. But now he's got a big batch of Jans and Abbess in that area there. Wow, look at that. Insane. Very insane.
Hazır.
And so now you got the Jans and the Abbess trying to position here, right? Yep.
Emrin. Hazır. Hücum. İleri marş.
Get that Noble Hut there. Great. Yeah, it looks like Ottomans are coming in pretty deep now. So what is Aztecs going to try now? They're going to go more Arrow Knights. They're going to move towards going Coyote Runners. So they're getting the Temple of Zyptotec. That gives you 7 Coyotes, gets their damage up by 20%, and gives them about 0.15 additional armor, so makes them much more durable. Yeah, so kind of needs some sort of like hand cavalry there to deal with the Abbas, but also understands he needs ranged troops to deal with the Jans. Yeah, this is one of the matchups that can be really daunting because Ottoman's very hard-hitting Civ with very powerful units, so you really need to get creative as the Aztecs to make it work. I mean, you can do it, but it's just really tough. Yeah. Okay, so you got the Urks here trying to pick up these Abbas. Not good. Almost got that one, so yep. Let's see what that is.
Comment c'est? Oak. Montney. Comment c'est? Oak. Montney. Comment c'est? Oak.
Pomoci. Pomni. Pomoci. Pomni. Pomoci.
But here I am again. So what's happened so far? We saw some fights there. Ottomans called in their Mamluk shipment, and the game out synced. Cringe. Cringe. Cringe. Oh man. Ugh. Filthy. That's filthy. Oh boy. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, I don't like that. I was looking forward to seeing the end of that. I really don't know who won that one either, because both players are really good, really solid, so that was kind of a tough one to call there, I would say, yeah. So which one are we on now? Oh, we're really scrolling far here, man. Let's get back down to back to Earth. You're on. Oh, the mini moat game. So we got mini moat versus King Taro, and we got mini moat versus some Chinese fellow. So let's try mini moat versus King Taro. It's a pleasure to see King Taro here because King Taro is part of the Chorizo Zarate community as well, so I'm pretty familiar with King Taro. Yeah. And I actually fought King Taro's Hadashani before and beat it using the Indians. Yeah, so King Taro actually runs a really good Hadashani, and I can speak about King Taro's Hadashani personally because I have not only faced against it personally, I have seen it be used against other people in my Wars of Liberty community as well when they would come over to Definitive Edition and run small ligas for it. So, from what I can tell you about King Taro's Hadashani, he plays it very interestingly. He likes to go for Fast Fortress and usually goes for an eventual Industrial Age. He likes to set up a defensive periphery in H3 with the Forest Prowlers, and if he can, he tries to jump into H4 and get the light cannons. So, a very different Hadashani than Aliug, for instance. So yeah, King Taro should do a pretty good job here. But I'm a little worried because Minimolt is like a high-level Chinese in this matchup, so it might get really dicey here for him. So we'll see what happens, you know what I mean? I know I'm speaking on behalf of Taro. He's about a 1.4 or so K ELO, so he's not a bad player. I mean, he's really good, better than me. But I just feel like in this case, Minimolt's China might be able to beat him out here, just because I know Minimolt pretty well. I know he's high-level AoE 3 player. He can do a really good job here. Yeah, and if I could beat King Taro's Hadashani with India, I think Molt could do the same with Chinese. Just saying. So he is picking up his T export card right here. This is always going to be your first card with China in Definitive Edition, that is, because this card was not added to Legacy. Basically gives you a consulate, so it's a 200 wood value, gives you 100 export, and then it gives you a trickle of export for the rest of the game. So what does that mean? Free consulate, free alliance, basically, because it's giving you the export to be able to afford the alliance. And then, yeah, supports you for the rest of the game with some extra export. So, more battalions, more everything. So it's great. So he's going to go with the French allies here to go for the 400 food crate technology there. Gives you a nice jump start in Age 1 with the extra 400 food. Beautiful. And what deck is he run? Better than Bassi. Better than Bassi. So he's got a pretty good setup in Age 2. His Age 3 is looking very solid there with Kijik, Biang Army, Arquebusier, Chukanu, Hand Mortar, Meteor, Manchu, Intervention. Okay. So I kind of have a profile of him. And then Hods. King Taro, at least in the past, would always run very heavy Age 4 decks. Yeah. So, looks like right now what he does is he has a very open Age 2. He's got a pretty okay Age 3 as well. And then he has his light cannons in Age 4. He loves this card here. So let's see what he ends up doing here. Yeah, he might be playing a more competitive Hadashani here than the one that he used to use against us, just because he's dealing with high-level legendary opponents. Yeah, nicely casted. Thanks, man. Thanks for saying that. I really appreciate it. Hadashani going up with the Chief. Very interesting choice. You know, that's very unorthodox, and that just shows you how Taro plays the Hods. He does it a little bit differently than most people. He really strives to go for a Fortress Age Hadashani versus an Age 2 Hadashani. And that means getting access to your Forest Prowlers, getting access to your Musket Riders. Gives you a much better edge there across the board. So I think that'll definitely help out Taro quite a bit. We'll see, most definitely. So it looks like the trading post is right here. Very good. Nice. Beautiful.
Okay.
And where are we at now? Let's see where this war hut goes. So he is opening with 5 villagers. He's already built the war hut here, and he's putting another one down in that spot. He's going to open up with tomahawks here. So he's going double war hut. That's something we don't see a lot of with the Hods. It's usually always just a single war hut, but he's going double war hut double war hut there. That's huge. Now, he's going to need a longhouse now to be able to keep making troops, which I think he's going to do there. Great. So, here comes the step riders, though. This is the thing that the Chinese do to slip you up while they're planning their fast fortress. They'll send the step riders after you, take out as many villas as possible, and keep you on your toes. And while you're busy doing that, they're aging up and getting their arquebusiers ready. So, there's a method to the madness there. Looks like Taro does get his big bun of tomahawks from the town center there. Sends a healer in the snare of the cavalry. Is that right? Wow, he uses the healer as a snaring unit. That's crazy stuff right there. And now he's double queuing tomahawk as we speak to try to fight these step riders, I bet. Right, and China, they got their 700 coin down, so they will be going to Fortress Age with the Confucian Academy, right? Yep, absolutely. So things are moving along pretty good there for the Chinese, I would say. If Taro's to beat this, he's going to have to go in pretty deep with these tomahawks and apply some real pressure, right? So has he shipped? Yep, he's going to want to ship in his own tomahawks there as well on top of the ones he's trained. He's going to have to go in pretty deep here. So let's see. Okay, he gets one step rider, but he throws tomahawks and gets another one. Okay, so now he's going to go in deep into this direction. Confucian's going to go up over there in that spot. Once the Confucian Academy is built, he's going to have like 8 free arquebusiers, and he's going to like completely melt these tomahawks, so you ought to be careful there. He is still queuing up tomahawks. It looks like he's going all in with the tomahawk push, you can tell there. Yeah, absolutely. So, village is going down. Very nice. Beautiful. Oh wow, get that build there. Ooh. Oh, uh-oh. Arquebusies. Arquebusies are on you. Arquebusier. That's not good. Arquebusiers are gonna like take these out in groups of like 1 or 2, so you know you're in a serious situation there, yeah. Big time. And abundant bowmen coming out of the war hut, very nice. 4 Kanye West horsemen being shipped in on the hot side, so switching archers and cav. Kind of the wrong situation to be in though, because at this point, is he gonna get Brits very soon? Yeah, he's probably gonna line up with the Brits, and then he's gonna get his 9 red coats. Yeah, his 9 red coats there. Very good. So yep, got the Brit Alliance going. We have 9 veteran musketeers with about 8 arquebusiers. Pretty good wombo combo to have. His red coats. And then he can get a village. He's going to ship in probably like 10 arquebusiers now, and he's just going to mix them in. Oh, he's going with the meteor hammers. That works probably better because that'll be better against the Hyenas. And then he can use the range on the meteor hammers to like try to get better attacks on these tomahawks. Because if he has 4 range, he can fight the tomahawks at range and not have to suffer their hand attacks. So that's a good way to trip up the hot opponent, is with meteor hammers there. Another village coming up in this spot. Redcoats and arquebusiers in there. Oh boy, yeah, try to get those tomahawks there. Good. Up, get that. Here comes the meteor hammers. Very nice. Oh man, down 2. Oh, good. Very good. Meteor hammers on Iana Bowman. That's what the unit you want to get, basically. Great. Oh, gap arquebusiers on tomahawks. Perfect. Very, very good. Very good.
Yes, commandment.
Take out the explorer, get rid of the healer. Beautiful. Shipping in about 10 arquebusiers now. A little bit of extra heavy infantry, that's great. And now the Flying Crow is going to be popping in as well. This is a really good setup here for Chinese. Hadashani's unfortunately stuck in age 2 at this point, just spamming archers and tomahawks and everything. He doesn't even have the mass, you know, he's getting a few archers now, but comparatively, he's dealing with arquebusiers now. These are a much better unit at this stage than these archers are going to be, so, yeah. Because the problem is the arquebusiers have the 20 range and the archers have the 16 range, so the arquebusiers can always make more favorable plays, even if they inevitably do less damage over the same interval. Alright, and also the meteor hammers are snaring too, which makes the arquebusiers shoot even better here. It makes it an even more favorable fight there for Minimolt. Yeah. Exactly what he wants there, yeah. Very much so, yeah.
Cataríos.
Alright, so now we see Tomahawks wiping out Chinese Bill. Bit of a nice comeback there, but unfortunately arquebusiers are now on top of him again, and he's just going to be being down by these guys, yeah. Not good at all. Nope, definitely not. Here comes 13 Chukanus as well, very good. GG. Nice attempt, Taro. He's probably one of the strongest in our community, at least in AoE 3 in terms of ELO, so put on the best fight he could, but Minimolt's one of the best players there are, especially with Chinese, so gave him a run for his money there, yeah. I can't remember if I fought King Taro's Hadashani with the Chinese before. My China's very different. Mine was a lot more unrefined and old school, so I think in that sense, probably I wouldn't have done so good against Taro than Minimolt did, obviously. So yeah, there's that perspective. Now we're going to look at Minimolt again facing somebody else. I think one of the Chinese language players there. Yep, he's going to be fighting the some Chinese guy playing as Mexico there. I don't know which one he is, but yep. He's probably going to bring something to the table, right? So many of these Chinese names, I don't even know what they are because I'm unfamiliar with their alphabet. They could be one that does Baja, one that does Central America, one that does whatever. I just don't know who they are personally just because I don't understand the language that good. But we'll see. Mexico versus China can go in many different directions. I think in general, if he is going to go Baja California, he has to make sure that he's impactful, that he basically goes in deep against Minimolt and punishes him hard. Because if the steamrolling of Ba doesn't work, then obviously it seems like China's going to win it, yeah. Because I think we saw that in a game before where Baja just wasn't able to consolidate enough stuff and then they just fizzled out, you know. That's sort of the way that the Baja California revolts work, you know. They start strong, and yes, he did build a trading post here too, so we know the Mexico is going with some sort of revolt. That is confirmed. Once you see a trading post, revolt is pretty much guaranteed to you in some shape or form. But yeah, no, just saying, in general, that's the way Baja California revolts work. They start very good, very scary, and if they don't get something done very quickly, then they just fizzle out and they're like laughable. Yeah. So Mexico is going to be picking up their first card here, Alondiga de Granditas. Very nice. So that'll be his first shipment there. So what this deck says to me, he's either going to go with one of the basic revolts like Bauer or Central America, or he could be going for an Age 3 revolt of some kind, you know? He could be. You never know. I mean, he might be going in the direction of Rio Grande or Yucatan. You have no idea. At least from what I'm seeing, he's sort of going in that direction, yeah. So let's see what he does with this hacienda here. Yeah. Typically in these matches, 1v1, the Mexico will take their hacienda and stick it middle map, or wherever they plan on attacking from. And there's a specific reason for that. Because you can actually receive shipments to your hacienda. So it sort of just becomes like a huge giant supply depot to receive your shipments from and attack your enemy. So he's going to be sticking it as far deep towards his enemy that he can, to the point that his units don't have to travel as far to attack the Chinese there. So he's going to put it right here, so his walking distance to the town center will be very minimal. He'll just have to walk over the path, and then he's right in his neck of the woods there, yeah. So at this stage, China's already picking up their 400 food from the French consulate, so they're already progressing, and then Mexico is going up with Michoacan. Yep, that's one of the common age-ups we see. We either see Michoacan or we see Texacala there. It's quite good. And going up with the Porcelain Tower, right? Yep, Porcelain Tower. They're probably going to open up with Step Riders again, just like they did against Toro, I would imagine. So that part should be pretty much the same, I would assume. Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. Another house going down. Very good. Very, very good.
Mande, Presidente.
Also, how are the treasures doing while we're waiting? Again, a coyote there for Chinese. Okay. Alright, so opening with Step Riders and then going for coin. Right. So yeah, that's typically what a lot of the Chinese players do when they're setting up French consulate and porcelain, is they'll get the Step Riders first, harass like crazy, and while that's going on, just pick up the coin and age up, so you can go to your better army of Arquebusiers and Changdaos. That seems to be like the tough play that you want to pull on your opponents pretty much. Yeah, that seems to be the best option for you, for the most part, yeah. That's what I would say in general. Looks like the bandit riders are being attacked. China will be getting a 210 XP treasure. That is a really good one there. So they'll definitely enjoy that. Should be quite nice. Whereas Mexico's going 700 coin, 3 Chinancos, 10 Insurgentes. Wow. Okay, so they're going for a rush. They're going for standard Mexico here. They're not going for any sort of revolt, it looks like. Nah. Okay. Okay, I mean, I just don't know what you're gonna get, though. Well, I mean, he can try to push them deep with the Soldados, with their high siege. That could work. But he's gonna have to work pretty quickly here, though, honestly. Yeah. If you can, try to... Idle. Idleville. Hey. Hey. Do something with these vills. Alright. There you go. Okay. Yeah, that's always bad when you're idling vills like that. I suffer from that, too. People have said that I've idled vills for too long because of the way I play, and they go like, I cringe every time you let vills idle. And I'm like, I'm sorry, man. The way I play on this little laptop, you know? But, yeah, here comes the Shinanka Riders. Shinanka Riders do have multipliers against cavalry, heavy cavalry, so they do counter the Step Riders theoretically, and that's why they... With only 3 of them, they sort of just cream more than half of Mini-Molt's shipment there. That's why. And now the Soldados are moving on to the Chinese. He's throwing them onto the village. He's trying to take out his village there, so he houses them, so he can't send any big bad wolf shipments out. China will attack him with two canoes though. So unlike the Mexico that was there the other day, he actually did finish the siege. And now the Chinese player is down to like 10 population, which is insane. Alright, he's gonna send the Shinaka Riders. Hey, oh wow, look at the nasty pathing. That's some of the nasty pathing in this game. He like really was stuck in that Explorer and he couldn't even reach the Archer there. Not good. Okay, takes out the coyote. He's gonna, oh man, oh boy, town center gone. Alright. So what now? I mean, it looks like this Mexico has no food. Or no, that's China. Okay, so it's Mexico. He's shipping in about 6 spies, right? Training up more soldados right now. What's his game plan here? Because he just lost his cavalry. He's got about 6 spies now. Why did you not go Saltatores first? Because that's sort of like a decent skirmisher. I don't know why you would go with the spies there. That's a little bit concerning, honestly. I would have personally went with the spies, I think, because I think that would be a little bit more reliable there, but who knows. Alright, so at this stage, we are approaching H3 with the Chinese. They got their arquebusiers, they got their leftover Chukanus. They're breaking relations with France finally and going with the Brits, so they can pick up about 9 redcoats with the British. Yeah, absolutely. And then after that, I would presume meteor hammers or arquebusiers. Yeah, that would be my best guess there, I would say, because he knows at this point, once the 3 Shinanko shipment is gone from Mexico, the odds of seeing cavalry again is pretty slim. So your biggest threat is probably going to be the infantry. So you either go meteor, hammer, or arquebusier to handle that appropriately, depending on which sort of infantry you're expecting to deal with. Yeah, basically. It's definitely.
Saludar, ya. Listo para pelear.
Hola, estoy en camino.
Yep, the sieging of the Hacienda there, not looking good. Oh, now he goes for the Central America revolt. Alright, so he's going to get about 8 villages, and then he's going to go for Santa Maria. Alright, he's going to go for a fire of Santa Maria. Santa Maria's fire. Probably, and then start spamming falconet shipments. Oh, he's going for coin. He's going for coin? What is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing, man? I have no idea what he's planning now, no. That's crazy. I have no idea what he's planning now. He's going for coin. Really? Okay. I guess he's trying to mass up numbers, but still. You need... Alright. I mean, if he wants to just... Is he planning on just getting like 7 falconets or something? I don't know what his plan is now. It's kind of confusing me a bit. Because I thought typically you go Santa Maria Fire, and then you go constant spam of the 1 falconet card there. Yeah, so something's not adding up. It's not adding up to me, at least. We'll see, though. I mean, could be anything, but beats me. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. Alright, so now he's going on to arquebusiers. No, not Saltatores, because that's a skirmisher, and that'll even out a bit against the arquebusiers better. How about China, though? What are they doing? They got their Flying Crow, right? Yep, their first one. What cards is he gonna... He's got his hand mortars, too. He just sent his hand mortars out. So, does his hand mortars here somewhere? Yep, he's got the hand mortars. So, that is not good. Because theoretically, all China has to do now, get the hand mowers in the position and just like nuke your town center. Yeah. Once the hand mower's out, you know you're in trouble with the Chinese. Yeah, and we haven't seen a lot of hand mortars used in this tournament at all. It seems like some Chinese are just so good here that they don't even need the hand mortars. But no, hand mortars, scary unit. It's like getting a trebuchet in Castle Age in Age of Empires 2. You know, it's like a really good siege weapon. Really forces the enemy in check and respond to it and stuff. And as long as they can hold the position down, like the enemy doesn't resist, those hand mortars will cream that structure. So yep, he's gonna go right for the jugular there for the town center. Like that. And look how much it does. It does basically takes out like almost 500 HP out of every block there. It doesn't take a whole lot to like obliterate the TC pretty much. Yeah, not at all. Basically. TC's going down, very good. Perfecto, yep. Wow, almost down. Oh, crazy. GG. Looks like Mini-Molt is indeed a very strong China. Yep. I feel like, though, with the Mexico probably... I don't know. I think he probably should have went with the Central America revolt from the get-go, and it would have done better. I feel like his refusal to go for a Central America right away is probably what did him in there. Because he just didn't have... tough, just didn't have a tough, hard tactic there to win that. No, I think that's where he probably suffered a bit, you know. So yeah, now we're on King Taro versus Chinese person. So we're probably gonna see that. Is that the same person we just saw there? I was playing Chinese. Okay, so we're seeing a Chinese face off against King Taro's Haudenosaunee now. Should be pretty interesting. Let's see how this one goes. Yeah. Because we saw how King Taro's Haudenosaunee did against like an expert Chinese in Mini-Molt. Let's see how he does against a weaker China. If his sort of double war hut tomahawk setup does anything, yeah. Basically. Should be fun. Absolutely. We'll figure this one out pretty quickly. So, yep, going for the hunt there, going for the trading post, right? Is he gonna? Oh, he's gonna build the mill train post, right? Or I didn't even notice last time if King Taro even went for a trading post there. That's what you're supposed to do as Haudenosaunee. You're supposed to go for a trading post. It's like a really important investment. From what I can tell, he doesn't go for an immediate one because typically when we see Haudenosaunee, they use their travois to become the longhouse. And then you use that wood to build a trading post, so your unit shipments go one after another. Yeah, but from what we can tell with the King Taro deck, it's not a traditional Haudenosaunee deck, because a normal Haudenosaunee deck has the Tomahawk shipment, 2 Aena Bowman, and then a Kanye West Horseman shipment in there, and he didn't have all that. He had all sorts of like sort of mid to late game stuff, so a little bit confused, you know what I mean? Using all his wood to make the longhouse, so he won't be getting a train post there. It definitely slows you down a bit as Hods when not getting that TP, and that's why you get it, you know? Yeah. So I think I understand how he sets up the double war hut. So he uses the travois from Age 1 to build the war hut. And then he gets the H2 travois, and then he just builds 2 war huts between the two for basically free. Well, here's the thing. If you were like a math nerd, right? It's actually really smart because you're saving like 500 wood doing that, so on paper it sounds great. But what you're not understanding is the fact that you're not progressing your unit shipment arrival times quicker, and thus you're getting a little bit crippled there, you know? That's sort of what I'm saying pretty much, so yeah, a little bit complicated honestly. So now what we got here is we got the Chinese picking up a 85 wood treasure. That's pretty good. that should get them quite a bit. So he's got a trading post up right. He's got his village, so he doesn't have to worry about that. That's very good. So let's see what we got here. Very nice. So now, what we got? The chief. So he's going for the slow age up again. Okay. How about the China? So the China went with the Russians this time. So this is a very different China. This is more or less like the China I would use against King Taro if I was in one of Chorizo's ligas. Because back in those days, I ran the Russian consulate Chinese because that was the original. That was like the OG one that Widgie used to talk about on his channel that I would always run. Basically, trading post, village, T-export into a Russian consulate, get the blockhouse, go Summer Palace. So, yep, that's sort of the Chinese that I was prescribed when I was playing ranked. So, we'll see if this China, you know, does as good as the mini-mode one does. Because it seems like, from all the people out there, all the smart people in the Definitive Edition community, basically going the French consulate into Porcelain Tower seems to be the smart play that seems to outdo the old school Russian consulate method. And I think I agree. And I've tried running it, I think in both Definitive Edition as well as Wars of Liberty too, where it's not even as optimal. And I think, hey, this works pretty good, honestly. Well, wait a minute, no, I haven't run in Wars of Liberty. What am I talking about? That would be a bad idea because they don't have T-export, so it would actually be really suboptimal to do that. But I guess if you got like a ton of wood treasures, you could run it that way. But yeah, no, don't try that at home, kids, please. Don't try running that legacy. But definitely in the Definitive Edition, whenever I tried going the French consulate route with China, it always seemed to go really good and feel really organic and stuff. So that's good. And that was on mods too. When I was trying to fight expert AIs, it just gave me a really good performance. So I can definitely swear by it, I would say. Yeah. But either way, going for a wall. Wow. It's not every day you see walls on Great Plains, folks. Very interesting choice. It can be a good choice if it slows down the enemy and makes their micro worse. Because here's the thing. Because of the wonderful unit pathing in Age of Empires 3, you could potentially put your enemy in a bind where half of their units on this side of the wall and the other half are here, and it just makes them more susceptible to range attacks when they're retreating. So I think that's pretty okay. Alright, and he is going to pick up Flamethrower with Castle Rickshaw. Kind of a good card, you know. It's a good one. It can actually be pretty good for defenses. Plus it gives you a Flamethrower, which is a very nice piece to add to your army. I think that's solid. Let's see what he gets next. So he's going to get his wood there. I think, honestly, Flamethrower does beat 4 Tomahawks, no problem. Oh, man, but his Rickshaw is in the wrong place at the wrong time. Where's his Flamethrower? Get that Flamethrower over there, man. What are you doing? Okay, he cancels that out right away and puts the castle right here. Very nice. He's going to need some more troops, though. He's going to need some more soldiers here. So he should try to get a village and get some sort of banner army out of here right now at this rate. Yeah. And honestly, you could actually go off of Russians right now and likely go to the Germans, I would say, at this stage if you're in the match. Ally with the Germans so you can cheapen your banner army's food so you don't die here. Yeah, that's what I would do, because now you got a fully fledged Haudenosaunee on you with hyenas and tomahawks, and you got to think fast. You got to think on your feet, because now you got no military except for a single flamethrower that he's not even using it. Is he stuck in there? Yeah, you got to get that flamethrower out of there, man, because you're going to run into some serious problems. He went with the Kijik playing army. What is up with that? I don't know. So Chukanu's there. Very nice. Very good. 4 Kanye West Horseman and Archer, not bad. So I think Taro definitely has the edge on this one. Now the China is picking up Mandarin Duck Squad, which gives you about 8 Chuko News and a flamethrower. If he does this carefully, he can actually knock Taro out of his base and get a win here. Yeah, so we do need to watch this one rather carefully and see what actually ends up happening here. Yeah, no. We gotta pay attention to this one. This one could be very, very interesting, to say the least. Yeah, basically. So yeah, let's see what happens in this one.
是的，请下命令。
是的，好的。
准备就绪。
Oh, flamethrower. Put it right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. Hey, hey. What's he doing? What's he doing with the flamethrower? Why is he going over here for? What are you doing? What are you going over there for? Should be right over there, man. What is this? Why did he move it all the way out of the area where he had to keep it to actually fight the units? This makes like no sense to me at all. Now he's just going to lose it to these tomahawks and melee. Like, really? You should have just kept it with the other one and reinforced the area. And, like, took the stuff out quicker. Because now he just lost his whole army right there. Granted, the Hods are still pretty small in numbers, but still, it's not pristine. He's shipping in 6 tomahawks right now. Okay, well, at this stage, I'm trying to figure out what he can do. Probably could ship in about 600 wood and like maintain his numbers, right? He's gonna get the wood so he can get more tomahawks. That's what he would do at this stage. Probably go for spice trade next, and then maybe pick up the exotic hardwoods for the wood chopping, and then the team furrier for the food. Yeah, basically. Also picking up the wood tech there, I think that's a good time for that, because all the Taro can do now is just make archers, so he does need to make sure he mixes archers and tomahawks to be able to like push his opponent here though. Otherwise he'll fall apart to these step riders basically. Yeah, that's what I would say. Take out that wall, very nice. GG, well played. Very nice. Very well done. So that just shows you that the King Taro Hashani is dangerous. It's just not good enough to beat Minimold. Yeah, basically. Alright, so let's go on to the next one now. See where we're at. Scroll, scroll, scroll. scroll. Kaiser Klein versus Yusuf. See who wins in this one. Yusuf as Ethiopia, and Kaiser Klein is Germany. So we got Germany versus Ethiopia here. That should be a good matchup. So let's see who wins in this one, right? Okay, so livestock market is coming up over here. Should collect the cattle. Granary is coming up as well. So right away, if you're an African civ, doesn't matter if you're Hausa or Ethiopia, build a granary. It's a free building. It herds in all the animals around it, so you don't have to macro as hard on the food. It allows you to research a very cheap 50 wood village dogs hunting upgrade once you trade one of your cattle here, and also improves the gather rate of nearby hunting when you have the granary nearby. So yeah, look at the little ring around the villages there. That means that they're actually gathering from that food even faster. Also helps for herdable gathering too, which you can see up there. Yeah, it's quite good. And even after you like attack the animals and they start scouring, they will eventually come back over here to the granary. So it's quite good for you. But to set it up that way, yeah. As for the Germans, they will always go for building a market and researching hunting dogs. Because the settler wagons, as you know, have the gather rate of about 2 villages in one, so they gather really good. So the best way to make good use of them is to get hunting dogs, so you're basically multiplying their gather rate by a pretty good margin there, and ensuring you have enough food for the age up and everything you need there, pretty much, which is quite good. Yeah. It's pretty awesome, actually, yeah. So now you're shipping in about 2 settler wagons, very good. It's one of the more powerful villager cards in the game because it's got really the value of about 4 settlers. You know, it's like a 4 settler card because every one of these settler wagons adds a gather rate of 2 vills. Combine it, then it's like a 4 villager card. Yeah. So deck-wise, what are we looking at? Well, we're looking at a pretty normalish Germany deck. 2 Skirm, 2 Yulon, War Wagon, Black Rider, Jaeger. We do have Silversmith here in this variant. Crossbow, Doppel. Okay, seems pretty good to me. So pretty standard Germany there, honestly. Let's see how Yusuf is with his deck, though. FI, Fast Industrial. So yeah, look at all these unit cards. He is pushing towards the Fast Industrial to get like 12 Netanya, 16 Gascanya, 15 Shotel, 2 Sevastopol, the 22 Darude, and then the 15 Berber Camels. So yeah, that's a big FI tech there. Gaiz script. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely a big Fast Industrial deck there. So what does he start out with? Jesuits? Alright, so he might actually just start with Conquistadors here to begin. That's a total possibility. We'll have to see if that's what he does. But, yeah, Conquistadors is usually a good setup, honestly. So that's good. Most definitely. So that's worked quite good there, honestly. And does he have a Mound Monastery up yet? Nope. So he will just use the one that he ages up with. That's great. Every time you age up as Ethiopia, you get a free Mound Monastery. You can stick it right on top of one of these mines right here. And these wonderful priests here called the Abun can actually gather from it for you, so you don't even have to put your villagers on there. If you want your villagers to just focus on food and wood, you can just let the Abun priest handle all the gold economy for you pretty much. Unless you need a little bit of extra gold, then you might have to throw a few vills on. But otherwise, you know... Oh no, he's building one. He's building one with the Abun right now, actually. So yep, he's going to gather from this one, and then when he gets with the age up, can just go on to this mine here. So he doesn't even have to think about it at that point, right? So what distribution is he going to do? So he's going to go for full coin distribution, which means no influence in the gather rate. It's just going to be all gold. And the reason you set that up is so all you're getting is all the coin that the mine has. You're not getting any influence at all. Right. Does he have any? Yeah, the only like influence things he has here is the conchs and then the safari there. Ah, interesting, yeah. I think this is a pretty useless... I think this is a pretty useless card, honestly. I don't like this one. I much prefer the Conquistadors, personally. Yeah. If it was up to me, anyhow. Alright, so he's going to go 700 coin, followed by Facilde's Castle to get a Palace Wagon and 300 influence. That's usually a pretty good card to go for. He's got the Temple, trickling him some XP too. So, will he open up Conquistadors, or what's his plan here? Okay, so the Germany is going to do a rush in with his 8 crossbow 2 Yuan card first. Yuan will take out a villager, so that's not good. He's already taking casualties here. He is going to queue up some pikemen and then queue in some crossbowmen. So already pressuring pretty deep, it looks like. Yeah, most definitely. Let's see what this village's doing. Oh man, look at that. Wow. Crazy. Comes the Pikards now. Very good. Pikemen are going to start sieging with this mountain monastery. Beautiful. See if that changes anything. Yeah. Very nice. Monastery going down. Beautiful. Monastery is going to be destroyed. That should be annoying there, and it's going to give a good amount of XP value to the German player. They can put into another shipment right now, so he's going for 3 settler wagons, right? For economy, he probably can back it up with his 700 coin then, right? Oh yeah, no, you just need to get your house up, and then you can get your 700 coin. Probably prepare your Rage 3, yeah. May as well, you know? It's clear that this Ethiopia isn't prepared and he's on his heels right now, so get your Age 3 set up so you can plan Skirmisher, War Wagon, and like finish him off there. The Ethiopia is going to go Fortress Age, but they're just going to reinforce with 700 influence so that they can make some conquistadors from the palace to defend. Pretty reasonable choice. Conquistadors in Definitive Edition are no ordinary dragoon. They actually have a splash attack. Oh, he's gonna make levy gunners. Is that right? Oh, he's gonna make levy gunners. Okay. Now, I don't know about this. I think that's kind of sus. I think the dude should have went with the conks. Yeah. Now he's making conks. All right. Why is he doing levy gunners for? That's like, I think that doesn't do good enough stuff for you. You know what I'm saying? I think the conks deals with the Yuans really well, and then it has enough justification to use against the infantry because it has the one splash. Going with levy gunners though, you're just burning through influence, and influence does not grow on trees. It grows on mines, and mines are depletable. So, yeah, no, that's not a good situation at all there. But yeah, we got 5 conks here. Let's see what he can do. Let's see what he can pull off exactly. Oh, he's going a little bit deep. Watch out, pikemen. Don't let the pikemen get him. Let the pikemen get you. You're in trouble there. Yeah. Okay, so he has switched his mode from all coin to 25%, 50% influence. So he's getting 50-50 now. He's getting 50-50 coin. 50-50 coin, 50-50 influence. So wants to grow his influence numbers at this point so he can effectively get some more conks here, because he obviously needs them really badly now. Now that he ages up, he is going to be able to get him shadow teched right into veteran conks, which is great. And he's probably going to need shipment of Neptunyas, I would imagine, right? So he can go Skirm Dragoon. Very much so. Alright, so he's going to recover his monastery up there now, which I don't think he wanted to do, but Germany didn't give him a choice there. So now he's going to get 1,000 influence. So what did he age up with? Did he go with Sudan, or? I didn't even check. I should have checked. Because now I don't know if he went with Sudan or one of the other ones. Because I would assume if he's getting that much influence that he is considering either getting a really good tech or going for some more influence-based natives, yeah. Okay, Germany, though, is Fortress Age as well, and they're going 8 Skirmisher, 3 Yuan, right? Training more Skirms. Going veteran Yulons now, so gonna stick to Skirm Yuan for now and probably back it up with some War Wagons later. Seems to be the recipe that the player is going to use, for the most part, yeah. Pretty much. So that should be pretty good, honestly, yeah. I think so. Let's see what the Ethiopia does for defense, though, after that, because... do they have any cattle left on the market? Yeah, they do. So so it's up to 100%, so could he sell it for... What could he sell that cattle for? He's almost got up to 500. He's probably going to wait till he can... Yeah, he's just sold it now. He's going to get a house. He's going to get snares for the hunting. That's the second hunting tech you can get at the granary. He's going to go for his 9 conquistador shipment. His 8 conquistador shipment. Now, I think he's really unprepared here. He's got, like, no defense at all. Kaiser Klein is, like, 20 steps ahead right now. That's what I'm thinking. I think this whole fast industrial idea with Ethiopia was kind of bad from the start, especially when you're dealing with a shit like Germany, which gets free cavalry with their carbs. So I think that type of greedy build just doesn't work here, and you kind of got bamboozled. At least that's what I think. Yeah, that's what I think came out of it. Yeah. Got some dry lips there. Gotta make sure you drink enough so you don't get a scratchy throat when you're casting. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't. Well, how many conks is he on? He's on about 17 of them, plus his Explorer. Yeah, no, I think you're just a little bit undercutting yourself there with that. He's getting the Sebastopol. So why is he engaging then if he doesn't have the artillery out? That's what I'm wondering. Oh, his TC. No, he's like literally in check. Like, you can't hold the TC any longer. That's why. Either way, it's not a good situation to find yourself in. You kind of want to avoid that type of stuff if you can, possibly. Yeah, most definitely. Here comes the Sebastopol in that spot. Good. Very nice. GG. GG, well played, yeah. Yep, GG, well played. Alright, let's go on to the next one now. See where we're at. In the stack. Wonderful game stack. The wonderful game stack. Yeah, we're on the wonderful game stack now. Alright, so now we are on Papa Al versus Keto Boy. See this one now? Ooh, we got Papa Al as the Aztecs against an Ottoman. Okay, so Ottomans versus Aztecs again, but this time it's going to be Keter Boy facing Papa Al. Alright, okay. I think Ottoman Keter Boy is the preferred winner here, but we'll see though. We'll see how good Papa Al does with the Aztecs. Yeah. As you could tell versus in the Kanisi versus Luktam matchup, it's a very tight battle. It's a really tight battle that requires a lot of discipline of both players. Yeah, because if one player really falters in that matchup, it never bodes too well for the other side. Nah, it never does. So we'll see who wins in this one. So Ottoman player obviously gets his train posts up, gets his mosque up, needs to get as much maximum XP as possible there to get his shipments out. It's very important, right? And on the other side of the aisle there, the Aztecs got their community plaza up, right? Putting the warrior priest right on there so he can start generating 1 XP per second. And eventually this Aztec is going to want to build up a market, get hunting dogs to maintain the standard Aztec build order at this stage. And everything should be good between that, yeah? So we'll see how this one turns out. What treasure are you on there, man? He is on 110 food. That's a beautiful card to get his Aztec. Beautiful treasure to get his Aztecs, because basically what that does, it ensures that the age up time, good old Alistair Peter Aztec in 1v1 reminds me of the old time. Alistair Peter. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, good old days of Aztec fighting, yeah. Alright, so he is going to be going Karimb. What's Karimb? Oh, he's got the rod card. That's interesting. That's an interesting choice. Yeah, he's got the rods. He's got the Wall of Skulls. Oh, interesting. That's an interesting card. So he's got some late game Skull Knights here. But he's got no infinite coin card, though. Not the way I do it. Not the way I do it? What do you mean the way I do it? Yeah, he's got Furrier. He's got... Okay, so I don't know if he's going to go for like an early Aztec push or he's still going to go for that age 3 here. We'll have to check it out. So, Messenger, right? Messenger, quick age up. And he's going to open up with the 3 Warrior Priests as soon as he ages up. He's also probably going to get the big button with 4 Jag Knights, I would imagine. Or not. What is he grabbing right now? He's grabbing the wood. He's going for the wood right now, so... Yeah, definitely Kinesi would be going for the Jag Knights first, because that's really your strongest troop there, and then you follow it up with some of the other stuff. Yeah, no. Don't quite understand this situation, but I'm sure it'll make more sense as time goes on, I would say. Yeah, probably. Hopefully. Yeah, so here we are with this. Yeah. Comes the 700 wood. Very nice.
Comance. Ok. Patni.
Okay, so Tomahawk over there. Very good. Alright, so let's see what the almonds are run, by the way. We haven't checked them. So they went 3 Vills, Capitalism, and they're going for 5 Uruks. It's sort of looking... Oh, he's going Barracks. He's going Barracks. He's getting a Mohaber, too. So he's going early game. He's going early game Janissary. Is that right? He's going double Barracks Jan defensively in the base. Interesting. Now, I think he's doing that because he knows... Has the Ottoman looked at all in the middle of the map? He knows that the War Hut is there. So he's like, okay... He is not going for Jag Knight, so I can afford to go double Barracks Jan because he is going to be fighting Antonins, and I think the Antonins is a little bit more manageable for double Barracks Jan than going Jag Knight. If he's going full Jag Knight, double Barracks Jan is in real trouble, but if he's going with the Slingers, it's a little bit easier. Alright, so he's got the 9 Slingers here first, and Almonds are going to be going Janissary against that, so he can already queue up to be 3. He's going to be able to get another one here, so let's put 4 on 1. Yep. Alright, so right now he obviously can't siege, so he really shouldn't be that close to the town center there, right? We don't want to lose anything. He lost the Slinger. Yep. Aztec's going to be making more Slingers now, and then... What? Is he going to ship in 8 Antonins? What's the plan there? Also, what does this Armin have for H2? He's got the deli shipment, so you gotta be careful there. You might need... you know, coyotes or spearmen to try to even that out. Let's see. He is going to add some pumas in. So he is going to add some pikes in there too. So that's going to be his answer to potential deli shipment. I think that's pretty good. So let's see what he does there. Alright. Looks like he's coming in again. But no Jan's out yet. The Ottoman is not engaging with him yet though. The Ottoman is actually going around here and grabbing treasures. He's going after the 320 XP treasure. Wow, he's going big. Aztec is sieging his barracks with Huntons. That's gonna take like forever, man. I wouldn't be doing that because look at this. Look at how much casualties are taken by Don't put your slingers under here like that. Look at all the damage. And then the Jans are going to go right into melee with your slingers and wipe them out. Because your slingers are like trash in HP. It's not how you use slingers, man. That's bad. You let the spearmen do the siege and you keep the slingers off to the side as a support. But you don't do that. Unbelievable. Oh. Eek. Eek. Very bad. Very, very bad indeed. So, yeah. 100%. Adding some coyotes in too, I see. That should be pretty good. Unfortunately, though, the Janissaries... He's got him on top... What are you doing? You got the coyotes on top of the Janissaries. He's fumbling the ball here, man. Look at him fumble. He's fumbling like crazy. Can't be doing that stuff, Willis. It's not gonna work. Can't be doing that stuff, man. Oh, boy. Thought I was slipping. No. Guy's slipping real deep doing that. Oh, big time. 100%. A little bit better than that, dude. 100%, yeah. Very much so.
Emrin?
Imam, Billy, very nice.
Evet. Hazır. İleri. Evet. Evet.
Oh, wow, has the delis right on top of the slingers there. Very good. Beautiful.
Emrin?
Take out the war hut. Very nice. And now he's getting the rods. Bad time to get rods, I think, because how much range does he got? He's got like 8 slingers. Does he have anything better to send than rods? Okay, well, I guess you could use them against the delis, but it's still a tough... Oh, no, he's got the war... Oh, man. Oh, boy, look at the casualties. Oh, that's fine. No, that's all I'm gonna say. It's always something in the neighborhood. Oh, whoa, whoa! Look at this depth here. This is not good. Things really collapse there very quickly. I can tell. Yeah, just like that sometimes, you know. Oh yeah, absolutely. You gotta be careful. 100% careful there. Yeah, things get really tough very quickly. Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. Yep, GG. Alright, let's go on the next one now. That's what we got. Which one we're doing now? Yeah. Okay, so we're doing horse feed versus Zoom. Nice, nice, nice. So we got a Lakota versus France, is that right? Okay. This should be quite nice. Lakota versus France. Did we record? Yes, well, I wouldn't be watching if you didn't record, right? Trick question. Alright, so let's see what happens here, okay? So basically, Lakota versus France can be a pretty interesting matchup. I think in general, I'm trying to remember now because I actually have ran some Lakota in ranked before back in the old days. Against France, it's really tough. I mean, I think it really came down to what the ELO was. Because if the France really knew what they were doing, I always ran into problems. But otherwise, I could generally handle it, you know? Because here's the thing. When you're going Lakota, your start is always going to be, oh, nice 25 wood there, by the way. That'll help out a lot later, mind you, and they's going to get another 25 wood here. Yep. It helps you to get your market, basically, at this stage, to get all these wood treasures. So good for the Lakota player finding all this wood, basically. But as I was saying, with Lakota, it's always going to be War Club Archer, Citan Bowman War Club. So if that comp ends up working for you against the French muskets and hussars, then you're in good shape. If the French player goes for like a big fast fortress that catches you for a loop, with skirms and stuff, then it's game over. So yeah, we'll have to watch this one pretty carefully to see where we're at on this one. Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, let's see what the deck is like for Horsefeet here. So Horsefeet is running land 1v1. He's got his crates, he's got his bills, he's got C10, War Club, Axe Rider, Cheyenne, so yep. Then 8-3, you got your Wakina, Axe Rider, Rifle Rider, Tokala, and the support cards. Yeah, so he's running a pretty solid Lakota deck. He has all the stuff that I would expect from it. As for the France is running a native deck. Wow. That's why I always check the decks, man, because we're going to be really in for a treat tonight. He's probably going to go Ancien Regime against Lakota, I would imagine. That could be a very solid move. Use the charge attack of the Royal Muskets to kind of shred through all the archers and overwhelm them. Yeah, that's what I would expect from this pretty much. So, yeah, he's going to be going up with Core Master. That's always the politician you want to go with France. Gives you 400 wood. And Lakota going up with the Chief, right, for the 400 wood. Yep, very nice. Both sets up both players very well for infrastructure. Yep. Now, wait a second. Why don't you put the vills onto this wood over here so you're under the teepee? Because here's the thing. Your villagers have a better gather rate when they're near the teepee. Once you see the little feathery ring disappear, that means that, no, not that one, the one that was right over here. Once you see that ring disappear, that means that your vills are no longer being benefited by the teepee, and thus you're working with the standard wood chopping rate versus the slightly optimized one when you have the teepee nearby. So I think going for the tree line here was a bit of an error. He should have actually gone for this tree line to maximize his wood income. That's just a little critique myself. But Zoom got about 85 wood. Wow, that's good, especially since he's going natives. He's going hunting dogs, place of mines. Very nice. It's always good to get your market techs around this stage as France because your CBDs have a higher than normal base gather rate, so getting your market techs early means a really good economy since the CBD is going to grow much more exponentially with those techs than a standard settler would. So it really behooves you to get them now rather than later, basically, yeah. So here comes the 700 wood. No, not 700, 400 wood. Yeah, imagine if you had 700 wood from an Egypt, that'd be happy. 4 CBDs here. So what is he going to do? Is he going to open stable? What's his plan? Because we haven't seen Ancien Regime yet. We haven't seen Ancien Regime be called upon. So is he going to go like stable Royal Musket? Oh, he's going to go regular musket. Very interesting. Unless he plans on going crossbowman with the Royal Muskets. Which could happen, you know. I see that he's playing it pretty standard right now, though, because that's what normal France does. They go 3 CBD, age up, ship in 4 CBD, and while they're doing that, they're picking either a barracks or a stable. So if we're going to be seeing natives here, it's probably going to be a little bit later down the road, I would imagine, yeah. Either that or he just feels paranoid about the Lakota, yeah. Okay, so this is the forward war hut here from the Lakota player. He already has about 3 C10 bowmen down. What else is he gonna add? Is he gonna add in the 7 Seatan Bowman? What's gonna be his next card? I don't know. But he's already queuing up another archer. Getting the market now for the hunting dogs. Good choice. Definitely want to get that going. This bison is under the TP, so he is gonna get the bear gatherer, which is important. Muy importante. And here comes the Seatan Bowman coming in on that side. Yep, very good. Musketeers, see? Need more baguettes. Oh, that's a good name for an explorer when you're dealing with France. Baguettes. I like baguettes. They're good bread. Good bread for a sandwich. Yeah. Here comes the 7 Bowman. Very good. Okay, now he's going stable. So he's going Musket Hussar against Lakoa. I think that's generally a good move because you can use the muskets to fight the war clubs and the axe riders, and then use the hussars to fight the archers. It's a pretty well-rounded army comp to go up against Lakoa with. Because right now he's going in saying, hey, look at all these archers, I need some handcap for that, so you're going to need a few hussars to deal with that. In the meantime, though, he can try to go up in the face of these archers, get the hand attack in there, and just... Oh, but yep, see, timing. Timing's everything, because Horsefeed just got his 7 Seatan Bowman shipping in, and he got totally punished for that. So that's good for Horsefeed there. Got a ton of kills. He's also going to pick up the 320 XP treasure, by the way, too. So, 4 Axe Riders. He can probably follow up with that with 6 War Clubs, too, by the way, and go after his opponent now. So that's a really good setup there. Beautiful. Okay, so he's gonna get his war clubs, right? I believe. If he gets some gold, he could go for the Cheyennes, which would be even better. Oh, he's gonna go for his coin now. So he's gonna pick up another 320 XP treasure. He's getting 640 XP within so many seconds. This is crazy. Look at all the shipments he's gonna get off of this. This is big. Wow. He's very lucky today with the map build. Oh man, he's getting some more clubs now. Oh boy, this is crazy here. Horsefeed is looking good. If Horsefeed can't win this with that many shipments, man, I don't know what I'm watching here, man. He's getting Orange Jesus on his side with the treasures. So if he can't pull something off here, I don't know what to tell you, Horsefeed. Go back and feed the horses or something. That's what you're good at. Feeding the horses. Yeah, exactly. So what do we got here? More Seatan Bowman coming in, right? There you guys. What do we got? Oh, Hussars. Hussales. Oh boy, look at this though. 10 Hussars. No, like, he's got a few war clubs, so he's got to plan this very carefully. He's got to get the war clubs over here right now, and he's got to oh, no, he's crumpled up. He's, okay. Can he get out of there at least? Can he get out of there at least? All right, so Bowman over here. Let's see if he's paying attention. Ah, no. Okay, so he kind of figured it out in time, but it's still not great. How's he going to get back to his area, though? Right? Also, he should probably put a teepee up here, too, if he can afford it with the wood, just so he can beef up his HP around his defensive position. If he can. It would be a great thing if he could, but if he can, I guess it's fine. Okay, he's getting the 7 Cheyenne. I think this is the key to winning here. Getting the Cheyenne, because the Cheyenne basically have like a mounted pikeman, because it's on one side of the coin, it's like a hussar. But then it has multipliers against cavalry, so it ends up beating out these hussars really well. So he needs to beat through these hussars very quickly, and then he's got to cream into the muskets, yeah. Also, note that the France is shipping in about 8 crossbows as well, so got to keep watch of that. Right, and we'll have to see if the France pulls in any CBDs as well. So the archers are trying their best to go after the muskets, but the hussars are looping around. War clubs do slap them, though. Slap them away. Very nice. Man, look at all those war clubs there. Big time. Seatan Bowman on top of the muskets and the crossbows. Can the Cheyennes beat these Hussars, though? Okay, looks like... man, too many cavalry, though, and he's right near his stable, too. Up, looks like France wins. GG. Alright. Good try, though. Good try. So let's go on to the next one. Let's see where we're at. Actually, let me see who that is before we even start. Now we look at Ezad versus Quickeragon. So let's check this one out. Got some wet stuff on my hands because it was rain out there. Had to bring the delivery in, so now we should be good. Okay, here we go. Ezad versus Quickeragon. So Ezad is running Maltese and Quickeragon is running the Brits. So we got British versus Malta. Pretty good. Pretty good, actually. I love the Maltese. They're pretty fun. Now it works. Nice. Well, it's wonderful when the game works, right? Absolutely. So, yeah, let's see who wins this one. Optimus Prime 11. Well, I think we know where that name came from. Just saying. So, which treasure is this? It's the 85 wood treasure, right? So, that should be a pretty good one for Malta, because that actually plays right into the Maltese build order. Because two things Malta needs wood for early on: the market and hunting dogs, and then the German tongue card to get that commandery and 2 settler wagons in the Rage 1 deck. So, yeah, that's pretty good, actually. Pick up that A5 wood, it'll help you out quite a bit there, actually. Quickeragon got 30 XP, though. Not bad. Hunting dogs coming in right now for Ezad. And we'll see next what he ends up getting. Alright, so house up right there. Kind of curious what his deck looks like, because we do see a bit of variation in some of these Malta decks. At least some of the ones I've seen. So, yeah. What treasure is this? It's the cow treasure there. Not bad. What we got here? We got 3 settlers. Pick that up real quick. Oh, wow. Okay, so Quickeragon secures the cow, the Moo. That's awesome. Alright, so the Brits are running 1v1 with Pioneers, Longbow Musket, Cav HP. All the infantry here. Crates, vills. Okay. So we know that. How about multis? Multis going 3 settler. You have German tongue. They have Winged Court. They got the crates. Return to Jerusalem. These. This. Alright, so that's pretty nice. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out what this means, though. So I think we're either going to just see straight up crossbow pikemen from Malta early on, or they're going to go to age 3 and probably go for... There's steel bolts in this. Okay. Yeah. Because there's some cards we always see with Malta. The German tongue gives you a commandery, 2 settler wagons, and then the commandery you get can train 4 more settler wagons, give you some really good economy. Winged Court is a beautiful eco card that sets it up so, you know, all of your defensive buildings with a range attack. If your vills are near it, they gather from natural resources 30% faster. That's huge. That's very big. You got your Vitolosia. Allows your settlers and town centers to be significantly cheaper. Vills are 50% cheaper, and then TCs are 30% cheaper. So that's a huge discount. Helps you with the boom. So what's he gauge up with? He's gauged up with the Core Master for 400 wood. Perfect choice. Brits, though, going with the Naturalists. Interesting. So he gets a cow treasure and he ends up going with the Naturalists. Is that right? Very interesting choice, actually. Is he planning on maybe going for a livestock pen here? Because he just happens to have other herdables? He could. He very well could do that. I wouldn't see what would stop you, but, yep, right now he's going for a market, though. Getting a market as Brits is actually kind of an essential thing. There's a specific reason why you would want to get the market, though, as the Brits. Number 1, you want to get the gang saw technology, so the wood chopping one. Normally, gang saw is one of the least important techs for a European civ, but for Brits it's very important, because you actually want to build these manor houses as fast as you can. When you build one, you get a free villager, so get as much wood as you can so you can spam those houses down. It's very essential you do that. Gonna go for hunting dogs first, though, so he can maintain production of muskets. You've got about 2 cows right here. Let's see if he ends up being them right away or letting them fan up a bit. Really depends. Maltese Explorer picking up a village and Explorer HP boost. Treasure there boosts his Explorer's HP by about 30%. Quite good. Should help out quite a bit there. Let's see where Ezad is, though. Ezad is going German tongue right now. It's a really good boom card to follow up 3 settlers. Gives you a ton of added grabber rate with all those settler waggies. Where's the commander going to go, though? Let's see. Malta is building out their church right now, so the church is down. The commander is going to go right here, followed by a hospital. The hospital is actually cheaper than the barracks. It's only about 100 wood, so it's the same cost as a house. But the thing is, it's slightly weaker, though, so it's a little bit easier to siege. But at the same time, though, the hospital can heal your soldiers nearby. So there is a reason that the hospital is a pretty good building. It's cheap, and it can heal your stuff. And as long as you're, like, defending the area properly, the low HP isn't always that much of a concern. And then Ezad picks up Winged Court construction. So now these villagers are gathering 30% faster near the town center and the commandery, as well as any outposts he might build. So his eco is, like, really doing well. And he's going to open up with Order Hussars from his commandery. Order Hussars are simply just Hussars that are slightly more expensive, but also slightly stronger, too. And they're a little bit different than normal Hussars because they don't need upgrades. They're sort of in the same category as, like, the Asian consulate units because they just shadow tech when you age up. So they become scarier over time without you even having to put in any sort of wood or gold. Alright, so Hussar's gonna connect with the Setis right here. He's gonna lose 1 settler. He's gonna lose 2 settlers. Oh man, look at this raid right here, man. This is crazy. He's gonna lose 3 settlers right there. Wow. He's gonna lose 4 to 5 settlers right now. Yeah, these Order Hussars are getting the job done here. Look at that. All the XP he's gonna get from all these Vil kills. Wow. Exactly what you like to see there, I mean. He's doing a great job on this. Oh man, look at that rating. Watch out for the pikes. Pikeys. Watch out for the pikeys. Because once they snare you, it's really hard to escape them. He might lose one though. But if he can get away, it'd be great. Okay, so he does get away with all 3 Hussars. If he can pull back to his hospital there, he could just heal them up good as new. So that should be great. At the same time that he's training settlers, he's also making his settler wagons. So it's in sort of a macabre way. It's like going for a 3 town center boom for a number of minutes, because the settler wagons have the value of 2 villagers in one, mind you. So yeah, it's really like you're training 2 vills at the same time here, while the town center is making like 1 vill. So it is a really scary boom for a while there. Yeah, no. Brits, though, have to move very quickly. They are going to go longbowman, pikeman. So pike and archer. Pretty good setup. Malta does have a few sentinels here, though, to protect the area from any potential pikemen, which should be pretty good. One thing to note about Maltese unique units, including the sentinels, they get an HP boost near their defensive structures. So as long as these sentinels are near the town center, these commanderies, outposts, forts, they actually are slightly tankier and can fight a bit better as a result. Yeah. Yeah, overall the Sentinels are a pretty good musket. They are a 2-pop musketeer, so on paper they do seem a little bit worse, but the fact is they get that boost from the Civ, but they also get 13 range. So they actually shoot a bit farther than a standard musket, so they can fight tactically they can fight slightly better. Kind of like how do I explain it? Kind of like how some of the musketeers, like the Japanese Ashigarus, sort of move a bit faster. The Sentinels get an advantage because they can shoot a bit farther away and can avoid bad situations. Order Hussars move ahead and take out a settler. That's a good raid there. More Sentinels training in from the barracks. 12 crossbowmen, so Izad did make it to Fortress Age. Training out the Order Hussar here, and 12 crossbowmen shipping in. Very nice. What about the Brits, though? So the Brits are going double musketeer at the barracks, and he's got a defensive line of pikemen, muskets, and a couple archers here. How many cards has he got left? So he's got... Alright, so he's sending in the 700 coin. He knows he does need to plan for a Fortress Age now, because that's where the Malta is right here. And let's see what's in this spot. He's got the veteran Sentinels, and he's going to get the veteran crossbowmen next. More Order Hussars coming in, because he's going to need a solution to longbowmen, and to make sure that longbowmen don't take out all of his stuff. Though he does have a nice mass of crossbowmen at this stage. And he's going to get him up there. Ooh, wow. So we see a depot here. This is a building we don't always see, but when it's used right, it's very good. So what this is, it's basically a defensive structure. It can be used defensively, and sometimes it's used offensively. It's a structure where you can set it to detonate on units, and then when it explodes, it does a ton of damage, right? But you got to be careful, because it will damage your units too. Because see the big giant font there in red? Explodes if destroyed, destroys all boosts nearby unit. Damages all units, so your units included. Just make sure you know that. It also improves nearby gunpowder attack speed, so it actually allows the Sentinels to shoot faster too, which is a kind of a cool perk as well as any cazadors you might get if you have the Portuguese tongue card, which doesn't look like he does, but some people run Portuguese tongue and add that to their commandery. They would allow them to shoot faster too. Yeah. I think personally what Izad is thinking is he's thinking of fighting him here and allowing the gunpowder depot to basically allow his Sentinels to fight a little bit better with their 13 range and improve rate of fire, which is good. Steel traps coming in there on his market, so that'll be great for his guy. Is he going Industrial Age? He's going Industrial Age. Where's he going to pick up with that? Is he going to get fixed guns? Is he going to go double fixed guns here and go offensive with that? That'd be great. Alright, so he's going with the engineer right now. He's going to pick up some artillery there. He's getting more sentinels right now. So let's see if he goes for the double fixed gun. Because if he can get double fixed gun here, he can put one right in this spot. And he can put another one in this spot and start shelling his structures right in this area. Right in a straight line. That'd be great. Alright, so crossbowmen in this spot trying to blast some of the hussars there. And what's going on here? So now you got... Oh, longbowmen trying to hit the crossbowmen there. Watch out for that. More sentinels coming in. Get this house up over there. Halfway to engineer, then you can bring the artillery in. So yeah, basically all you have to do is hold out until you get to industrial age, and then you can get those wonderful fixed guns on the front there. Yeah. Could he pick up steel? I don't think he has enough time to get steel bolts though, because that would make his crossbows a bit more efficient in the long haul. But yeah, order. Oh man, he's gonna blow up the. Oh man, look at that explosion! Some of the pikes go flying back, and some of them are completely disemboweled there. Wow. Yeah, so you gotta be careful with those depots. I guess because he was only running a few trash units, he was fine just blowing that up. Just to deny Ezad the better rate of fire of sentinels in that area. But yeah, you gotta kind of have to plan that out a bit. So Ezad is now in industrial age. What is he gonna do with this industrial age? He's got the falconets now. He's gonna go for a factory. So he's gonna get a factory first. And what is he gonna do? Go for fixed guns then? Okay, so sentinels fend off the hussars here. Oh wow, look at that. Hussars gone. Ezad's order hussars are now shadow teched in the guard, and now they can really cut down these muskets with no problem because there's like no upgrades on it, right? Yeah, and sentinels moving forward with the crossbows and artillery there. Very nice. Okay. Oh, GG. He just, yeah, no. An industrial age Malta is too much because then he can just get the sentinels up the guard, and then they have too many stats. Yeah. I love that Ezad did a Malta there. We got to see more Maltas there. And go away. I'm streaming, you Muppet. Trying to cast some games here. Come back some other time. Maybe tomorrow. Alright, so alright, which one are we on now? Let me see here. Now we're on Lilbo versus Give You Anxiety. Let's see this one. Alright, so we got Give You Anxiety as the Brits and Lilbo as the Almonds. Beautiful. So that's quite good. So let's see who wins on this one. Brit versus Almond is always an interesting matchup. It really comes down to the best man usually. Like, really does. Because the Brits, believe it or not, even though their muskets are weaker than the Janissaries, they can beat them out if they manage well. Really, it comes down to numbers. If the Brits can outnumber the Janissaries, that's where they win. And they do it by getting an effective mana boom to the point that they can set up eventually a triple barracks musketeer versus a double barracks janissary. And that's if they're going double barracks jan at all. They might be planning a one barracks transition into age 3. And in that situation, it really comes down to numbers. If you can keep up the numbers of musketeers, that's what you want to do there, basically. So yeah, basically, pretty much. So Amun has his train post, has his mosque, generating maximum XP there. Amun is also bringing in about 30 food, very good. Let's see what's going on with this. Should be able to get that wolf, but can the Lilbo steal the treasure? Let's see. See if he can steal it. Yes, I believe can Lilbo get it? Lilbo Peep? Lilbo Peep, yeah. I never thought of that way of calling him before, Lilbo Peep. Alright, okay, so Lilbo does get the tomahawk, I believe. So, yep, very good. I can use that in his army later to help fight anxiety. That should be quite good. So, let's see here. 3 Uruks first. And is he going to send capitalism after that? Yes, he is. Yes, he will. So that should be quite good. Very nice. Whereas the Brits, Auto G. So this is good. It means that Give You Anxiety did procure this deck to deal with the Ottomans, which is a good sign. Now, the reason why he's running Town Militia here, this card, is probably because he might get trapped in his town center if the Ottomans come onto him super strong with their stuff, or maybe tries Hambarsi or something. So, either way, that's kind of an interesting pick there. He's got the 10 Jaegers. Got the 10 Jaegers there. That's another fascinating choice. 9 musket, 8 musket. Yep. So, Brits are going to go for Philosopher. Philosopher Prince. Wow. That's a rare one. When do we ever see the Brits go Philosopher Prince for the food crates? That's pretty good. Oh, yeah. And now it looks like the Ottomans are going to go for the Naturalists. Naturalist is a good sign, typically, that you're going to see a fast fortress, because typically what you do is you get the cows in the semi-fast state, so they're about 200 food, and then you eat them right then and there, and you get like almost 300, 400 food out of them, and then you have 2 extra villas to boot, so it's basically like getting Philosopher's Prince, but there's some late game viability there. And then you pick up the 700 coin, and then you're hitting the opponent with Falconets, 6 Abbas, Safahi, Mamluk, all those. So which ones has he got? He's got the Mamluk, the Falconet one, the Abbas one, the Safahis, and the Janissaries there. So that's pretty nice, actually. And what we're going to see now is a 700 coin coming in. Should be quite nice. And then on the other side, we got the Brits going for the Philosopher Prince. So I believe what this means is the Brits might be going for a fast fortress here. Believe it or not. We might be seeing a fast fortress from the Brits. That's at least what I'm thinking we're going to get. Okay, so he's getting the barracks up now. Oh, no, he's not. So he might just be... Okay, he might be just setting up to maintain maths. Okay. I didn't think of that. So he's going to bring the food in. He's got the barracks up. 700 wood coming in too. So what is he going to do? Is he going to pull onto mines and get placer mines or something? Okay. Oh, he's going to go pikemen. Is there some sort of... He's going to start pikemen for the siege. With the wood. Oh, okay.
Commandment? Yes, maybe so. Yes, aside.
So here comes the pikeman in this spot. So let's see what these pikemen do here. He is picking up great code. Oh, is he picking up great code just to deal with this tomahawk? Because the tomahawk already downed a villager, believe it or not. He could down a second villager though. Because look at his HP. He's... Alright, yeah, no, he has to pull back now. But that's crazy. He took out a villain, he almost snatched another one. So here comes the British pikemen coming in on this area. So let's see what happens in this area, right? Yep, absolutely. Pikemen coming over here at the train post, right? Very good. Yep, siege that GP down. Very good. CC's in there. Yep, get the tomahawk down. Perfecto. See? Retreat. Oh, Delhi's, Janissaries. I don't understand what this is all about, though. Why is he, like, coming down with pikemen? Because now he's just going to stack Jans and he's going to beat you out with that. I don't get what this pikeman thing is all about here now. Unless it's a distraction to get to H3. Okay, I understand now. It's a distraction to get to H3 because he picked up the 7. Does he have the coin? Yeah, alright. So he needs about 100. Okay, so this is just a distraction to keep the Ottomans busy, and now he's going to try to go up to H3, get the Jaegers and the Falconets to beat out Janissaries and possibly Abbas too. Hey, good job. Oh, indeed. It's a good job indeed. So yeah, I'm hoping we get through these tonight, you know? If we work hard and we plow through them, I'm praying that we get through them all. Yeah. Would be good. Would be good so when we meet the quota. Be definitely very nice. Yeah, big time. See, yeah, sorry, in this spot? Alright, it's Willie. Oh, look at all the Janissaries there. How many has he got? He's got about 18 of them. And he went Fortress Age too, so he's got Falconets. Oh, and they send longbows. I don't know what anxiety's doing though. Does he have like anxiety or something against this Ottoman attack? Like he's breaking like a chicken in headlights or something, or a deer. I don't know what he's. Oh man, this is crazy. Adventurer. Minuteman. Oh, he's got town militia now. What is this strategy? It makes like no cognitive sense to me. It really doesn't. I'm like trying to figure out what the method to his madness is, and it's just not clicking. It's not clicking at all. It really isn't. It really just is not. Nah. So he's got veteran Jans now. What was it supposed to accomplish anyways? I have no idea. I have no idea what this was supposed to do. Definitely not. Crazy. So that barracks will be sieged now. Nice. And Doran School coming in. That'll beef up the Janissaries there to the point they have like over 300 HP. And at that point, it's the point of no return. Like, even Longbowmen will struggle against that. Yeah. Big time. Oh wow, gets one Falcon down. Alright, Bills are cooked. GG. Yep. Wow. Good match though. We'll say that. See which one we're on here. Now we're looking at Wuxi versus Robert. So what that one is. So we got a Wuxia India versus a Robert Spanish. Okay, this should be pretty good. Spain versus India. My experience with Spain versus India has always been mixed. When I used to do ranked, it used to be a mixed experience. I find when the Spain is really hardcore, fast fortress, Royal Decree, I've always ran into problems fighting them. But outside of that, I have been able to catch Spain off guard with India a few times. It really depends on what their strategy is overall here. Yeah. Okay, so this India will be going a 10 villager age up. That's what looks to be the case here. So not going for any wood, not building a house and training villagers outside of the 10. Just going for a quick, fast 10 villager age up. Alright. We're at Spain. Spain has built their train post as part of the standard build order, and they're going to be, are they going? Oh no, he's going for a treasure there to get the, oh, that's a nifty trick. So he knew that he was going to get 25 wood from that treasure, so he decided to pull the vills off early so he could get extra food to improve his age up time. That's what a true skilled player does there, mind you. So this guy's on top of his game. Here comes 3 villagers there, and he's training up another one. That's really good. What's India doing? They got about 50 wood on their side. So what's Spain running? Porzion Du. So he's got 3 vills, gold trickle there, so he's probably going to go 3 settler capitalism. And from then on, he's got a full hand in H2, so he might just go all in H2 because he can go Rod, Pike, and then call in Reconquista later on and just get a ton of Conquistadors. Totally possible. Then he can pull it into H3 and get Lancer, Falcon, and so forth. Okay. Whereas India, 1-1. So he's going to get Distributivism Wood Trickle, right? He's going middle of the map, Agra Fort. With the 10 villager age up. With 1 vill building the wonder there. So now he's going to make up for all the wood that he didn't get. So he's going to put them all on wood, get a house. And as soon as the Distributivism Wood Trickle helps him catch up, he's going to be basically starting to train vills, yeah. Here comes the free villager, because if you didn't know, with India, every card you send gives you a free villager. That's why India doesn't get villager cards, because every card is a villager card with India. Surprise, surprise. Okay, so Agrafort coming in there. I wonder what's his game plan's going to be, because he does have enough coin to pop out about 3 Sepoys off the bat, and then he gets 2 free ones with the age up, so is it going to be super hard early pressure here with the Sepoys, or what? Yeah, no, that's a good question. I'm trying to figure that out here. Like, what's the game plan? Alright, and now we got India with their elephant down, unfortunately. That's going to hurt pretty bad. Yeah, big time.
Hamla. Adesh. Hamla.
XP. Comes the Agra 4 in this spot, yeah. How about Spain? Spain getting Governor? Yep, hello Governor. 200 coin in a tower. They're bringing in their market now to get hunting dogs and possibly place their mines as well. Yep. Okay, so India, right away you got your 2 Sepoys back in your base, and he's going to start queuing in Sepoys up here, right? That's his plan. Yep, he's shipping in about 5. Whoa, 700 wood. Okay, that's all right. I thought I was gonna go for the Sepoys first. I guess he decided it was a bad idea. Yep. I think it's better to go for the wood, because the wood you can at least be flexible with it. Get a market down. You can get the market text handled. You can get the consulate out. It gives you a bit more flexibility. If you go with 5 Sepoys off the bat and they get lost somehow, yeah, all that advantage is gone. But at least if you get the 700 wood, you can set yourself up for later with the market text and the consulate. And then whatever wood you have left over obviously helps you maintain your villager economy, which is very important in building houses. Okay, so he's got about 4 Sepoys right there. The other 2 should be over there right now at this point. Yep. So he's going to pick up a 320 XP treasure there. That's really good for India, because this is going to maximize their fast age up quite a bit. Help them move along pretty quickly. Is India again their consulate right now? Oh, he's picking up the wood right now. But what is he going to get with this? Is the question. Let's see here. This treasure will be collected by India. Very nice. Beautiful. Let's see. Ooh, diplomatic intrigue. That's very nice. Yeah, big time. Comes a consulate. Alright, so he's going to turn that into an Ottoman alliance, I'm assuming, to get the 3 Delhis, right? Yep. Putting a barracks off to the side here with the Agra Fort. That way you can add another queue of Sepoys as needed, and then when you age up, you can research your veteran Sepoys out of that. Okay, so Sepoys coming from the oh, Godville, look at that. Good shot. Good shot right there. Great job. So now he's going to pull back. Get away from that tower fire if you can, right? Very nice.
तैयार हमला
So going the ASAP 4 settlers route, that's always pretty good because it gives you some great economy and some ASAPs you can use, right? And then after that's done, cancels it and goes right to British to boost the HP on the Sepoys a little bit, which is always a great move. Yeah, look at all he's got. He's got 17 Sepoys and 6 ASAPs, so he's coming in pretty strong there. However, the Spain did play Turtle so that they could go for a fast fortress. So they're shipping in 7 rods, training muskets now. And once they age up, they'll already be able to send in falconets or lancers and be able to turn this thing completely on its head. Yeah, that's what we're going to see. Okay, so muskets there. Have to back up, right? There's the crossbows. Very nice. Crossbows in on the Explorer there. Beautiful. Good. Drop the step boys. Crossbowmen and muskets attacking there. Very nice. Very good. So crossbowmen attacking that step boy. Alright, so good turnaround there by Robert, because now he's effectively cleaned up that entire Indian army for the most part. Now India can try to like reclaim and try to attack a bill or something, but nah, they even get to do that. So now, yep, it's going to be 2 Falconet, 5 Lancer, I think, and it's going to be a game over there. Yeah, 2 Falconet followed by 5 Lancers. He's going to train some skirmishers, right, I would imagine, or maybe some more muskets. Really depends. Musket would be more affordable right now because it doesn't have a lot of gold. He's going to get veteran rods. Okay, so he's going to go 2 Falcons followed by 9 rods. He's going to have them up to veteran. That's going to be his way of pushing on the aggro fort. Okay, I think that should work pretty good in your favor. What's he getting down here? More Sepoys. Is India? Nope, they're nowhere near age 3, so they're just sticking to blanket filters and hunting eagles, or first mining and hunting tech. Sepoys coming in. Ooh, good raid though. Again, 1 bill. Probably can get 2. Can he get 3? Yeah, no. Boy, what's up with the Sawas here? Sawas coming around here. Get the cannon. Very good. Very nice. Ooh, good. Oh man, look at that. Crazy. Keep training these villages up. Very nice. What? I love that response. He like had no idea that was going to happen. That's crazy. That's what Spain does to Indians. That has happened to me before. I thought I was winning, and then he just ages up and oh snap! Oh yeah, no. Robert knows his way around that. Yeah. Yeah. I can tell you for sure. I have been in your situation before as India. This is not my first rodeo seeing this thing. I can tell you right now. You got to be very careful as India when playing Spain, because they will pull the wool over your eyes and make you think that they're playing defensive and they're concerned. And that's what scares me about Spain, because when you look at the Spanish roster, it looks like they're very medieval-like because they like crossbowmen, roderos, pikemen. It makes it feel like they're behind. But what they do is they use that extra XP to get an easy, fast fortress, and then they go from like a bunch of weird, archaic infantry into lancers and falconets and skirms, and then they become a big, scary, beefy monster and like eat you up and devour you. Oh yeah, no. It's like a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's what I would define the Spanish as to the untrained eye when you're fighting them, especially in India, you know. Yeah. Okay, so we got Sawars here with Sepoys. Really no defense against this, but he is going to try. He's going to get his sentries and his irregulars there. So, puts the rods in the front to hold off the Sawars. Protect the Falconets, as long as the Falconets are alive, should be good. Yep, the rods are going to clean up all that cavalry there. Cut right into the Vills. Oh, yep, dog. Hit him. Another doggo right there. Oh, wow. He even made some more dogs, too. Oh, he's going to try to punch the cannon with the villagers. I'm not. Oh, just like that. Nope. Still going to get the TC down there. It doesn't matter. If you go, I'm not. Like that, it's still going to get. Oh, wow. You got both of them down. But now the TC's gone, and now you're completely ravaged. Yep. Yep, all these Vills are going to be down there. GG. Very nice. Wow. Alright, so now we go on to the next one. Let's see which one we're on. Where are we at? Which one are we on now? Let me see. Which one are we here? Julian K versus Gus Gus. So I haven't figured out what a Gus Gus is exactly. But Gus Gus is playing again. Oh, interesting. Gus Gus is Hausa and Julian K is Inca. So we're going to get Inca versus Hausa. That's one you don't see every day. No, it's, I really don't know what to expect with that. Very. Alright, so I would say in general, I would put my money on the Inca just because I feel a little bit more knowledgeable of them. But definitely Hausa can be a very ferocious opponent as well. Really the best Hausa I used to face all the time was Chorizo. He used to always play Hausa. He loved to go with the mix of stuff and then make the griots. But yeah, no, there's some pretty ferocious builds with the Hausa that you have to watch out for. Yeah. I would say though, for me personally, I like the Incas because the Incas to me feel like one of the most economical Native American civs in the game. Because they get this wonderful structure called a concha house, right? It's a house that provides about 16 plop space and it trickles food, about 0.6 food per second. And then you get a card later called Chicha Brewing that improves the trickle rate of the food even better. So, to me, I like that economic aspect of the Inca because it feels like they're kind of like the Dutch, but instead of having banks with money, they have like houses with food. And that just really helps them out quite a bit there. So yeah, no. That's what I like about the Incas personally. Now, I don't know what Julian K is like one of the best players in the world, so he's got something cooking. So he's going to go for his 3 villagers there. What's this card? Llama Lifestyle. Doubles the effectiveness of llamas at the community plaza. Wow. Yeah, that's a scary card. Because guess what? When you play the Inca, you start the game with a llama. So, yeah. That can turn into something pretty chaotic there, to say the least. Oh yeah, big time. And what else has he got here? Chimu, Jungle Bowman, 2 War Hut. So this looks more like a traditional Inca setup. This is one that I would be used to. Is basically going 3-ville, 5-ville, War Huts, and then either going for wood or one of these unit cards, yeah, or Chicha Brewing. So yeah, that's kind of the Inca that I grew up on from studying him on YouTube. Because I never used to really know how to do Inca, and then I looked it up from Widgie and other people, and I was like, wow, this is a real easy civ to pick up. You know, it just feels really intuitive. So that's what I did. Yeah. Looks like Gus Gus is doing a good job keeping the hunts near the granary as much as possible. That's very important because that's basically how you ensure maximum gather rate near the granary, right? And it makes it a lot easier for you because the granary does such a great job at corralling the hunts, so you don't have to have your vills moving further and further away from the town center, wasting both villager seconds and making it more susceptible to raiding, particularly from hand units like Chima runners. So very good that you're using the granary here in a very strategic spot to keep these hunts right where you want them, you know. Hunts are very responsive there, it looks like. He's going to be going up with the Moroccans. Oh, wow. So they're a very improvement-based option for you, so they should give you some pretty good improvements. Inca going up with the Elder. That's always the best one to go for, if I remember correctly. is it the, I think it's the elder that gives you the 2 wood chopping techs, right? Yeah, I believe so. And I think it's the wise woman that gives you the priestesses. Yeah, I can't remember. There's a really good politician that gives you all the wood chopping techs, and it like really sets you up good for the rest of the game. So it looks like Julian K is going for a Concha House boom, which is the build that I always do. So I really know this build well. He's going for the right politician there. His deck looks right for it. So he's going for a Concha House boom. Concha House booms, they're really good because the Concha House has a build limit of 12. Your goal is to try to get all 12 of them as fast as possible. And then just get a huge economy out of it, yeah. Right. Now what Julian K is doing, which is interesting, he's building a community plaza and he's sticking the llama on it with the moon dance. Yeah, the moon dance trickles wood, about 0.81 wood per second if it's just that single llama. So he's including an element to it that I never even thought about. I never used to do that when I was playing as Inca. I never thought of that. I never considered using the llama as a wood trickle on top of, you know, every other measure I did there, yeah. So the reason for going for war huts here for a Concha House boom, it essentially guarantees that you're not going to get raided to death when you're setting this thing up. You know, or you can go offensive too, like Julian K is, and already start attacking. You can go with your Jungle Bowman, which is your archer. You got the Plume Spearman, which is your pikeman, and then the Chimu Runner would be your hand cavalry. So it's very much like the Aztecs with sort of the Puma Spearman, Anton Slinger, Coyote Runner type of logic. But honestly, the Inca soldiers are a lot more strong. I mean, they're more expensive, but they're stronger, you know? Compare a Jungle Bowman to a Antonin. The Jungle Bowman, I think, is a much more strong archer, though it's a slow archer. It's kind of like a Yumi Bowman because it has that slow rate of fire at 3 that the Gunpowder has. But it has the advantage of doing poison damage and being a bit sturdier, so I feel like Jungle Bowman can definitely hold their weight at times, which can be pretty good pretty much, yeah. Exactly, so I would most definitely say that. So he is going to open up with Plume Spearman, it looks like. Pretty good unit to start with. They are a pikeman, yep. He's going to throw them right on the front there and probably try to rush his palace, I would assume, which would be a great idea. As for Gus Gus, he is going for Ganansi. Ganansi allows you to train the Iconicobias without having access to the Icon. But what it does is it changes them from like a normal native warrior that would just cost influence and have a build limit with no pop to a unit that is like a regular unit, so it's cost population space, costs normal resources, but no longer has a build limit. So you can make as many of them as you want, right? You can make a huge army of them, yeah. So then he just does the Icon right afterwards, because then when he ages up as them, he's going to get a battalion of the native warrior version of them, so he's going to have a really good stack. And they're not going to count against his population, so he's got ones that do count against his population and ones that don't count against his population. Sort of like a wombo combo of them, if you will. So Julian K has maxed out his Concha houses, right? Or at least he's got a majority of them, and now he's going to add Chicha Brewing. And Chicha Brewing improves the trickle on these Concha houses. And it also has this effect where priestesses can gather resource crates and treasures, which can be good since priestesses can convert units. They can go low. I think it's the lesser good effect, but hey, it's something. Alright, so the Plume Spearmen are rushing the Icons right now. Let's see what Gus Gus is doing. Gus Gus is aged up now. He's got more Icons here. He's got 5 more training in. If he had a bit more pop, he could get 5 Lafiti Knights in here too and reinforce with that, I would think, yeah. He's going to go for 8 semi-fine cattle and 1 livestock market, so he can get some more cattle to trade later. Pretty good investment. Julian K doing a wonderful job with micro here, making sure that his Jungle Bowmen do not get hit. Very good choice there. Plume Spearman right on top of the fortress, so he can take that structure out, which is really good. 5 Graffiti Knights coming in. Very good. What do we got here? Oh wow, why is the siege on this explorer by? It's about 22. Not bad. Okay, so the palace is going down. Right, 5 Lafittes coming out. Bill's coming out again. Is he trying to go for a house or something? I think so. What would he send in? He's got like no military though. Unless he'd be sending in the Sinar. He doesn't have enough influence for Sinar Horsemen though. Because that would probably be the pick because the Sinars are like a mega tanky cavalry similar to Mamluks, but they're from Africa. And I think what makes the Sinars different than the Mamluks is they actually have double armor, so they can resist good in Pierce, and they can also resist good in Ally, which makes them a little bit different. Yeah. Kind of a cool unit. So yeah, looks like right now Julian K is just beating him in micro right now because he really knows how to use these jungle bowmen well. And he's gradually hurting him with the poison on the archers because the jungle bowman deals poison damage over time, yeah. So that's what he's doing. He's kind of just... Yep, notice how they lose HP even when he's not attacking them. That's the poison damage of the archers and he just is GG. Yep, alright. So let's go on to the next one now. Let's see what we got. Very good. Nice. Beautiful. This one. Okay, Ungers versus Port Mafia. Let's see what this one is. Should be good. Okay, so we got Ungers as Germany and Port Mafia as United States. So we got a USA versus Germany. Ungers is a beast of a player, very strong. So if Port Mafia isn't like a high elo demigod, I think he's completely cooked. And I'm just saying that because I have played with Ungers for years in Wars of Liberty. So Ungers is a huge MVP of a player. So yeah, at least against all the new players, he's a legend. Yeah. I think I played with Ungers this year actually in Wars of Liberty. He came back and we did some team games and he was just really good, so yeah. Always put your money on Ungers, unless he's going up against somebody who's like super godlike like Revnak or Julian K. Yeah. So anyways, Germany setting up their hunting dogs right now, so to set their wagon eco goes up super good on the food since they have the gather rate of 2 bills. Hunting dog just makes them go wild. And how about on the USA side? USA side, no trading posts, at least not yet. Nope, doesn't look like he's getting a trading post. What's the deck? So he's going capitalism. I think I've seen this setup before. They go capitalism, bank, and then they go for Pennsylvania and go for 3 gold trickles. Yeah. It's kind of a weird build, but yeah, it can be good. It can be useful. So, yeah, we'll see what he gets here. Honestly, should be interesting either way. Yeah, quite good. Yeah. So take that one out. Very nice. Take that wolf there. Very good. Beautiful. Perfecto. And then he's gonna get this treasure here. Get the cows. Very nice. Yep. Perfecto, yep.
And attention. Yes?
Yes?
Orders? At attention.
USA is going to age up with Pennsylvania. Yep, that's what I predicted. He's going... I think somebody actually named it in their deck. They call it the 3C. 3C meaning 3 trickles of coin. So they get the capitalism, then they get the bank, and then they get the Pennsylvania pound from Philadelphia Convention, and that's how they do it. So, yeah. It basically sets you up for going owl hoots really well from the saloon. Yeah, it's kind of a nifty strategy. Yeah, it's kind of a good one. Looks like the market is coming up now. Get some more eco. Very nice. Here comes that lovely bank coming in now. And I believe he goes for... You go for placer mines when you're doing this strategy, so that you can always make sure you have enough coin to go with a ton of outlaws and stuff. Yeah, I believe that's what you do here. Alright, how about Ungers, though? We should be looking at Ungers, too. So, Ungers is going 1v1. So, in Ungers' deck, he has 3 Settler Wagon cards. He's got both the 3 Settler Wagon card in Age 2, as well as the 2 Settler Wagon one. So, a little bit more greed there than the average Germany player. What he also has is he has not just the Jaegers and the Blackbriars, he has the Pandors as well. The Pendors, yeah. So these are counter skirmishers. These are anti-skirms. Basically, they're skirmishers that destroy skirmishers. Yeah, so this is an actual very interesting include because sort of in most of these German decks, when you go mercenary, most of the people are only concerned about having a skirmisher and a dragoon. But having an anti-skirm in there can definitely throw somebody for a loop, because if they have a ton of skirms out there and they're not prepared for it, it can really go yoinks to them. Oh yeah, especially since Germany doesn't get the 2 Falconet shipment.
Right.
It can be nice to have an anti-skirm in there. So if somebody's really trying to harass you with a lot of skirms, having the anti-skirm in that deck can sometimes bail you out. Yeah. Going for steel traps now. You'll notice these Settler Wagons are going to get a really godlike food right now once they do that. He seems to be chopping for a barracks. Is that right? Or he already has a barracks. So what is he doing now with that wood? Trading post maybe? Oh, he's going pikeman. Alright, so he's going to start pikeman. USA is opening up stable hussars. They already have about 4 of them. He's got his Philadelphia convention, the meeting house there. Probably his Pennsylvania pound at this point, so a ton of coin coming in. Uh-oh, pikemen. Piqueros. Watch out for the piqueros. There's the piqueros after you. So now here comes the Minutemen. Try to grind those down with that. Yep, very nice. Beautiful. Perfecto, see.
I am wounded. Fetch a medic.
Alright. Up here comes Hamiltonian economics too, so all the market techs are going to be free. It's a good way to really beef up your economy early on with USA, going with this 3C sort of build. I don't know how effective it is, because I've only seen it be done one other time in this tournament, so it's really up to the birds whether it's a good thing or not to do. I'm assuming there's some credibility behind it. People are using it, you know, unless it's a clan-specific thing. This guy doesn't have a clan thing in his username, so I wouldn't have an idea if he's part of something or not, yeah. Okay, so, oh wow, we got Settler Wagon off of Ungers. That stings. That's like losing 2 builds in one because of the value of the build. He's keeping the Hussars here, though, to beat out the Uhlans, though. I find that kind of interesting. That one's almost down. Very much so. Took that one out. Perfect. See? Very good. Did he... Oh, he beat with the... Look at that RNGesus with the Tomahawk just there in time to take him out. That was crazy. I did not expect that at all. No, definitely not. So, yeah, pikemen taking out the houses there. Very good. Very, very good. Are coming out. Very good. He is shipping in the Seminole Scouts. These are a native warrior, so they will not hurt his population space, and he can actually ship some other stuff out. Like those regulars, perhaps. Yep. He already sent this levy, right? Oh, he can get another levy now of Minutemen. And those out right away, so he can try to defend here as best as possible. Get them right over here. Try to stall. and then the archers will come in next. He's also got 5 hussars here too. Try to get them on as many crossbows and cavalry as possible to maximize their use, because you really need to get rid of the Ulans as much as the archers there, so your archers would be fine. Yeah, pretty much. Here comes the Seminoles. Very good. Here comes the Seminole Bowman now. Perfect. Beautiful.
So.
Oh, he's got the Seminoles in stealth now. Look at that. I don't know what he's going to do in stealth, but... Oh, Ungers is also in H3, so he timed that out perfectly. He's going to get 8 skirms, train more skirms, and probably cap it off with either War Wagon or 9 Yuan, right? Yeah. He could get counter skirms. He could get panders. That would be scary. Oh yeah, no. But USA is starting to get stables. Yeah, you might need more waggies for that. Yeah. Yep, pretty much. So Zulan, see? Very good. House going up, perfecto. Yep, very good.
Kann mich nicht bewegen.
I'm wounded. Fetch a medic.
Veteran Nulon's coming in, very nice. Regulars there, very nice. Looks like a GG there for Port Mafia. Yep. Good match. Let's go on to the next one now. See what we got. Alright. Papa Al versus Chinese person. Versus Chinese. Hey, Papa Al, fight Chinese person for me, will ya? Alright, let's see how this one goes. Got Papa Al. It's Germany fighting the Ottomans here. Should be pretty good. Okay, so Germany versus Ottomans. We have, I think we saw quite a few of these when we were first casting these group stage matches. I think one time what the Ottomans did to fight the Germans was to go Cav Archer Abyss Gun, which I thought was pretty fascinating. So I wonder what we're going to see here, though, from the Ottoman player to fight the Germans here. Should be interesting. Oh yeah, absolutely. So it'll be fun. Depends on the build, though. So, looks like Germany is playing standard again. They're hunting dogs from the market. Almond player getting their mosque. Right, they got their mosque up, but they have not gone to trading posts yet. That's a little bit weird. I'm a little bit weirded by not seeing the trading posts there, honestly. Nah, that part is a bit of a shell shocker for me. So I wonder what that exactly means. Yeah, I know. Could mean a lot of things, but we'll see. Sure enough, what that is. Yep. Beautiful. Kebab enjoyer. Hey, I'm a kebab enjoyer. I like that name. Doner kebab enjoyer. Wonder if he's ever had doner kebab before. I've never had doner kebab before, so I couldn't say for certain if it's good or bad or not. Yeah. Yep, so you're gonna have to fight that coyote there. Very nice. You can get the 60 XP treasure. Beautiful. Very nice. Perfection. Send 3 Urukis. Yeah, very nice. So what Almond deck is, so it's 1v1. We're likely going to see double barracks Janissary from this. I kind of have a feeling of it because we see all these crates. There's way too much here in H2 for it to just be a fast fortress. Yeah. We don't have the capitalism. You even have the Evzanai card here. Yeah, no, when you see Infinite Evzanai, that's like really H2 oriented then. Because that way, if he is stuck in H2 and he has coin, he's just going to keep sending skirmishers out with that. Yeah, pretty good. So go up with Quartermaster for 400 wood. Yeah, we're definitely going to see double barracks Jan. As for the Germany, though, Germany is still collecting food, it looks like. It's going to age up with about 17 vills, is that right? 17 vill pop. Yep, looks like it. Does seem like the Ottoman, though, is aging up much faster than his opponent, though, because he's already halfway through and Germany's just starting up now. Could be a normal thing, but hey. Germany going for Gang Saw. Okay. I can't quite recall. Was Gang Saw like a new thing, or is he just getting that for the sake of getting it? Yeah, I always thought it was just hunting dogs that you would focus on with Germany. And then if you were going mercenary deck, then you would go with the placer mines for the gold. So you're going to have to remind me on that one, basically. Yeah. Alright, so over here, we got the bear fighting the explorer. Explorer here is going to have to back up and get that 85 wood. Very nice.
Richtig.
5 wood, very nice.
Aufgabe?
$700 wood coming in for the almonds. So where are the barracks gonna go? So barracks 1 here, barracks 2 there. So there's the barracks Janissary. He's got enough coin to start the queues off. He's gonna get the wood in so he can get some houses down. He's probably gonna have to put a few vills onto that coin as well, so we can keep those Janissary queues going here. Yep, very good. So whoa. What are you waiting for? Unless he wants to sink the queues, maybe. That could be possible. I don't know why he would cancel that out though. Makes no sense. Like, you got it when you want the troops out sooner so he can harass, or... Oh, yeah, he was trying to sync them. Yeah, he just synced them together. Very good. Okay, so double barracks Janissary. What is the Germany going to try, though? So the Germany is going to go steel traps. They're going to open up with stable. I don't know about that. Unless he can pressure and raid really good and harass his opponent very nice. Yeah, no, I wouldn't go for that. Because if he is trying to be cheeky and... Okay, is he going to be able to get this treasure here? I think, yes, he will. He's going to get 320 XP treasure. That's great. Because then he can get the crossbow now. That's good. Because he's going to need those archers there. Oh, he's going to go for the wood now. He's going to go for the 700 wood. Is he going to put down barracks and get archers now? Because he's going to need that here at this point. Oh, no. Yeah. Very much a requirement at this stage, I would say. Alright, so Yuans, he's batching up 5 Yuans now. He's got these 2 coming into his base there. Very good. Perfect. Good, took out the explorer, beautiful. Ooh, good. Got Seville at least. Very nice. So what is Germany up to? Is Germany gonna... So they got their wood now. Now they're getting their coin. I just don't know what this Germany's playing. So he's getting the barracks up. Great. I think he's behind the ball, though. That's where he's falling behind. Because Ottomans was right on the ball with their double barracks timing and their age up. And Germany's just like on the back pedal trying to catch up, and it's hurting them bad. Ottomans now going to bring in about 700 food so they can get even more Janissaries, since Janissaries are very expensive, about a 90 food villager. In Legacy they were 100 food, but indeed they kind of nerfed it down to about 90 food. And now he's picking up steel traps, so I think he could go double barracks Janissary to infinity and beyond if he wanted to here. That's kind of what I'm going at. Okay, crossbowman, great idea, just a little bit late. Like, you should have gotten that a lot sooner. Like, what were you thinking, man? What were you thinking? You thought he was really going to slow down to let you get the crossbowman this late? He should have opened barracks and already had crossbowman out, and he would have been alright. Would have had... Okay, he's going to age up. Great. Prince. And then he's going to go skirmisher, right? Okay. Alright, so maybe he's got something up his sleeve here. Unless he's like a 200 IQ Albert Einstein and he's just luring his opponent in. I really don't know what he's doing here with that. He could have done that a little bit nicer, I think. If he just opened up crossbowmen and got the same cards and everything, he at least would have had a bit of a better army and could have chugged down some of that Ottoman force there. So when he did go to H3, you know, he would have had his stuff figured out. Not sure if he has his stuff figured out now at this point. It's a little bit tough to say. You know, unfortunately. Yep. Okay, so about 8 skirms coming in. Very good. Beautiful. Okay, 8 skirms can come in right now. Very nice. Very good. Skirms and Ulans. Very nice. See? Good. Start buying up that coin. Very nice.
Auftrag.
GG, man. GG, well played. Let's load into the next one now. Where are we at? Captain Link. Captain Link, this one. Captain Link versus Yuki. So these are some high level opponents here, so we'll see how this one is. Yuki. Is this Yukietta or is this another Yuki? This might be another Yuki. Yeah. Yukietta is a whole different person. Is this like the same Yuki that we know, or I think this might be a low level one, maybe. Alright. Well, anyways, here we got Captain Link playing as United States, and Chinese fella is gonna be Yuki's gonna be playing as Chinese. Alright, so we got USA versus China. In this matchup, again, it's really dependent on what it was, I think, when I used to do it. Because sometimes I used to really know what I was doing against the USA, particularly in 1v1s. I think if the USA was like pretty basic and win regulars back in the day, I would always know how to deal with them as Chinese. But if they did some wacko thing where they get the Gatling guns out, I would really be begging myself that I get those hand mowers out in time or get enough step wires. Otherwise, it would always be a conundrum. Yeah. That should be pretty interesting, though. Yeah. So, it looks like Captain Link will be running Scottish immigrants. The first step on this one, you start the game by building a trading post. And there's a specific reason for that, and it's not just because of the trade route. You get it because when you send Chinese immigrants, you get a rickshaw to build a trading post with, and then you immediately get the levy ability to make another rickshaw to build another trading post with. So, if you already have a trading post out, guess what? You can build 2 trading posts at the same time. The one that you got from the card, and the one that you levied from the trading post that you already own. It's a really nice trick. And there's a reason why he's building all these trading posts. Not just on the trade route, but he's also going to be building them out on the native sites too. There's a specific reason for that. It's because of this card right here called the Scottish Immigrants. For every trading post that you own, as well as every saloon that you own or meeting house, basically your church, you get a free Highlander. Well, not a free one because the card costs like 400 gold, but it's kind of free-ish. Yeah, so basically, if you max this out, you can get up to 10 Highlanders in an Age 2 card. That is really good, even if it costs 400 gold. So after you go with the Chinese immigrants, you follow it up with Advanced Saloon. And there's a reason for that. It's setting you up for later. And basically what it's setting you up for is, eventually you're going to send this card called Arkansas Post to build 2 saloons and a meeting house. So initially your build limit for saloons is only 1, but this card brings it up to 3, right? Which is really good. And before you send Arkansas Post, what you're going to send is you're going to send a card called Philadelphia Convention, which actually boosts up your meeting house build limit by 1. So that gives you a meeting house. And when you're aging up with Pennsylvania or Delaware, he's going up with Delaware? What is he doing with Delaware? What are you doing with Joe Biden's state, man? What are you doing? Come on, man. Come on, man. What are you doing, man? Going up with Delaware. Come on. What are you, Jim Eagle? Oh, God. His name's Jimmy. It might be Jim Eagle. That's what Biden was talking about, Jim Eagle. Captain Link might be Jim Eagle, man. That's why he went up with Delaware there. Is this like a new take on it? Because he's going Arkansas Post. That's strange. I never expected you to do it this way before. He is getting some food crates with it, so I wonder if there's a reason for that. No, I don't think this would be good, though. Delaware Blues by that point. I don't think that would be good. It's a bit confusing at this point. I just don't see it working out too well there. Okay, so he's going to get a saloon. He's going to get a saloon there. He's going to build 3 saloons with these. Is that right? What is he setting this up for? So he's got 3 TPs. He's got about 3 saloons. Is this like a unique build on it or something? And then is he going to go with 6 Highlanders or what? He's going up with 6 Highlanders here. Kind of a spicy setup. Is there a specific reason why he's doing it this way, though? Because that's not the Scottish immigrant build order I grew up with. So, yeah, no. Alright. Well, it looks like the China went up with the French consulate porcelain tower build order. So that's like the strongest one. And what he's going to do is he's going to set up the 7 step riders first. And then he's going to send in 700 coins so he can get a fast fortress. Yep. This is the sort of French consulate porcelain tower build order we've seen earlier in the stream today. Kind of the idea is you go French consulate with the T export card that you always send as China. So that way you can send the 400 food tech crates. So you get like 4 crates filled with 100 food. Helps you age up super fast. Then you build a porcelain tower. And then you go fast fortress into Confucian Academy. It's a quicker way of going fast fortress and going Russians and Summer Palace, because the French consulate also boosts the gather rate of your vills too, so actually ends up helping you out in the long run there, which is pretty cool. Okay, so Jimmy managed to get up to how many Highlanders? So he actually managed to stack it up to 9, and he's coming in with about 3 owl hoots here. He's got about 3 mume hoots coming in to attack this village here. Village is coming up slowly but surely. Very nice. Beautiful.
Ali.
I think the town center is going down now, right? Yep. Wow, that was some maximum pressure right there. Now he's getting the regulars out. And now he's going to send Delaware Blues to get 7 more regulars. Crazy. This is an interesting take. I didn't know that you could run a Scottish immigrant build off of Delaware like this. They should call it the Jim Eagle build in our Biden in Delaware. Yeah, the Jim Eagle build order. Yeah. So yep, that was a cool one. I did not expect that from Captain Link. That was pretty cool, actually. Yeah. Why is it taking so long to load here? Hello. Okay, there we are. We're back, people. So which one are we on now? Let me see here. Ash versus Kevin. Let's see who's this one. Okay, so we got a Kevin is Haudenosaunee and Ash is India. So we got a Haudenosaunee versus India. So this is what I was talking about earlier. I actually managed to beat King Taro's Haudenosaunee by going India before. And I did so in a pretty interesting way where I pulled off the semi-fast fortress and I was able to beat out Taro using a combination of Mahouts, Gurkhas, and I think Zambaraks or something. It was like really strange. I wish I was doing YouTube back then and then I could have like referenced it right now in front of you. But yeah. So I think this can go either way. Like a Haudenosaunee can beat out an India and an India can beat out a Haudenosaunee. It really comes down to the method of gameplay and the tactics and the strategy and everything. I will say if it's a traditional Haudenosaunee going for the hard rush, having that aggro fort does give you a bit of an advantage because it's a defensive structure that the Haudenosaunee does have to deal with, right? And interestingly enough, when I fought Skull Knight in this tournament, he did use a Haudenosaunee against me. but it was on a non-standard map, so it's not even part of the official records, so, per se. So I don't think we're gonna be showing that as part of the stream, just because it wasn't on an official map, and thus it's like null and void. But yeah, just know that I did face Skull Knight's Hot Shiny with India, and it was probably the best match of the tournament for me, really. It was like the best performance, because all the other ones were just total dog poop for me. But that one, you know, at least had a little bit of something going for it, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, let's see how this one goes. Okay, so Hashai going for the middle train post. That's always a good move there. Okay, so we capture. This is a very good treasure to get as Hashai. You can capture the bandit rider, and then you can take out the two coyotes very easily. Let's see if India can steal the Okay, so let's see Hadashani. Oh, he gets the food. Beautiful. Good, man. That's a really good food treasure to get, because basically it's going to get him ahead pretty quickly here. India going for distributivism. Looks like India is going the regular villager age up, like 14, 15 vills. It's the normal age up. It's not the 10 vil one that we saw before. Hashai can already go up with the messenger. Oh, the wise woman. The wise woman. What kind of build is this? 1v1. So he's got Tomahawk and Kanye West. New ways. That's an interesting take. Usually they go straight up messenger and aggro like crazy. He might be onto something here, because he knows he's dealing with an India, and he's got like the aggro fort down, so he has to basically deal with this guy a bit differently. Yeah, that would be my guess in this situation. He knows he can't go the standard route. He has to go the unorthodox route to deal with him. And that's why he's going with this particular strategy, yeah. That's at least what it seems like to me. Yeah, that would probably be my assessment of it pretty much, yeah. So, yeah, this will be pretty good. Big time. Let's see if Hod can get the... Oh, wow, that's a good steal there. Because, see, if India got these herdables, they would have actually turned into XP churning factories. Because India can actually eat herdables. Whenever they get herdables like cows, they turn into basically animals that will trickle XP for India. Like a little bit of an XP factory. And it ends up leading to quicker, easier cards for India. So that's actually pretty impactful that the Hod was able to steal that from India there. Because now it's going to slow down India's card acquisition slightly. Yeah. So here comes a War Hut. Let's see. So he's going to open up with 5 villagers. He's picking up hunting dogs now. So start queuing the tomahawks right there, which is pretty good. Yep, very nice. TP right there, very good. And the tomahawks out, right? Very good. Oh wow, look at the war chief there attacking the set boys. Very nice. How many tomahawks? He's got 8, and then he's got how many set poise? About 7 of them. So it's going to be even Steven here. Here comes the 4 Kanye West horsemen shipment to attack the Ville. nice. Gets him in the middle there, but he's gonna have to back out now since he is dealing with Sepoys. He can try to look to maybe get this tree line here if he's sneaky. That's what I would do. But unfortunately, he knows where you are now because of that elf and on the ground, so might not be as sneaky as you might think. He's gonna get a market here in this spot. This is a good idea by India because this will put a choke point here so he can't just come right at him with the Kanye West Horseman. That's actually a good strategy. Because then he could be dealing with a real crisis there if he loses too many bills. Yeah. Kanye West Horsemen are going to come up this spot now and try to fly off into this area. Yep, pretty much. Seven hyenas. Alright, so he's going to go mostly archer here, it looks like, now that he's got plenty of anti-cav. Because really, he needs an edge against the heavy infantry sepoys now, so now would be the time to switch to archers there. India bringing in professional hunters, their second hunting tech, and they're going to be bringing in Gurkhas to sort of do what Hod's is trying to do, which is counter the heavy infantry. So they're going to use Gurkhs to fight the Tomahawks, and Hod's are going to go with hyenas to beat the sepoys. So it's going to be sort of a mismatch of skirmisher heavy infantry now between both players, which should be pretty neat. Alright, now we got the sieging of this market here. Very nice. And here we have Deanna Bowman moving forward, right? Pick up those Gurkhas. Should be quite good, yeah. Nice. Move those Kanye West horsemen forward, right? Very good. Look at these AM Bowman get to work now, yep. Great. Comes the Delhi's followed by Azap, so he's going hard on military here, bringing in 4 Sawars as well. This will change things up a bit since now the India does have a large force of cavalry to rush the archers with. These archers will go down pretty quickly now, as you can see right there. Nice. Comes the 6 Azaps, Sepoys, Gurkhas, Cavalry. Perfecto, see?
शरीर मार सकता है पर आत्मा अमर है शरीर मार सकता है पर आत्मा अमर है
Train post going down now. Good. First down, very good. Ooh, wow, risking it on the tomahawks. Wow, using some good micro there to push out the tomahawks and reduce their attacks. Quite nice there, yeah. It's out of Vil now, really good. He's gonna get 2 more Vils over there, that's even better. Start sieging away at that war hut. Very good. Ooh, he's getting the Tiger Claws too. He's going hard in here on him. Once the Tiger Claws come out, you know that the India's locked into H2 for a while. Because the Tiger Claws is the huge, big boy shipment that's used to like finish off all the skirmishers, basically. Yeah. But the Hashani did make it to H3 though. He's got the 6 Conway West Horse shipment, and now he's training in the Elite Prowers. So we go with the mix of hand cav and skirmisher. He also got the 5 Kilisez. He got the 5 Renegade Kilisez. So he's got splash cap too. This is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be insane. So he's going to use all his forest prowess to try to get back and try to kite off these infantry. And then he's going to try to wham them with those cuirassiers now. Yeah. He also has 5 Kanye West. He has 8 forest prowess shipment. He's got musket riders. The Hashani's looking pretty good right now. Because unless India can make it to H3 and... what has he got for cards? He's got his crates and his upgrades, yeah. I would try to push the advantage now if I'm Hods, just so you don't have to do it with elephants. Because you don't want to deal with India once they get elephants in this matchup. It gets really obnoxious really quickly. Yeah, so that's probably what I would want to do there if it was me personally. Yeah, pretty much. Yep. Exactly. Alright, Taj Mahal. Oh, Taj Mahal. Oh, he's going to try to stall him out with the Taj Mahal now? Wow. Going for a ceasefire. More Sowars coming in from the covered Vansadai. Yeah, this should be pretty neat. Absolutely. Comes the Taj Mahal. Pick up that house. Very good. Beautiful.
Olemme haaden. Auki.
Caravan Sarai should be going down any second now, right? Very much. Take that house out, beautiful. Take that barracks out. Oh, he's got the Arumi shipment. Beautiful. That's good for India. He's also got the ceasefire ready. So you know what's going to happen? India's going to wait for the perfect opportunity. He's going to run the ceasefire on him. And then he's going to like pounce on top of him with the Arumis right on top of his face there. Yeah, no. He knows what he's doing. Yep, ceasefire now. He's got to do it carefully, though, because if he does it the wrong way, the Cuirassiers will just flip around and splash attack him like crazy. So he's going to snare him with the Tiger Claws, it looks like. Why is he in hand attack? What are you doing, man? Don't do that. You gotta put him in range attack so you can max out damage on the cap. He's doing it the wrong way, though. Yeah. These are veteran set boys, right? Very important. Importante. Kanye West are also a veteran. It's gonna be an even match up there. Oh god, look at that stuff. Crazy. Ugh. Good time. More Gurkhas coming in now from about 2 barracks, right? Barracks in the Agra. Yep. And then more Sour too. I would go for the Mahout shipment next if I was India. Mahout would be great here. Yeah. Unfortunately though, he's getting musket riders, so I don't know if that'll be good or not. Because these musket riders, they're a pretty durable dragoon, to say the least. So you gotta be a little bit careful of them, basically. Yeah. That's what you pretty much gotta do there. Yeah. Here they come. Right over there. Yeah. See. Well, get the veteran Gurkha, British some India company for. Yeah, apparently India is like really playing into British GC Index, his India company, because he's going with the Sep Boys, the Gurkhas, and the Sawars all together. So, yep, kind of playing in all 3 of those. So that's what you should be doing there, honestly. Now he's basically got to push in these now. Yep. Very nice.
शरीर मार सकता है पर आत्मा
Oh man, look at this. This is horrible. Look at that. Look what he's doing to those bills there. That's crazy. I don't know. That's not what you want to see there, honestly. It's usually a GG once he was that much eco. Yeah, I know. How many builds is he on right now? On about 30. He's gonna lose a lot more than that. Yeah, I know. And now he's... Yep, you gotta keep running. Oh no, the Sawas. Hamla. Mekulunga. Wow. Yeah, that's a stinker right there. That's usually what you don't want to see in a match. Absolutely not. Definitely not. Here's what it is, but never good when that happens. Definitely not. Wow, look at that. He's stalling really well though with the forest plows and the musky riders, but I just don't. I think once you lose that many builds, it's a point of no return. You're just stalling for time. Yeah. Good match. Good match. Beautiful match actually. So let's go to the next one now. See where we're at. Look at all the wonderful games we got here. This is great. Very good. Alright. Beliaka versus Gus Gus. Let's see this one. So Beliaka is France and Gus Gus as the Hausa. This should be pretty good. Gus Gus setting up his livestock market, building up his granary so he can get maximum food gather rate from the animals nearby. Very important. Have the livestock market there so we can eventually sell the cattle off for 150 wood so he can get a house and village dogs for gather rate. Whereas the French are going to be building up their trading posts here. Yeah. It's part of their build order. See? So that's pretty good. Yeah. So this will be a pretty tight match, I can imagine, right? French versus the Hausa. That can always be intense. Absolutely. So we'll see what happens here. Yeah? Big time. So here comes, let me see, 3 CBDs and train up some more. Very good. So let's see what this deck is. Is it going to be a nat deck or a standard deck? Skirkirgoon. Skirkirgoon. Okay, I mean, to me it looks just like a regular deck myself. But that might just be because of the age 4 inclusion of thoroughbreds. Yeah, he does have Senegalese, though, to boost up the skirms. He has the infantry hit points in age 2. He's got all the cavalry cards, and he has thoroughbreds, so I can sort of understand why the deck is called Skur, Kier, Goon like that. Makes a little bit of sense, so that's pretty good. How about Hausa? They running Fast Industrial, a con pill. A con pill, so yeah, looks like the deck he's been running lately. If I recall correctly, that's the deck he's been doing, so yeah. Sticking to the same old deck, it looks like, yeah, pretty much. Yep, get that. Okay, there we go. Hausa getting 3 villagers. Very nice. Whereas France is aging up with about 12 villager quartermaster. Alright. Seems pretty good. I'm going to pick up hunting dogs and play some mines. Yeah. Also going to eat up their cows very quickly too, so they have enough food for more CBDs once they age up. Yep. See how this one goes. How about Hausa? Which one are they doing? Going up with the Moroccans. So this is similar to the previous game that Gus does. So he goes Moroccans followed by a Conacobia. Yep. Seems like a pretty solid build to go with. Granary going up right now. Very nice. Very good. Should be good there. Yep, indeed. Second, the reason why he's going for a second granary here is because he wants to herd the hunts in towards this one, so he's covering up more area, and he's making it less likely that he's going to get raided trying to get his food. The wonderful thing about granaries is that they're free buildings, so you actually don't pay any wood to construct these. It's totally free. The only cost is the villager seconds you'll lose with having a village trying to build one. That's about it. So, in general, if you need an extra granary or two just to make sure the hunts don't go in any weird spots you don't want them, I would get them. It's generally going to be beneficial to you to get them. So figured I'd point that out to you so you know really what to expect with that. Yeah, basically. So now I'm going to go for a mosque. Very nice. French, going to open up Musketeer, it looks like, going up against Hausa's units there. I'm assuming he's going to pick up Ganansi next, right? With his influence there, yeah. Very good. Has his mosque over there right now, churning out XP for him, which is good. Picking up his university there to trickle some influence, and then he's got his palace down too, yeah. About 700 coin coming out, right? Very nice. Very good. Oh, oh, that sheep. Okay. I thought he was like legit getting like a 320 XP treasure there. That would have been pretty good. Do we have any of those here on this map or on this layout, or do we not? I don't see any, so if somebody does get that though, they will know it right away. Yeah. So up here comes some musketeers here. Very good. Coming right up. Very nice. Beautiful. 700 coin. Very good there. Yeah. Whereas the Hausa gonna get Ganansi. Can they afford? Yep. Nope, they need to. Yep, they can afford Ganansi, so they're gonna pick that up right away, so that they can start training their Canacobias. And they're gonna age up with a Khan right now, right? Yep, a Khan. Oh, Songhai. He's going up Songhai. Wow. That's an interesting one. France is going to try to get that settler treasure there. Quite nice, yeah. Very good. Ganansi will basically allow you to make the Echinocobias for food and gold instead of influence. Makes it so that you can train as many as you want, but they now will cost population and act like normal infantry. So yeah, in general, it can be pretty good to have more Echinocobias instead of having the little number of Part3 ones, because Echinocobias have a area of effect damage, so generally speaking, it can go pretty well for you if you can stack them, stack them in a larger number, because that splash attack can obviously add up, and if you have more cons, it makes it easier for you to micro them well too, I find, because then you don't have to focus on every individual one as much, since you can just focus on bigger masses of them when you're targeting an infantry army, basically. Yeah. Alright, so France, they're already up in Fortress Age. They're going to be picking up 2 Falconet, and likely they'll go 8 Skirmisher, I would assume, after that, or 5 Dragoon. Either one of those could be very nice. So I would say 5 Skirmisher, 5 Dragoon or 8 Skirmisher there should be quite good for France. Very nice. Okay, so muskets and falconets are gonna target the house first, and then probably move on to the palace. Yep, you can outrange the falconets with the, yeah, you can use the falconets to actually outrange the palace there by about 2 spots, so you should be very careful to make sure they're standing far enough away so his cannons don't get sniped by this building. In right now. He's gonna get veteran on the muskets, right? Good move. Now he's going industrial age with Yoruba. Wow, quite the move there, Gus. Hanging more Echinocobias right now. Yep. And these will become guard upgraded ones now, so that's good. So what is he gonna ship in here? Is he gonna go for like? Trying to figure this out. He's gonna go for the Korolufa Confederacy. Oh, he just lost his town center. Look at that. I did not expect that at all. That's crazy. I wasn't even looking at that. Wow. Quite the snipe, yeah. Oh, but he did get his ESO right, is that right? Yep. There they are. You got the Falcon now down, right? Yep. But the bayonet should be able to beat these, right? Yep. They can rebuild town center, right? There he goes. Dad. Select the building from which to dispatch raiders. Oh, he's using the Infinite 10 Villager card. That's crazy. That's a good card to go with. Yep. I think they ended up using that card in Wars of Liberty for the Middle East civs. At least some of them, so that they can use the Infinite Shipment in Age 4. I don't know if it's for an industrial age or simply just as a backup in case you lose economy or don't have enough to boom yet. Yeah. Start teaching the way at that university, right? Yep. Oh wow, the powerful 9-gallon camel shipment. If that doesn't clean up things, you know you're GG'd at that point. Yeah. Especially since the France is running a whopping 5 Falconets on you. Yeah. Let's go ship in 3 KSA and added more mustards. Look at those Gatling camels get to work there, yeah. GG. Wow, that was a tight one. I thought for a second that Gus had something in mind there with the industrial age, but I guess not in the end. So how many games we have left here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 26, 27, 28, 29. Got 28 games. 28. Well. Feels like we didn't even scratch the surface, really. Nah. That's a lot of them. Oh, let's do this one. Carbone versus Pog Hunter. So it's Carbone versus Pog Hunter. This is going to be a British mare. Yep, very good. See how this one is. So in this matchup, it really comes down to really who the best is with their decision making and their micro, I find. Yeah, sort of like when we saw the Julian K versus Optimus matchup, where Julian K had an interesting idea to go with a full boom, and he ended up getting countered pretty hard by Optimus there, and he ended up getting cooked. So yeah, this could have some pretty interesting results. And I think another interesting one was the Nubis series, where he fought against, I think it was McJim as the Brits. And what he ended up figuring out was, ended up figuring out if I sneak in and age up here and get falconets and veteran muskets, he was able to pull out ahead and do a pretty good job, yeah. So that was a pretty neat one too, honestly. Yeah, it's definitely. We'll see who ends up pulling out in this one, honestly. Yep, I don't know who, but should be good either way. So what deck is Carbone run? So he's run 1v1 with Threeville, Pioneers, Crates, Longbow, Musket, Upgrades, Spice Trade, Falconet, all this. 3 rockets. And what does Pog Hunter run? Pog Hunter. So he's got... Ooh, this is an interesting one. So this one is very specialized if you happen to get 2 shipments in age 1. Because then you can go 3 Settler followed by 2. And it actually helps you get some extra bills out, which is kind of neat. And then you got all your cavalry upgrades. This has all the upgrades outside of Advanced Arsenal here, and the yeah, Yaomen, longbows, muskets. Yep. Very spicy one. Yeah. So this should be interesting either way. So what did they both get for age ups? Looks like Pog Hunter is getting the Governor. Hello, Governor. And then Carbone is going to be getting the Governor as well. Yep, it's usually the best politician to go for with British because it gives you about 200 coin that can go right into your musketeer production, and then you get a outpost that you can put right next to your barracks when you're going forward, or you can put it defensively too to protect your bills. Since with the Brits, it's really about building as many manor houses as you can to get free villagers. So one thing you have to make certain, those villagers don't get raided, because if you let your villas get completely cooked, then your whole British bonus goes up in smithereens, and it's not good. No. So we'll see how quickly these guys acquire manor houses to get the vills, and how well they just manage their stuff overall. So, where is Carbone gonna go here? Carbone's gonna go in this spot with the barracks, it looks like, right around this area. Whereas Pog Hunter is gonna go... Defensively, he's gonna go defensively with the outpost right in this spot, yeah. Where's his barracks gonna go? Gonna need that barracks out pretty soon. Oh, he was gonna go for steel traps first, but what is he doing? Alright, he's gonna put barracks here. I think he could have still gone steel traps and then gone the barracks a second later, but yeah, I think he made more work for himself, just like readjusting all those techs and everything personally. Yeah, basically. I was gonna bring in his wood. Very nice, beautiful.
I am sorely grieved. I may not steer her.
Okay, so who is this? This is Carbone. He is bringing in 600 wood. So basically, the way you handle Brits is you'll go with your 3 villas in age 1, obviously, right? But as soon as you hit age 2, you have to go 700 wood followed by 600 wood. And the reason for that is basically you are trying to get as many manor houses out as possible, as well as keeping some spare wood around in case you want to get your second barracks up, which looks like Carbone is going to do. He's going to get has his first barracks here, and now he's going to get his second one out now. And another thing you can get with all that wood is also some longbowmen here, because this is a British mirror. Carbone's making the assumption, right, that his opponent's going to go musketeers because that's what the Brits do. So how he throws them off, get longbowmen. So that way he's running archers. So you can use the 22 range, anti-heavy infantry multipliers, and the better rate of fire to just take him off guard there and just wipe him out. Yeah. So that's what we're seeing the Brits do on the Carbone side, just utilizing those longbowmen. Keep that range advantage there and just take advantage of the opponent. Yeah, with relative ease, I would say. Yeah. Now he's got a sizable mass, about 31 musket on top of the 12 longbowmen, and he will be pushing in pretty deep with that, yeah. Also shipping in his 6 longbowmen cards, so looks like Carbone is massing up pretty quick. Pog Hunter tries to go for an age 3 and go for the Falconets, but I think unfortunately he is massing up, right? He's getting he's got like 19 muskets there. Let's add in Musket Hussar. If you can time this right, you can get Falconets and push them out, but otherwise it's going to be a tough one to do. Most definitely. So, we'll see. See what he pulls off, yeah. Agent was a terrible mistake. Oh yeah, tell me about it. You should have just held out and tried to fight back, I guess. GG, well played. Yep. Pretty much. That was a fun one, right? Yeah. So, let's see how many games we got left, because here's the thing. It's kind of obvious that there's so many of these recordings still that we're not going to get through them all tonight. I still have work to do tomorrow, so let's just count how many we got. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. That's 27 games, alright? 27. So we can definitely complete 27 tomorrow. Yeah, so I'm gonna end it here. So our stream tomorrow isn't too small, and we can get some good viewership of it. Yeah, gonna make a trade for that. See, if these games went by in like 5 minutes or something, and people were just like, oh, sinking and going boom, boom. That's why I was paying attention to the clock. I was like, if we were getting tons of out syncs and other crazy stuff, I probably would have, you know, just went through the whole thing. But because some of these games might be 20 to 30 minutes long, we do need to, like, space it out properly. Yeah. Most definitely. So, yep, we'll just do the rest of them tomorrow, I think. That should be solid, yeah. No. But, yep, anyways, thank you for coming tonight. It's great. We'll cover the rest of them tomorrow. And on Saturday, I think, unless I want to do it Sunday, we're going to finish up the round of 32 games. Yeah. So that should be good. And then by next week, we should be able to do the round of 16 in this tournament. So things are moving along pretty quickly here. Yeah, absolutely. So thanks for showing up tonight, and